Chapter 2471. You didn't do it on purpose. I believe Senior Jian Shersan won't blame you if he sees this from heaven. Duan Lingtian could not help but comfort Su Li when he felt the regret, depression, and loss in Su Li's heart. Even so, I can't get over it. Su Li sighed. His disappointment did not diminish in the slightest. Since things have come to this, it's useless to think about it. I believe Senior Jian Shersan would want you to live well if he knows about this. Duan Lingtian added. Yes. Su Li nodded and said, Duan Lingtian, it's all thanks to your wife that I was able to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. She helped me because of you. Thank you. Is there a need to be so polite between us? Moreover, I've heard about it. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Kerr has contributed, but isn't it because you're fated to obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? There are so many people in front of the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal. They are only inches away from the inheritance of a Daluo golden immortal. But it chose you. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. It just so happens that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was left behind by a sword celestial. That's why it chose me, the only sword cultivator present at that time. Su Li paused for a moment before he said, I heard from Elder Ji that you've just arrived here? Why did you come so late? If you had come earlier, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial definitely wouldn't have been mine. After all, you're also a sword cultivator. Moreover, it would definitely choose you instead of me. Su Li said. Perhaps this is fate. Duan Lingtian said with a smile, actually, in retrospect, it might be a good thing that I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. After all, I already have a master, so it's impossible for me to join him just because I obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. In Duan Lingtian's heart, he had long determined that Senior Feng Qingyang who left him the Sovereign Heart Sword was his master. Other than Feng Qingyang, he would not recognize any other master. You're still the same as before. You're still so open-minded. Su Li smiled. Magnanimous? You don't know how depressed I was for a while after I found out I wasn't fated with the inheritance of a golden celestial. It was only later that I got over it. Now, besides finding out that it was you, Su Li, who obtained the inheritance of the golden immortal, the last trace of resentment in my heart has vanished. No matter what, the inheritance of a Zenith Heaven golden immortal that I had no fate with was not obtained by an outsider. Duan Lingtian smiled. So, I think I overestimated you? Su Li laughed. Following that, the conversation between Duan Lingtian and Su Li was no longer as relaxed as before. Duan Lingtian, I met your daughter before I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. I didn't expect you to have a child after so many years. Su Li sighed as he looked at Duan Lingtian enviously. You met Xiling as well? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed before he smiled and said, I don't only have a daughter. I have a son as well. I know your daughter's name is Duan Xiling. What's your son's name? Su Li asked curiously. Duan Yen Tian. A hint of longing appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he thought about his son. This longing wasn't only directed towards his son, it was directed towards his other wife, Li Fei, his parents, and the group of friends and family. He had not seen his friends and family since they had disappeared from the Debussy subterranean. After I leave this place, I'll make a trip to the Saint Province realm to look for my parents and little Fei before I head to Yanhuang realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had made up his mind. Nian Tian. Su Li's eyes flashed and he said with a smile, if I'm not wrong, whether it's my little niece's name or my little nephew's name, they weren't given by you, right? How do you know? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Whether it was his daughter's name or his son's name, he was not the one who named them. 09 Little Xueqi Net. Their names. They have profound meanings. If I'm not wrong, their names should be given by their respective mothers, right? Su Li said with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a blissful smile on his face. To a certain extent, the names of his two children represented the love his two wives had for him. The two of them chatted for a while before Su Li bade farewell to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, If there are no unforeseen circumstances, I'll be in Yan Huang realm for the next 100 years. If you really want to come over, we might be able to meet again. Otherwise, I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we're in the Devata realm. When Xueqi finished speaking, although there was a smile on his face, it was a forced smile. There were 81 Devata realms in total. Each Devata realm was extremely vast. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a person in one of them. For this reason, he did not think he would have a chance to meet Duan Ling Tian in the Devata realm. If he wanted to meet Duan Ling Tian, he would have to wait until one of them became famous. However, it was extremely difficult to make a name for oneself in the Devata realms. There were many geniuses in the Devata realms. It was too difficult to stand out in the Devata realms. Don't worry. I'll definitely go. Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. I don't think I'll stay in the mundane realm for long. Before I ascend, I'm sure we'll meet again in Yan Huang realm. That's good. I'll wait for you. Xueqi nodded. Xueqi. Duan Ling Tian suddenly thought of something and asked, how much has your strength increased after obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? This was something that Duan Ling Tian had always been curious about and had always wanted to ask. When he saw Xueqi for the first time today, he noticed that Xueqi was different. He even faintly sensed that Xueqi was different. He could sense that Xueqi's soul was stronger than his soul, and it gave him a sense of danger. In the mundane realms, only 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above had souls that were stronger than his soul. Although the souls of those existences were powerful, the only ones who could make him feel threatened were the bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Since bodiless celestials could not use soul attacks, they were not a threat to him. My current strength is similar to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I'm not a bodiless celestial. Currently, I'm considered a celestial. I can go to the Devata realm with just a thought. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Xueqi's current situation was similar to Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. After obtaining the inheritance from the Devata realms, Duan Ling Tian no longer needed to undergo the celestial ascension tribulation and could directly ascend to the Devata realms. A celestial. His strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. Realization dawned on Duan Ling Tian. He knew he had guessed correctly. Although my current strength is comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, I haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. If I can master a few divine abilities and movement techniques, I'm sure my strength won't be inferior to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Xueqi continued. As he spoke, he was filled with confidence. You haven't mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms, but your strength is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was shocked by what Xueqi said. He had thought Xueqi's current strength came from the divine abilities and celestial methods from the Devata realms. He did not expect this. Xueqi had not mastered any divine abilities or celestial methods from the Devata realms. In that case, the Yellow the Arch Mansion has really found a treasure. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh. With Xueqi's current strength, he only needed to master 1 or 2 more divine abilities and celestial methods before his strength would be comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was not an ordinary person. An existence like Xueqi was not restricted by the rules of the mundane plane. He could stay in the mundane plane for as long as he wanted. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials had to face the bodiless celestial tribulation that occurred once every 1,000 years. If one failed the tribulation, one would die. If one succeeded, one would have to ascend to the Devata realms and could not stay in the mundane realm for long. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian said the Yellow the Arch Mansion had found a treasure. I promised to protect the Yellow the Arch Mansion for 100 years. After 100 years, even if I can't return to the Saint Province realm, I'll ascend to the Devata realms from Yan Huang realm, Xueqi said. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Duan Ling Tian, I'll take my leave first. Let's meet in Yan Huang realm in a few years. Xueqi bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian. Currently, Shen Yuanji and Ran Yuanjie from the Yellow the Arch Mansion were still waiting for him. For this reason, he did not want to waste too much time. Although Shen Yuanji had said he could catch up with Duan Ling Tian for as long as he wanted, he still felt it was inappropriate to keep them waiting. Moreover, he and Duan Ling Tian had almost finished catching up with each other. Go. See you in Yan Huang realm. A warm smile appeared on Duan Ling Tian's face as he looked at his friend who was about to leave. It gave off a refreshing feeling. After Su Li left, Shen Yuanji looked at Duan Ling Tian and said loudly, "Little brother Ling Tian, I'll be waiting for you in Yan Huang realm in a few years. I still have some good wine in the Yellow the Arch mansion. Let's drink until we're drunk." "Don't worry, brother. I'll definitely be there," Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Chapter 2472. Shen Yuan Mansion? That old man said that he's from the Yellow the Arch mansion? The Yellow the Arch mansion. It's one of the most mysterious forces in the mundane realms. Although the people from the Yellow the Arch mansion rarely show themselves, even the top forces in Yanhuang realm like Huagua Mountain and Lion Camel Ridge dare not make an enemy out of them. After Shen Yuanji and the other two left, the group of bodiless celestials from Yanhuang realm could not help but whisper among themselves. 3. The fastest, of course, they knew very little about the Shen Yuan mansion. All they knew was that the Shen Yuan mansion was a powerful hidden faction in the Yanhuang realm that was not any weaker than the top factions in the Yanhuang realm. Zhang Yi, he's already gone. What are you still thinking about? After Shen Yuanji and the other two left, Han Shu and I noticed that Zhang Yi was still in a daze. She could not help but frown and ask. Zhang Yi regained his senses when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I'm just a little excited. I didn't expect I'd be able to meet a legendary figure. I didn't expect Shen Yuanji from the Yellow the Arch mansion hasn't ascended to a Devata realm yet." Shen Yuanji? Was that the old man from before? Is he very powerful? When Han Shu and I asked Zhang Yi, she didn't forget to mutter, "But he's smart." He actually took the initiative to get close to brother Ling Tian. Han Shu and I could see that the old man was not simple. However, she did not know the old man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She thought the old man was at most a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial or an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course. When Zhang Yi heard Han Shu and I's words, he quickly said, "Shen Yuanji is one of the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Yellow the Arch mansion in Yanhuang realm. Don't you think he's powerful? A 9th tribulation individual immortal." Han Shu and I was shocked. After a while she asked in shock, "Zhang Yi, you're not lying to me, right? The old man who tried to curry favor with brother Ling Tian earlier is actually a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial?" Han Shu and I naturally knew what a 9 tribulation scattered immortal meant. They were existences who stood at the pinnacle of the mundane realms. That inconspicuous old man was actually a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Why would I lie to you? Do you know who the Free Cloud Reverend from our Celestial Master sect that he mentioned is? He's the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master sect. Everyone in the Celestial Master sect has to address him as ancestor. Zhang Yi's face was filled with sincerity as he spoke. That old man is actually a 9 tribulation scattered immortal? Han Shu and I still can't believe it. A 9th tribulation loose immortal is actually so polite in front of brother Ling Tian? Furthermore, he even took the initiative to befriend big brother Ling Tian. This. Currently, Duan Ling Tian is like a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the eyes of others. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he's definitely qualified to befriend a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said, putting everything else aside, just the fact that Duan Ling Tian killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm is enough to prove his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's also enough to make Duan Ling Tian famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Once Duan Ling Tian becomes famous in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, his name will spread to the other mundane realms as well. At that time, the people from the 4 large mundane realms, including Yanhuang realm, will know that a peerless genius has appeared in the Saint Province realm. His strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It had to be said that Zhang Yi had seen through the whole thing very clearly. He also believed that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak. After the Beyond Heaven secret zone closed, Duan Lingtian's name would spread to the 4 large mundane realms like Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm. That's right. Brother Ling Tian was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, his opponent was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. This means Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Han Xueqi finally regained her senses when she heard Zhang Yi's words. She could not help but smile wryly as she said, "Brother Ling Tian always surprises people with his strength. I'm already numb to it. I almost forgot that Brother Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, when he killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm." On the other side, Han Xueqi and Zhang Yi were having a conversation. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyen were stunned when they heard the conversation between Zhang Yi and Zhang Yi. Brother Ling Tian killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure? Since they had just come out, they were unaware of what had happened outside. However, after listening to the conversation between Han Xueqi and Zhang Yi, they finally learned that a battle had taken place. As it turned out, a battle had taken place before they came out. One of the main characters was Duan Ling Tian, whom they were familiar with. The other main character was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. Moreover, he possessed a celestial supreme treasure. An 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm. With a celestial supreme treasure, ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who did not possess a celestial supreme treasure would not be a match for him. However, such a person had been killed by Duan Ling Tian. How could they not be shocked? Big Brother Duan's strength has actually reached such a level? Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was filled with shock. Mu Yi and Gan Ruyan's expressions were similar to Duan Lingtian's. Among the women who had just come out from the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial, Ke was the only one who was able to remain calm. Ke did not think much of Duan Lingtian. No matter how great her man's achievements were, it was only natural. There was nothing to be surprised about. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to call out to Xueqi and the others, intending to leave this place. How terrifying! How terrifying! That old man killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand. A series of exclamations came from the distance. It was a few travel-worn people making a fuss over nothing. Duan Ling Tian listened attentively for a moment before he learned that the Heavenly Sword Sect's members were all extremely powerful. As it turned out, after Su Li, Shen Yuanji, and Ren Yuanjie left, there were people who had followed them. They wanted to snatch the celestial supreme treasure and other treasures from Su Li, who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They did not make a move because they discovered the relationship between Su Li and Duan Ling Tian was not ordinary. They were afraid Duan Ling Tian would protect Su Li. After all, it was not a secret that Duan Ling Tian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Most of them had witnessed Duan Ling Tian killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm and snatching his celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, they were wary of Duan Ling Tian and did not dare to offend him. Before Su Li left, they didn't dare to make a move on him because they were wary of me. However, after Su Li left, they thought they had found an opportunity to kill him and snatch his treasures? Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he found out about the sequence of events. He felt those people who coveted the things in Su Li's possession were simply stupid. After all, Su Li had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial by his side. Of course, he knew it was because those people did not know the background of Shen Yuanji, who was by Su Li's side. Otherwise, they would not have been so bold as to openly follow Su Li and kill him. He killed 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials with just a wave of his hand? Even the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm who was killed by Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be able to do that, right? If those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't have any celestial supreme treasures, The strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm could have easily killed them with his celestial supreme treasure. I'm afraid only a few of them know about this. As the group of people present spoke, their gazes also landed on the few people who had just returned from killing Xueqi. Although these people wanted to kill Xueqi, they did not have the time to make a move. They were shocked by the old man next to Xueqi. Those 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials didn't use any celestial supreme treasures, but the old man who killed them didn't use any celestial supreme treasures as well. That's right. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures. When the group of people looked at the few people who had just returned, the few of them also started to talk to each other. They didn't use any celestial supreme treasures. The people present on the scene were shocked. There's only one possibility. That ordinary-looking old man is most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Very soon, someone said. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Immediately, more people's hearts trembled, and their faces revealed shock. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort seemed to come from all directions and clearly entered the ears of everyone present. Then, in the eyes of the crowd, a tall and sturdy figure stepped on the sky and landed in the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of them, revealing his majestic figure. He stood there like an iron tower with the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. If that old man isn't a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, do you think he would dare to talk to Duan Tian as an equal? The uninvited guest was a middle-aged man. His voice was like a clap of thunder as it reverberated in the air. At the same time, he looked at Duan Tian with his fierce eyes. Chapter 2473. Just as the gazes of the group of people fell on the burly middle-aged man who had just appeared. Old ancestor! Old ancestor! A few respectful voices rang in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Everyone shifted their attention from the burly middle-aged man to the few people who had greeted him respectfully. Other than a young man, the rest of the people were all old men. However, at that moment, even those old people had to respectfully bow before the robust middle-aged man. Not only did they not dare to be negligent, their respectful appearances were as if they were devout worshipping Buddha. Aren't those people from the Power Saint sect in Skyline Realm? Soon after, a few bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the old men and confirmed that they were from Power Saint sect, one of the top forces in Skyline Realm. They're really from the Power Saint sect. I know that green-robed old man. He's the second elder of Power Saint sect. He's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I've seen the blue-robed old man before. He's the 3rd elder of Power Saint sect. He's also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Not only did the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm confirm the identities of the people from Power Saint sect, but they also learned the 2 old men had high statuses in Power Saint sect. They were the 2nd elder and the 3rd elder. Both of them were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. This is the old ancestor of Power Saint sect, old ancestor Qing Yu. The 2nd elder of Power Saint sect said loudly when the bodiless celestials from Skyline Realm recognized the 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials from Power Saint sect. Old ancestor Qing Yu. As soon as the 2nd elder of the Power Saint sect finished speaking, the people from the other 4 mundane realms, including Duan Tian, looked at the muscular middle-aged man in surprise. They could tell the middle-aged man was not as simple as they thought. The expressions of the bodiless celestials from the Skyline Realm changed when they heard the 2nd elder of the Power Saint sect's words. A hint of fear could be seen in their eyes. Old ancestor Qing Yu? He's old ancestor Qing Yu from Power Saint sect. A loose immortal from the Skyline plane looked at the burly middle-aged man in front of him in disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. I thought he was just an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Power Saint sect. I didn't expect him to be old ancestor Qing Yu, the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint sect. I've only heard that there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Power Saint sect, but I've never seen him before. He appeared at this time, and seems to be targeting the Duan Tian. I'm afraid he's not here with good intentions. The group of itinerant immortals from the Skyline Realm also noticed a problem. Since the beginning, old ancestor Qing Yu from the Power Saint sect had been staring at Duan Tian the entire time. It was as if Duan Tian had some special charm. Gradually, The group of people present also realized this problem. I can't believe he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The group of people present on the scene was shocked when they discovered the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. At the same time, many people could not help but speculate. Look at the way he's looking at Duan Ling Tian. It's as though flames of greed are rising in his eyes. It seems like he's interested in the things on Duan Ling Tian. Or perhaps, he's coveting the things on Duan Ling Tian and the people around Duan Ling Tian. The most precious things on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him are the celestial supreme treasures. According to a reliable source, there are more than 5 celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. More than 5 celestial supreme treasures. That's a huge fortune. Unfortunately, I'm not a match for Duan Ling Tian. Otherwise, I would have coveted the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him as well. At this moment, the group of people present on the scene could see the burly middle-aged man was a burly middle-aged man. The burly middle-aged man, old ancestor Qing Yu, who was one of the most powerful saint sects in Skyline Realm, coveted the celestial supreme treasures and other treasures in Duan Ling Tian's possession. As the person involved, Duan Ling Tian was naturally aware of this. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The expressions of Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others turned grave when they learned the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was not easy to deal with. Among the people in Duan Ling Tian's group, only Duan Ling Tian and his wife, Ke, were able to maintain their composure. Ke stood there, her eyes fixed on Duan Ling Tian. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with an infatuated expression on her face. It was as though Duan Ling Tian was the only person in her eyes at this moment. The appearance of the burly middle-aged man did not seem to disturb her at all. Everyone was guessing the burly middle-aged man, old ancestor Qing Yu, was the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saint sect in Skyline Realm. He had set his eyes on the celestial supreme treasures on Duan Ling Tian and the people around him. Old ancestor Qing Yu finally spoke. He said, Duan Ling Tian. Old ancestor Qing Yu looked at Duan Ling Tian greedily and said in a deep voice, as the successor of Feng Qingyang, although you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, your strength is comparable to Feng Qingyang. Unfortunately, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Today, you and the people around you are destined to die. The celestial supreme treasures in your hands are also destined to be left behind. Old ancestor Qing Yu did not beat around the bush and did not beat around the bush. He said he wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian and the others and snatch the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Ling Tian and the others. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard old ancestor Qing Yu's words. He said indifferently, I'm afraid you're not qualified to kill us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures. Duan Ling Tian knew his current strength very well. Although he might not be able to defeat or kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was 90% confident he would be able to tie with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, he was not afraid even if the burly middle-aged man was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Many people were surprised by Duan Ling Tian's nonchalance. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seems like he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. As a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, old ancestor Qing Yu must have a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian must know this as well. However, he's still so calm. It's either he's bluffing or he's not afraid of old ancestor Qing Yu. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with a celestial supreme treasure. This is the strongest combination in the mundane realm, right? That's right. Based on their words, one could tell they were surprised that Duan Ling Tian was still able to maintain his composure. They did not think Duan Ling Tian was a match for old ancestor Qing Yu. Naturally, there were also some people who thought Duan Ling Tian was only so calm because he was confident. When Duan Ling Tian killed the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it's in terms of attack or speed, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's right. So what if old ancestor Qing Yu has a celestial supreme treasure? As long as Duan Ling Tian cast the celestial technique that forms the sword formation, He'll be able to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from old ancestor Qing Yu. I think old ancestor Qing Yu can only tie with Duan Ling Tian. It's almost impossible for him to defeat Duan Ling Tian. I agree. These people were all familiar with Duan Ling Tian's strength. All of them were certain Duan Ling Tian was not inferior to old ancestor Qing Yu. For this reason, all of them were confident in Duan Ling Tian. However, there were also some people who remained neutral. They did not know who was stronger between Duan Ling Tian and old ancestor Qing Yu. Compared to guessing, they were more concerned about the truth. Everyone thought old ancestor Qing Yu would fly into a rage after hearing Duan Ling Tian's words and attack Duan Ling Tian. Contrary to their expectations, old ancestor Qing Yu nodded. Indeed. Old ancestor Qing Yu nodded when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. I've witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength earlier. Indeed, you're not inferior to me. Moreover, I can't think of a way to counter your method of snatching the celestial supreme treasure. If we were to fight, we'd be evenly matched at most. Old ancestor Qing Yu said bluntly. Old ancestor Qing Yu's words made one thing clear. Even old ancestor Qing Yu did not think he could defeat Duan Ling Tian, let alone kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he heard old ancestor Qing Yu's words. He did not expect old ancestor Qing Yu to be so confident. He had thought old ancestor Qing Yu was confident. Old ancestor Qing Yu only dared to make such a bold statement because he was blindly confident in himself. However, it seemed like that was not the case. Old ancestor Qing Yu was very self-aware. What's going on? Since old ancestor Qing Yu admitted he'd only be evenly matched with Duan Ling Tian, why did he say he'd kill Duan Ling Tian and the others and snatch the celestial supreme treasures from Duan Ling Tian and the others? Many people were confused. Perhaps he has a helper? All of a sudden, someone uttered, "That's right. Helper." Just like the others, Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard the sound of wind whistling in the air. Whoosh. Chapter 2474. At this moment, the person standing in front of Duan Ling Tian and the others was an old man. The old man descended from the sky at lightning speed like a WYRM. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived next to old ancestor Qing Yu, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Void Saints sect in the Void Realm. The old man was dressed in a long green robe. His unbound brown hair fluttered in the wind like pythons, ready to strike at any moment. The old man had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He did not seem very eye-catching. However, such an old man was no weaker than Patriarch Qing Yu in terms of bearing and aura when he stood next to Patriarch Qing Yu. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, as the green-clothed old man appeared, another group of people immediately saluted the old man respectfully. It's the people from the Kuan Python sect in Vast Cloud Realm. That's the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. The person next to him is the 3rd Elder of the Kuan Python sect. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Oh my god! Could it be that the Heavenly Python Elder of the Rock Python sect is the Rock Python sect's Heavenly Python Elder to be so respectful and address him as ancestor? Apart from the Heavenly Python Elder, I don't think there's anyone else in the Kuan Python sect who can command such respect from the Grand Elder of the Kuan Python sect. While this group of people bowed respectfully to the old man, some people from Vast Cloud Plain also recognized the people who bowed respectfully to the old man. They were the people from the Kuan Python sect, one of the top forces in Vast Cloud Realm. The Kuan Python sect was one of the top sects in Vast Cloud Realm. There were more than 10 7-tribulation bodiless celestials, 3 8-tribulation bodiless celestials, and 1 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, the strongest person in the Kuan Python sect. The 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Kuan Python sect was known as the Heavenly Python Elder. Another 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? After learning about the identity of the green-clad old man from the Vast Cloud Realm, the people present on the scene could not help but be shocked. At this moment, they suddenly had a thought. Why is a 9th tribulation loose immortal so worthless? First, it was Duan Ling Tian who displayed strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial despite being an eminent celestial. Then, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Archmansion in Yan Huang Realm appeared. After that, Patriarch Qing Yu, the second 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, had appeared. After him, another 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the heavenly python elder from the Xuan python sect in the vast cloud realm, had appeared. In just half a day, not only did I see one eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but I even saw 3 genuine 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. In the past, I've never seen a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, I actually saw 3 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the same day. A commotion broke out among the crowd when they found out the green-clad old man was also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Only Duan Lingtian's group had a slightly different atmosphere. It could even be said that it was oppressive. The heavenly python elder is standing next to old ancestor Qing Yu. It seems like they're close friends. Don't tell me they're colluding with each other? Han Xueqi said in a deep voice. I'm pretty sure they're colluding with each other. Otherwise, old ancestor Qing Yu wouldn't have the confidence to say he'll kill all of us and snatch our celestial supreme treasures when he thinks he's on par with Duan Lingtian at most. Zhang Yi said with a hint of dread on his face. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. At this moment, even Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyan's expressions were slightly unsightly. Even Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn. He could still deal with 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Brother Qing Yu, we agreed to work together to kill Duan Lingtian and his companions. After that, we'll split the celestial supreme treasures equally. The heavenly python elder, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Xuan python sect in vast cloud realm, looked at old ancestor Qing Yu, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the power saint sect in skyline realm. He said bluntly, however, what if there's an extra celestial supreme treasures after we split them equally? We didn't talk about this earlier. Indeed, we didn't talk about this earlier. Old ancestor Qing Yu nodded when he heard the heavenly python old man's words. After a moment of silence, he said, what do you think about this? What if there's an extra celestial supreme treasure in their hands after we divide them equally? In that case, we'll send a junior from each of our respective forces to spar with each other. Whoever sends out the winner will get the extra immortal supreme treasure. Old ancestor Qing Yu suggested. That works. The heavenly python elder nodded and agreed with old ancestor Qing Yu's suggestion. The two of them continued to talk as if there was no one else around them. They're really in cahoots. Han Xueqi's expression changed drastically. No wonder. No wonder old ancestor Qing Yu was so confident earlier that he could defeat Duan Lingtian. In the beginning, old ancestor Qing Yu was full of confidence. I thought he'd be able to kill Duan Lingtian. Then, he said he'd only be able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw. At that time, I was puzzled as to why he dared to say such words under such circumstances. Now, it seems like he's prepared for this. Yes. His confidence comes from the heavenly python old man. 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials joining forces. Let alone Duan Lingtian, who's only an eminent celestial whose strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Duan Lingtian is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he might not be able to withstand their joint forces. What a pity. What a pity for Duan Lingtian. Such a monstrous genius is going to die here today. If he didn't die, with his innate talent, he would have been able to shine in the Devata realms in the future. What a pity. At this moment, everyone finally understood where old ancestor Qing Yu's confidence came from when he first appeared and acted as though he was certain he could defeat Duan Lingtian. As it turned out, old ancestor Qing Yu's confidence came from the heavenly python elder. Old ancestor Qing Yu had joined forces with the heavenly python elder since a long time ago. So, you've been here for a long time? You've been hiding in the shadows all this while? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder warily. That's right. Old ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. He said indifferently, Brother heavenly python elder and I have been here for a long time. In fact, Duan Lingtian didn't even arrive earlier than us. We witnessed you killing the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. At that time, we could tell your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, You possess a celestial technique that allows you to seize celestial supreme treasures. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who possesses a celestial supreme treasure might not be a match for you. However, if a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial isn't a match for you, what about 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials? Old ancestor Qing Yu's narrowed eyes flashed with murderous intent, as if he was about to devour someone. Both of you are really patient. I didn't expect you to wait for such a long time. Duan Ling Tian did not expect old ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python elder would arrive earlier than him. Based on this, one could tell they were patient. Both of them were very patient and had only come out now. The heavenly python elder said, "We wanted to make a move as soon as you appeared." At this moment, the heavenly python old man spoke. "However, in the end, we still plan to make our move after the inheritance of a great overarching golden celestial vanishes. At that time, not only will you be ours, even the person who obtained the inheritance will be ours as well." However, we didn't expect. Duan Ling Tian interrupted the heavenly python elder. "You didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would be related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, right?" "That's right." The heavenly python elder was not angry at Duan Ling Tian's interruption. After all, in his opinion, Duan Ling Tian was no different from a dead person. There was no need to bicker with a dead person. For this reason, when you discovered the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial was related to me and the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, you didn't dare to make a move until the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had left, right? Duan Ling Tian asked again. Although it was a question, Duan Ling Tian had already guessed the answer. "You're very smart." Old ancestor Qing Yu narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, no matter how smart you are, you'll still die here today. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his ruin. If you want to blame someone, blame the celestial supreme treasures in your hands for being too tempting." When old ancestor Qing Yu reached the end of his sentence, flames of greed rose in his eyes again. "I'm curious." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Why did you choose us instead of the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Is it because he has a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with him?" Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not ask this because he hoped the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials would chase after Su Li and the other 2. He was just curious. Why did the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials choose them instead of Su Li and the other 2? After all, Su Li was the one who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. "That's a good question." The heavenly python elder said, "The reason we didn't choose that person and chose you is mainly because we feel that you and the people around you have more immortal supreme treasures." Chapter 2475. Apart from that, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial next to him is from the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yanhuang Realm. According to the information we obtained after entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, there are 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Arch Mansion in Yanhuang Realm. Moreover, the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Arch Mansion are twins. Although the Beyond Heaven secret zone is huge, with their cultivation base, they'll be able to sense each other's location even if they're far away from each other. We might be able to kill him if we join forces, but it'll take some time. If we wait for the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion to arrive, we'll be the ones at a disadvantage. The heavenly python old man revealed the reason he and old ancestor Qing Yu had chosen Duan Ling Tian over Su Li. Although we're not sure if the other 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Yellow the Arch Mansion is here, who else can we choose if we don't choose you? Old ancestor Qing Yu said as he stared at Duan Ling Tian greedily. "Does this mean both of you think I'm a pushover?" Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed within. "You can think of it that way." Old ancestor Qing Yu smiled as though victory was already in his grasp. Duan Ling Tian is going to fall in the end. It's not just him, even the people around him won't be able to survive today. It's a pity that those beauties are going to die today, withered here. The people present on the scene could not help but whisper among themselves when they sensed the tension in the air. Their eyes were glued to Duan Ling Tian, the heavenly python old man, and old ancestor Qing Yu. It was as though they were afraid they would miss a single detail. Kuhar, I'll ask Sandao to take you Tian Wu, and the others away first. I'll stop them and the others and wait for an opportunity to catch up with you. Even Duan Ling Tian felt some pressure when facing 2 tribulation bodiless celestials. It was impossible for him to defeat the two of them. If he wanted to stop the two of them and escape unscathed, although the chances were slim, there was still a glimmer of hope. Therefore, he transmitted his voice to Kerr and told Kerr that he would let Chen Yiru take them away. Brother Tian. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, Kerr finally recovered from the joy of seeing Duan Ling Tian again. Just as she was about to say something to Duan Ling Tian, she was interrupted by Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission. Kerr, it's settled. Don't worry, I'm quite confident that I'll be able to escape unscathed. Inform Tian Wu and the others through voice transmission and ask them to cooperate. I'll tell Sandao to bring all of you away. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Chen Yiru and asked him to bring Kerr and the others away. Master, are you confident? Although Chen Yiru knew he should not be asking this question at this time, he could not help but feel slightly worried. In the beginning, he had been forced to acknowledge Duan Ling Tian as his master. However now, he sincerely served Duan Ling Tian as his master. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength, Duan Ling Tian was more than qualified to be his master. Even if Duan Ling Tian treated him as an outsider and gave him a celestial supreme treasure, it was enough for him to serve Duan Ling Tian wholeheartedly. I don't dare to say I'm 100% confident, but I'm at least 60 to 70% confident. Although Duan Ling Tian said this, he was actually only 30% or 30% confident in his heart. He said this to reassure Chen Yiru, 60 to 70% confident? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Chen Yiru felt much more at ease. Don't worry, master. I'll bring them back to the Saint Province realm safely. All right. Upon hearing Chen Yiru's words, Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of whistling wind rang in his ears, attracting his attention. When he looked in the direction of the sound, his expression changed drastically. This was because the sound of whistling wind could be heard from the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect. They only came to a halt after they had left the area. Damn it! Upon seeing this, Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. Initially, he was still thinking about this. As long as the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect were gathered in the same region, coupled with the Heavenly Python Old Man and Ancestor Qing Yu, it was possible for him to stop them temporarily and create an opportunity for Chen Yiru and the others to leave when he used his full strength. However, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect seemed to know his plan. They had spread out and were waiting for him. Their actions had undoubtedly cut off the escape route for his people. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's face became extremely gloomy, and it was as if water could drip from it. What's wrong? Duan Ling Tian, I'm just trying to guard against you. Don't tell me you're really going to risk your life to stop us and let the people around you escape? Old Ancestor Qing Yu asked with a chuckle when he saw Duan Ling Tian's darkened expression. Based on Old Ancestor Qing Yu's words, it seemed like the 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect had spread out was his idea as well. Old Ancestor Qing Yu, do you believe that I'll be able to kill the people from the Power Saint sect before we fight? Duan Ling Tian said coldly as his eyes flashed coldly. Of course I believe you. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Old Ancestor Qing Yu was not angered. Instead, he said nonchalantly, however, if you dare to make a move on them, Brother Heavenly Python and I will kill everyone around you before we fight. Kill everyone around him. Patriarch Qing Yu emphasized these 4 words with murderous intent. Swoosh. Horror dawned on Duan Ling Tian's face as the energy in his body whizzed out and covered the surface of his body. It emitted waves of terrifying aura as it instantly distorted the space and formed a rapid whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial origin energy and saint origin energy in his body soared again, and he reached his peak state. Duan Ling Tian, your assist-type divine ability isn't bad. Let Brother Heavenly Python and I have a taste of your techniques. Old Ancestor Qing Yu said loudly as soon as Duan Ling Tian cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as he finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body. His energy was like water bursting out of a dam. Once it was unleashed, it could not be stopped. Whoosh! As soon as Old Ancestor Qing Yu's energy surged out, the heavenly python Old Ancestor's energy surged out of his body as well. When the energy surged out of the heavenly python Old Ancestor's body, it was as though 10,000 snakes were dancing in the air. It sent chills down one's spine. Moreover, the heavenly python Old Ancestor's energy was on par with the Old Ancestor Qing Yu's energy. Based on this, one could see that his strength was on par with Old Ancestor Qing Yu. Boom, 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 boom. The 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials unleashed their full strength and slammed their palms into the air, causing the air to tremble. A series of thunderous explosions rang in the air as a violent gust of wind blew toward the people present on the scene. So this is the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Many people narrowed their eyes in shock when they saw the violent gust of wind blowing toward them. Based on the violent gust of wind, they could tell how terrifying the strength of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Just the force of the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was already so powerful. Brother Tian. Just as the situation was on the verge of exploding, a clear and melodious voice suddenly rang out. It was as though the voice contained some sort of magical power. It clearly entered the ears of everyone present on the scene, causing their hearts to skip a beat. This was because when this voice entered their ears, all the other voices in their ears seemed to have completely quieted down. What kind of technique is this? While they were shocked by the methods of the owner of the voice, the gazes of the people present all landed on the place where the voice originated from. Astonishingly, a beautiful young woman was standing there. The lady stood there with an otherworldly aura, causing everything around her to pale in comparison. At the same time, she also became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes fell on her. At the same time, they soon discovered that the woman was staring at them. The woman's gaze was focused on Duanling Tian. It was as though Duanling Tian was the only person in her eyes. Many of the men present on the scene could not help but feel jealous. At this moment, all of them seemed to have forgotten about the voice that seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Leave them to me. I'd like to see how they're going to kill all of us. Kerr said to Duanling Tian. Kerr. Duanling Tian was stunned. He was completely stunned. He was dumbstruck. He did not expect this would happen. He did not expect Kerr to step forward and ask him to leave the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials to her. Based on her words, it was as though she was capable of dealing with the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, stop fooling around. Those are 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian was dumbstruck for a moment before he regained his senses and hurriedly reprimanded him. He thought Kerr only said those words because she did not know how terrifying a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was. Whoosh! Chapter 2476. How's this possible? Duanling Tian was dumbfounded when he saw Kerr vanishing into thin air. After all, even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not be able to vanish so quickly in front of him. Whoosh! Under the gazes of the crowd, a beautiful figure gradually took shape in the void not far from Ancestor Qing Yu and the Sky Python Elder. Then, she completely revealed her true appearance. With just a glance, they recognized the person. This person was none other than the young woman who had attracted their attention earlier. How's this possible? How fast? At this moment, the few 8 tribulation bodiless celestials felt as though their eyes were playing tricks on them. After all, the woman whom they had been staring at was still there. However, in just a blink of an eye, another figure had appeared in front of them. It was only when the figure they had locked onto a moment ago disappeared that they realized something. That was because the woman's speed was too fast, to the point that they couldn't even keep up with their gazes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both Ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python old man were horrified when they saw the woman who had appeared out of thin air. They looked at her as though they had just seen a ghost. This was because the woman's speed was so fast that it was beyond what they could capture with their naked eyes. What did this mean? This meant the woman's speed had far surpassed the speed of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This is bad. When they saw the woman slowly extending her slender hand from her sleeve, Ancestor Qing Yu and the heavenly python old man's expressions changed drastically. They hastily took out the celestial supreme treasures that they did not intend to use. At this moment, it felt as though the celestial supreme treasures were the only thing that could provide them with a sense of security. They did not intend to use the celestial supreme treasures because they knew the celestial supreme treasures were useless. Even if they used the celestial supreme treasures, they would only be snatched away by Duan Tian with his peculiar celestial technique. They were destined to become Duan Tian's wedding gown. Before they could find a way to deal with Duan Tian's immortal technique, they would never use their immortal supreme treasures to fight against Duan Tian. However, the woman who had appeared out of thin air gave them an unprecedented sense of pressure. For this reason, they had forgotten about the threat of Duan Tian's peculiar celestial method. All of them took out their celestial supreme treasures. The woman who seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Ancestor Qing Yu and the heaven python old man was none other than Kerr. If you only want to kill me, I can let you go. However, if you want to kill Brother Tian, I can't. Kerr looked at the two ninth tribulation loose immortals in front of her. Her eyes were cold and her voice was cold, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cellar or even being in a world of ice and snow. Bang! As Kerr's voice faded, her slender jade-like hand that slowly extended out from under her sleeve suddenly trembled in the air. A loud sound rang in the air. It was not loud, but it was ear-piercing. After the loud noise rang out, Xueqi's slender jade-like hand extended out from under her sleeve. Instantly, it was as if it had transformed into a blazing sun, explosively emitting a resplendent white light. Whoosh! The white light spread out and obscured everyone's vision. Even Duan Tian's vision was obscured at this moment. No! No! Two shrill cries rang in the air almost at the same time, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. They could hear the cries. The cries belonged to Ancestor Qing Yu and the heaven python old man. What kind of power is that? At this moment, Duan Tian, who was blinded by the white light, could not help but tremble in his heart. After a while, Duan Tian discovered the white light in front of him was gradually disappearing. At this moment, he turned to look at the place where Kerr and the two ninth tribulation loose immortals were standing. This, Duan Tian saw that only one of the three figures was left. It was none other than his wife, Kerr. As for the two ninth tribulation loose immortals, Ancestor Qing Yu and the heaven python old man, they were nowhere to be seen. However, the two celestial supreme treasures that were hovering in the air seemed to be telling people that they had once existed. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Kerr waved her sleeve, the two celestial supreme treasures seemed to have been given life and flew toward Kerr before Kerr put them away. The two ninth tribulation loose immortals died just like that. Heavens! Is this a joke? Two nine tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures were killed by her in just a blink of an eye? The 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to regain their senses. After regaining their senses, they looked at Xueqi with eyes full of fear and shock, as if they had seen a terrifying monster. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and had only heard about it, they wouldn't have dared to believe that everything before their eyes was real. The two ninth tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures had disappeared as soon as the white light shone in front of them. Only their celestial supreme treasures remained. Ancestor! At this moment, the bodiless celestials from the Xuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect raised their hands and took out soul pearls. However, the soul pearls were shattered into pieces in just a blink of an eye. This is the ancestor's soul pearl? The ancestor is dead? Originally, some people from the Xuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect were still hoping that their ancestor had not been killed and had left. As for the two celestial supreme treasures, they did not have the time to take them away. However, when they saw that their ancestor's soul orb was shattered to such an extent, the last trace of luck in their hearts vanished without a trace. Their ancestor was indeed dead. He had died in the hands of a terrifyingly young woman. This is too terrifying, right? Who's this woman? She can even kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She didn't just kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She killed 2 ninth tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. Only now did the group of people regain their senses. When they looked at Xueqi again, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Sister Kerr, Han Xueqi looked at Xueqi with a face full of shock. She was still in a daze. When Kerr had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Han Xueqi knew Kerr had been concealing her strength. When she heard the words of Feng Tianwu and the others, she realized Kerr was not as simple as she seemed. However, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Although she knew Kerr was not simple, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Those were two ninth tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, they were both ninth tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. However, in just a blink of an eye, both of them had died in her hands. Doesn't this mean that Big Sister Xueqi's current strength is even stronger than Big Brother Ling Tian? When Han Xueqi thought of this, she could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood in the distance, and when he looked at Xueqi again, he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Is she really Kerr? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Kerr. He only felt that the figure in front of him, which should have been familiar, seemed to have become incomparably unfamiliar in an instant. However, when Xueqi's gaze met his, the gentleness in her eyes caused him to regain his senses in an instant. She was still his Kerr. Xueqi's strength has actually reached such a level? Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that apart from Xueqi's strength, there was no change in other aspects. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. She killed two ninth tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a breath. Moreover, both of them didn't even have time to attack before they were killed by Kerr. Doesn't this mean Kerr's current strength is comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms? After finding two heaven-ranked treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian gained a basic understanding of the cultivation bases of celestials in the Devata realms. Generally, eminent celestials would become heavenly celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realms who were three tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials in the Devata realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials. Above heavenly celestials were golden celestials. To be able to kill 2 heavenly celestials in just a blink of an eye, one had to be at least as strong as a golden celestial. As for great overarching golden celestials, they were much stronger than ordinary golden celestials. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned from Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Ling Tian had learned that Mu Chen's strength was much stronger than before. Xueqi's current strength was no longer the same as before. She was even stronger than Mu Yi. However, he did not expect that Xueqi's current strength would be so exaggerated. This was completely beyond his imagination. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Sister Kerr, although Feng Tianwu had witnessed Kerr's strength in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, she was unaware that Kerr was much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Kerr, this, Feng Tianwu was not the only one. Even Gan Ru Yen and Mu Yi were dumbfounded at this moment. They did not expect Mu Chen to be so strong. They did not expect Kerr to be so strong. Those were 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. Chapter 2477. Swoosh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Kerr disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. When Kerr reappeared, she was standing next to Duan Ling Tian. She stretched out her hand and held Duan Ling Tian's hand as she leaned against Duan Ling Tian. She looked like a happy little woman. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. The woman who had killed 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye was acting like a little woman in front of a man. Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, everyone's attention shifted to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was the center of attention. However, it was not because of him, but because of the woman standing next to him. His wife Kerr. Not only is this Duan Ling Tian monstrous, but the woman by his side is also so heaven-defying. It's obvious his woman is stronger than him. I wonder how he managed to gain the favor of such a peerless beauty. This woman must be a celestial from a Devata realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so strong. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial because he's only an eminent celestial? It must be related to her. The crowd could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Kerr holding Duan Lingtian's hand affectionately and leaning against Duan Lingtian. A group of young men in particular looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. Kerr, when Duan Lingtian looked at Xueqi who was leaning on him, he knew Xueqi was still the same Xueqi from before. Apart from the earth-shattering change in her strength, there was no change in other aspects. Brother Tian. Kerr leaned against Duan Lingtian and raised her head slightly to look at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her world at this moment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Earlier, such a gentle woman had killed 2 powerful 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Kerr, are you hiding something from me? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he caressed Kerr's hair. Now, he had a very strong intuition. The reason behind Xueqi's current heaven-defying strength was most likely not as simple as it seemed. At least it was not that simple. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kerr's body stiffened. In the end, under Duan Lingtian's serious gaze, she who was not good at lying, did not hide anything from him. She told Duan Lingtian about how she had burned her soul to recover her memories from her past life and raise her strength. Burning her soul. Although Kerr had mentioned it casually, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well what it meant to burn one's soul. Kerr, why are you so silly? Duan Lingtian asked in a trembling voice as he hugged Kerr. His heart ached for her. Now that he knew the truth about Xueqi's experience of burning her soul, he could empathize with her. What if something happened to you? What would happen to Xiling and me? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly red. Brother Tian, there won't be any danger. I'm not so silly as to abandon you and Xiling for my strength. I'm only doing it because it's within my means. Xueqi hadn't finished explaining when she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's domineering voice. That won't do. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let you do that. I just want to be stronger so I can help you, Brother Tian. I don't want to stay by your side like a vase. Kerr said timidly when faced with Duan Lingtian's domineering attitude. What do you mean by vase? I won't allow you to say that. How can you be a vase? If it weren't for you, would there be Xiling? If it weren't for you, would there be me? I've been chasing after strength all my life to protect you and my family. Upon hearing Kerr's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly angry. He was angry at Kerr for being ignorant and Kerr for belittling herself. Brother Tian. I'm wrong. Although Kerr's current strength had surpassed Duan Lingtian, she was still a little woman in front of him. When she realized Duan Lingtian was angry, she was at a loss for what to do. Silly girl. Facing Xueqi's pitiful appearance, no matter how great the anger in Duan Lingtian's heart was, it still dissipated. Moreover, Kerr had done what she did because of him. After all, the reason why Xueqi wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible was to help him. As it turned out, Kerr had helped him. Today, if it was not for Kerr, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others would not have been able to escape. Even he might not have survived. Silly girl. You're really a silly girl. Duan Lingtian hugged Kerr even tighter. It was as though he wanted to merge Kerr into his body so that Kerr would become a part of his body. He could take her with him any time and anywhere and never let her go. Brother Tian. Kerr hugged Duan Lingtian tightly as well. At this moment, the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other as though there was no one else around them became the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, nobody made a sound. Everyone looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other in silence. Everyone held their breaths as though they were afraid that a deep breath would disturb them and cause them to be displeased. It was not difficult to imagine the consequences if they were displeased. Although some of the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect glared at the pair of man and woman with bloodshot eyes, they did not dare to make a move. After all, this woman was someone who could kill their old ancestor who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If they tried to seek revenge, they would only be courting death. Nobody noticed this. Gan Ru Yen stood in the distance and looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes. Of course, this jealousy was directed at the woman in front of her, her twin sister, Xueqi. In the past, she had only been envious of Xueqi. After all, Xueqi was her biological sister. However, when she had just left the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and was reprimanded by Duanling Tian, she could not help but feel aggrieved. From that moment on, she was no longer envious of her sister. Instead, she was jealous of her sister. We came from the same womb. Why is my life so inferior to hers? Gan Ru Yen was filled with jealousy and indignation. After witnessing Xueqi's strength, she felt as though she had been abandoned by the heavens. Otherwise, as twin sisters, how could there be such a huge difference between her life and her younger sister's life? Although Gan Ru Yen was jealous, she was not so jealous that she would do something extreme. Even in front of others, she could not show the jealousy in her heart. Brother Ling Tian, Sister Xueqi, both of you. That's enough, right? After a long while, it was Han Xueqi who could not stand it anymore. She broke the silence first. Most importantly, Brother Ling Tian, can you let me have Sister Xueqi? Han Xueqi's words caused Xueqi, who was immersed in bliss, to blush. She shyly moved away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Xueqi, you want me to let you have Sister Xueqi because you want her to give you the secret to improving your strength quickly, right? Duan Lingtian reluctantly withdrew his hands from Xueqi. At the same time, he glared at Han Xueqi. Naturally, he would not be angry at Han Xueqi because of this. At this moment, he finally realized that he had been too engrossed in the scene earlier. Unknowingly, he and Xueqi had acted out a romantic scene where the male and female lead embraced each other in front of the crowd. Hee. Han Xueqi, who was exposed by Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi felt a little embarrassed when she noticed Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ru Yen looking at her. She immediately left Duan Lingtian and went to Han Xueqi's side before holding Han Xueqi's hand affectionately. Duan Lingtian treated Han Xueqi as his biological sister. Naturally, Xueqi, who loved Duan Lingtian, would do the same as well. Naturally, she went to Han Xueqi's side to resolve the awkwardness. She could ignore the way the others looked at her. However, she could not help but blush when a group of acquaintances looked at her in that manner. Let's leave first. Duan Lingtian did not want to be the center of attention. As soon as Xueqi went to Han Xueqi's side, he said to the people next to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others left under everyone's watchful eyes. Upon seeing this, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saints sect sighed in relief. Initially, they were worried Duan Lingtian would punish them for their ancestors' attempt to kill him and the people around him. However, it seemed like they had thought too much. Duan Lingtian did not intend to hold it against them at all. I didn't expect to see someone stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on her strength, she must be a true celestial. Moreover, she's at least a golden celestial. Chapter 2478. What? The devil clans have invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land from the lower province? Not long after Duan Lingtian left the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he learned from Xueqi that the devil clans had invaded the Saint province realm from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The devil clans have invaded the upper province from the lower province. The situation in the Saint province realm will definitely worsen. I wonder if Father, Mother and little Fei have taken this opportunity to leave the lower province and go to the upper province? If they stay in the lower province, they'll be safe. However, if they go to the upper province... When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he stopped in time and was slightly afraid to continue thinking about it. Let's return to the Saint province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had appeared in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he no longer had any interest in the remaining items. For this reason, he had no intention of staying in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning that the devil clans had invaded the upper province from the lower province, Duan Lingtian was eager to return. I'm going to return to the Saint province realm. Duan Lingtian looked around and said to the group of people beside him. Naturally, His eyes were on Mu Yi and Gon Ru Yen. This was because he knew that other than the two women in front of him, the others would definitely follow him wherever he went. They wouldn't even frown. Brother Ling Tian, if you want to return, let's go. As expected, Han Xueqi was the first to voice her opinion. I'll listen to you, master. Chen Yiru said. I've already decided to follow you to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yan Huang realm, Duan Ling Tian. Now, I'm just bringing our trip forward. Zhang Yi smiled. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had told Zhang Yi that he would return to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yan Huang realm. Therefore, Zhang Yi was mentally prepared for this. As for Duan Ling Tian's reason for returning to the Sanctuary realm, it was to deal with some matters. Only after dealing with those matters could he go to the Yan Huang realm and return to his previous life's hometown, Earth. Ke and Feng Tianwu didn't say anything. There was no need for them to say anything. No matter where Duan Ling Tian went, they would definitely follow him. Let's go back. Anyway, my senior sister-in-law has already helped me obtain an immortal supreme treasure. Mu Yi glanced at Ke and said, at the location of the inheritance of the golden immortal, she'd smoothly obtained an immortal supreme treasure that was suitable for her with the help of Ke, and she was already extremely satisfied with this. Let's go back. Gon Ru Yen also nodded. Since that's the case, let's go back. Duan Ling Tian led them to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to the Saint Province realm. They were getting closer and closer to the Saint Province realm. Along the way, the large group of people was, naturally, very eye-catching. It was inevitable that they would encounter some ignorant fellows who came forward to make trouble. One had to admit that these people were unlucky. Unbeknownst to them, they were in the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. This group could be said to be the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from having a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, there was also a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial who could easily kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, there were some ignorant fellows who had obtained immortal supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian and the others managed to obtain many immortal supreme treasures. This was a pleasant surprise for them. We're here. After traveling for some time, Duan Ling Tian and the others finally found the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. It was also a deep black hole. The black hole was hovering in the air as though it could devour everything in its path. Let's go. Let's go back. Duan Ling Tian called out to the others. Then, he held Ke's hand and led the way to the black hole. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, two sounds of air being torn apart sounded from afar. Their target was in their direction, and it instantly attracted Duan Ling Tian and Ke's attention. Both of them instantly came to a halt and looked towards the source of the sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Han Xueqi, and the others were also looking in the direction of the swoosh. In the distance, there were two figures in a sorry state rushing over at an extremely fast speed, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Nangong Yi Chen? Nangong Yi Chen? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow while Ke's eyes lit up. Both of them were the first to see the two figures rushing over. Their speed was comparable to an eminent celestial. The two figures were none other than the current successors of the 7 absolute sects 6 absolutes, the Gemini progeny. Nangong Yi Chen and Nangong Yi Chen. At this moment, the two brothers were rushing over at lightning speed as though they were running for their lives. Their strength has increased so much? What happened to them in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Ling Tian was shocked when he saw the Nangong twins' speed. He did not even think about why the Nangong twins were in such a wretched state and in such a hurry. Brother Tian, the boots they're wearing are celestial supreme treasures. When Duan Ling Tian could not help but exclaim in surprise, Ke reminded him. Celestial supreme treasures? Upon hearing Ke's words, Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Nangong Yi Chen and Duan Ling Tian's boots. He instantly discovered the difference between their boots and the aura of celestial supreme treasures. Nangong Yi Chen's boots had lifelike divine dragons embroidered on them while Nangong Yi's boots had lifelike phoenixes embroidered on them. It's Nangong Yi Chen and Nangong Yi Chen. Chen Yiru exclaimed when he saw Nangong Yi Chen and Duan Ling Tian. Nangong Yi Chen? Nangong Yi Chen? At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Han Xueqi, and the others finally saw the two figures in a hurry. They recognized the two figures as the current successors of the 7 absolute sect's 6 absolutes, the Gemini progeny. They were Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian. They're still alive. Han Xueqi sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian were still alive and well. After staying in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a few years, she could sense how dangerous it was. She knew it would be difficult for Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian to survive here. After all, Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian were not as strong as her. She sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian were fine. She was happy for them. However, why are they so fast? Soon after, Han Xueqi and the others realized this. Currently, Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that even powerhouses at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them could not catch up to them. Occasionally, the two figures would even disappear before their eyes. Their current speed is comparable to an ordinary eminent celestial. Chen Yiru chimed in at this moment. Comparable to an eminent celestial? Naturally, Han Xueqi and the others believed Chen Yiru's words. However, they were shocked when they heard his words. How's that possible? Han Xueqi exclaimed. When they first entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, their cultivation bases were only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How can their speed be so fast? I'm not too sure about that. Chen Yiru extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian's cultivation bases were still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel puzzled. I've just probed them with my divine consciousness. Their cultivation bases are still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their cultivation bases are at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but their speed is comparable to an eminent celestial? Han Xueqi and the others were stunned when they heard Chen Yiru's words. They were dumbstruck. Each of them has a movement celestial supreme treasure. When Han Xueqi and the others were still in a daze, Duan Ling Tian's voice entered their ears in a timely manner, causing them to regain their senses immediately. Their eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Celestial supreme treasure? While Han Xueqi and the others were still in shock, Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian finally arrived near Duan Ling Tian and the others. Duan Ling Tian? You're all here? At this moment, Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian finally noticed Duan Ling Tian and the others. They could not help but feel surprised. Why are you two brothers in such a hurry? I don't see anyone chasing after you. Duan Ling Tian looked at the Nangong brothers and asked in bewilderment. When Duan Ling Tian's words reached the ears of the Nangong brothers, they immediately shuddered. Then, the two of them seemed to have thought of something terrible. Their expressions changed. They looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others and hurriedly shouted, Duan Ling Tian, quick! Hurry back to the Saint Province realm. They shouted as they dashed toward the black hole in front of them. They wanted to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. Whoosh! However, Duan Ling Tian dodged and blocked their way with Kerr. He frowned and asked, what happened? Duan Ling Tian, let's return to the Saint Province realm first. Otherwise, it'll be too late. Nangong Yi said anxiously. Although Nangong Yichen did not lose his composure like Nangong Yi, his expression was one of panic. It was as if he had encountered something frightening. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, whoosh! A powerful divine consciousness swept in from afar and shrouded the area in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the expressions of Nangong Yichen and Duan Ling Tian changed. Chapter 2479. This divine consciousness. Duan Ling Tian could not help but frown when the expressions of Nangong Yi and Duan Ling Tian changed. He discovered this divine consciousness was not ordinary. This divine consciousness was extraordinary. It was at least the divine consciousness of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's the divine consciousness of an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Ku'er was able to confirm the cultivation base of the owner of the divine sense that swept over them. Brother Tian, do you want me to follow his divine consciousness and give him a warning? Kerr asked softly as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. There's no need for that. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he discovered the owner of the divine consciousness was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He said indifferently, I'd like to see where this 8 tribulation bodiless celestial came from. How dare he target a member of the 7 absolute sect? A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he finished speaking. This, although Duan Ling Tian and Ker's conversation was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard their conversation. Even Nan Gong and Duan Ling Tian were shocked when they heard it. They were shocked that Ker, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, was able to identify the owner of the divine consciousness with just a few words. However, Duan Ling Tian was still as calm as ever even after learning that his opponent was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. They were even more shocked. Based on Duan Ling Tian's reaction, it seemed like he was not afraid of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial at all. Could it be that Duan Ling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The same thought appeared in the minds of Nan Gong and Duan Ling Tian's minds at the same time. They were certain Duan Ling Tian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They subconsciously felt that this was the only way Duan Ling Tian could remain so strong when facing an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. After coming to the Beyond Heaven secret zone and meeting the people from the 4 large mundane realms, they had also heard about the patriarch of the 7 absolute sect, Feng Qingyang. From this he learned, the reason Patriarch Feng Qingyang from the 7 absolute sect was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials was because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Speak. What's going on? After seeing the Nangong brothers' expressions change for a while, the anxiety on their faces gradually faded. Duan Ling Tian asked again. It's like this. At this moment, Nangong Yi, who thought Duan Ling Tian must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, sighed in relief before he recounted everything that had happened. A few days ago, Nangong and Duan Ling Tian had seen 2 bodiless celestials leading a group of people to fight for the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. They could not help but stand aside and watch. In the end, they were surprised by what happened. In the end, more than half of the people from the 2 groups of people died. Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage survived. Moreover, those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured and could not unleash their full strength. At this moment, Nangong and Duan Ling Tian had made up their minds and snatched the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. It was the pair of boots that they were wearing. Both of you are quite lucky. Not only are you the Oriole behind, but you even managed to snatch 2 celestial supreme treasures. During our journey here, we had also come across Earth-rank treasure vaults, but each of them only had 1 celestial supreme treasure. Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he heard Nangong Yi's words. Although we were lucky, we got into trouble because of this. Nangong Yi smiled bitterly. At that time, the remaining powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured. However, it was impossible for the 2 of us to kill them in such a short time. At that time, they had already used their communication jade tokens, so there was a chance that someone would come to their aid. Moreover, one of them said that an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their sect was nearby and would come to our aid soon. At that time, the 2 of us were so frightened that we only had one thought in mind, and that was to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. You know what's going to happen next. Nangong Yi sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly and said, no matter what, I still have to congratulate both of you for obtaining a celestial supreme treasure each. Moreover, they're all movement celestial supreme treasures. Compared to offensive celestial supreme treasures, movement celestial supreme treasures were much more difficult to refine and were rarer. Hua Lao, the 3-legged golden crow, had told Duan Ling Tian about this when he was still alive. At that time, Hua Lao had told him about many movement celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the only movement celestial supreme treasure that Duan Ling Tian remembered was the pair of firestorm wheels that belonged to Neza, the son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. If you want to congratulate us, let's get through this first. That 8 tribulation bodiless celestial has already detected our location with his divine consciousness. Nangong-yi said with a wry smile on his face. Don't worry. A mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be able to snatch your celestial supreme treasures under my watch. When Duanling Tian spoke again, he had a carefree expression on his face, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. How dare you, brat! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing Nangong and Li Jing's expressions to change drastically. Duanling Tian was very confident. However, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was almost invincible to Nangong and Li Jing. Therefore, when they realized that the other party had rushed over, their expressions subconsciously changed. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air, accompanied by a ghostly figure. This figure's speed was so swift that only Duanling Tian and Ku'er were able to clearly catch sight of it. It was a tall and big red-clad old man. His figure was like a ball of red flame as he flew through the air. It seemed as though he could burn everything in his path. The old man's aura was extremely powerful. He could be considered as one of the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. This old man's aura is comparable to the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom I killed earlier. Duanling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duanling Tian could tell the old man's aura was not weak at all. The red-clad old man's cultivation base was only slightly weaker than the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! It was as though a scorching gust of wind had blown past. The red-robed old man had arrived in front of Duanling Tian and the others at an extremely fast speed. He hovered in the air as his red robe fluttered in the wind. He looked as though he was being burned by a ball of fire, but his body was not damaged at all. Boy, I'm curious. Where did you, an eminent celestial, get the courage to say that I, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, am not strong enough to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from them under your nose? The red-robed old man had a square face. When he glared at Duanling Tian, it was as though his body was shrouded in flames. He emitted waves of terrifying coldness that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. What? Are you looking down on eminent celestials? Duanling Tian asked indifferently. His expression did not change when he saw the red-clad old man's overbearing attitude. As an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the red-clad old man was not stupid. When he saw Duanling Tian was still so calm, he could not help but wonder, this boy, he's still so calm even at this moment? What's his trump card? The red-clad old man was puzzled. Could it be? Soon after, the red-clad old man's expression changed as though he had thought of something. He stared at Duanling Tian and asked, could it be that you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man had thought of this possibility because, 100,000 years ago, the person from the Saint Province realm who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he left the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, if there were any eminent celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone who were not afraid of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would be those who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Humph! Before Duanling Tian could reply, Nangong-yi scoffed. You're pretty smart to be able to guess that Duanling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, there's something else you don't know. He's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Swoosh! Upon hearing Nangong-yi's words, the red-clad old man's expression changed drastically. Feng Qingyang. He was the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. In that case, all of you are from the Saint Province realm, right? Is this the exit that leads to the Saint Province realm from the Beyond Heaven secret zone? At this moment, the red-clad old man noticed the black hole hovering in the air. That's right. Nangong-yi raised his head proudly as though he was proud to be from the Saint Province realm. I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, at this critical moment, Duanling Tian spoke again. Upon hearing this, the smile on Nangong-yi's face froze. Even Nangong Chen's expression changed slightly. Duanling Tian said, Duanling Tian? He did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. What? Do you think I don't have the ability to stop you from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Chapter 2480. Duan Lingtian's words were exactly what the red-clad old man was thinking. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the purple-clad young man was an eminent celestial and did not possess the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to be stronger than him. However, the calmness displayed by the purple-clothed young man in front of him caused him to panic. Was the purple-clad young man trying to be mysterious, or was he really not afraid of him? He was not certain. Wait a minute. The red-clad old man's eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian warily and asked, Are you Duan Lingtian who killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? The red-clad old man had heard a rumor some time ago. It was said that an eminent celestial named Duan Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, when he heard this rumor, he was skeptical, but more than that, he didn't believe it. Earlier, one of the twins called him Duan Lingtian. The red-clad old man had thought about how Nangong Yi had mentioned Duan Lingtian earlier. For this reason, he was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. He was certain the rumor was true. He was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian. If the rumor was true and the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to fear Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Although he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, his strength was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian killed a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, Nangong and his brother were stunned again. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was huge, and the people inside were scattered all over the place. For this reason, although news of Duan Lingtian killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had reached the ears of many people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Nangong and Duan Lingtian did not hear about it. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the red-robed old man's words. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Hearing the red-robed old man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had no intention of answering the red-robed old man's question. Kill a 7th tribulation loose celestial who possessed an immortal supreme treasure? Not long ago, even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure had been killed by him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The red-robed old man's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what, he was still an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since when did an eminent celestial dare to speak to him in such a manner? However, he could not do anything about it. Humph. In the end, the red-robed old man did not make a move. He scoffed before he turned around and left without saying anything. He's a smart person. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the red-robed old man had left. After all, he had already made up his mind. If the red-robed old man dared to make a move, he would not show any mercy. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not think an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was a threat at all. Nangong and his brother were dumbfounded when they saw the red-robed old man leaving. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move, but he managed to scare an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial away? Was this a dream? We're not dreaming, right? Nangong Yi asked as he looked at Nangong Chen who was standing next to him. Nangong Chen shook his head as well, indicating he did not know. The two brothers stared at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. Hey! Why are you and your brother in a daze? Both of you are really lucky. Not only did you manage to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a few years, but you even managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures. Nangong and his brother only regained their senses when they heard Han Xuanai's voice. However, they ignored Han Xuanai. Instead, they looked at Duanling Tian with bewilderment in their eyes. In the end, Nangong Yi could not help but ask, Duanling Tian, the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial said you killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Is that true? Yes. Duanling Tian nodded with a smile on his face when he heard Nangong Yi's question. To Duanling Tian, Nangong Yi was not only his old friend, but he was also a member of the 7 Absolute sect. Therefore he did not only feel friendship towards Nangong Yi, but he also felt that they were from the same sect. He would not underestimate Nangong Yi just because there was a huge gap between their strengths. It's true. After receiving confirmation from Duanling Tian, Nangong Yi knew it was true. He was petrified. Nangong Chen, who had remained silent the entire time, was petrified as well. Nangong and his brother were petrified when they recalled the time they first met Duanling Tian. They could not help but sigh inwardly. In recent years, after they had become members of the 7 Absolute sect, they had finally managed to catch up to Duanling Tian. However, they had been left in the dust by Duanling Tian again. From the beginning until the end, the Nangong twins did not doubt Duanling Tian's words at all. This was because they knew Duanling Tian would not lie to them, and there was no need for him to do so. Humph. What's there to be surprised about? Han Xuanai scoffed when she saw Nangong and his brother were stunned by the fact that Duanling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She said, Duanling Tian is just a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Not long ago, Brother Ling Tian even killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Han Xuanai was excited when she finished speaking. It was as though she was the one who had killed the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and not Duanling Tian. Moreover, that 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. So what if he was the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm? He still died in the hands of Big Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai said. What? Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Nangong and his brother who had just regained their senses were stunned again. After a while, they finally regained their senses. Duanling Tian, is this true? Nangong Yi looked at Duanling Tian again. It seemed as though he would only believe what Han Xuanai had said if Duanling Tian confirmed it. What? Are you doubting my words? Han Xuanai was slightly displeased when she heard Nangong Yi's words. Yes, it's true. Duanling Tian nodded. The hearts of the Nangong brothers shuddered once again. How's this possible? Didn't you say you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? If that's the case, how did you become so powerful? Although Nangong Yi did not doubt Duanling Tian's strength, he could not help but feel puzzled. It's a long story. We'll talk about it in the future. Duanling Tian smiled faintly as he said, We're about to return to the Saint Province realm. If you don't want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for too long, you can come with us. After he finished speaking, Duanling Tian did not wait for Nangong Yi's reply. He looked at Kerr who was standing next to him and said with a faint smile, Kerr, let's go. All right. Kerr nodded obediently. Tian Wu. At the same time, Duanling Tian called out to Feng Tianwu. Immediately, the 3 of them flew side by side. When they flew out, they merged into the black hole in front of them and disappeared completely. It was as if they were completely swallowed by the black hole. I advise all of you to come with us. With your strength, you're lucky to be able to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, let alone obtain a celestial supreme treasure. If you don't want to die in the hands of others, it's best to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone now. Before Han Xuanai, Mu Yi, Chen Yiru, and the others entered the black hole and returned to the Saint Province realm, she reminded Nangong and Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, only Nangong and Duanling Tian were left near the entrance that connected the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. Let's go as well. The 2 of them looked at each other. As soon as Nangongyi finished speaking, both of them flew out and entered the black hole in the void in front of them. They completely disappeared from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Saint Province realm. In a valley shrouded in fog in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the snowy valley rang in the air. Soon after, figures appeared out of thin air above the valley. It was as though celestial soldiers had descended from the sky. I'm back. Duanling Tian could not help but take a deep breath as he immersed himself in the aura of the Saint Province realm. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Province realm was not as rich as the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt at home. However, when he returned to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt like he was at home. This was something that the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not give him. Xiling Ku-er stood next to Duanling Tian. As soon as she appeared in the air above the valley, she extended her divine consciousness and discovered her daughter, Duan Xiling, was in closed-door cultivation. She could not help but call out to her daughter, Duan Xiling naturally. It was also because she discovered her daughter was not in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, she would absolutely not have rashly disturbed her own daughter. No matter how much she missed her daughter, she would not disturb her daughter's cultivation. Chapter 2481. Mother. Since Duan Xiling was not in closed-door cultivation, she could clearly sense what was happening outside. A familiar voice rang from outside and called her name. Duan Xiling was instantly jolted awake from her cultivation. She was certain the owner of the voice was her mother who had left a few years ago. Bang! A soft sound rang in the air as Duan Xiling raised her hand and opened the door. Following that, her slender figure flew out and appeared in the valley in just a blink of an eye. Father! Mother! As soon as Duan Xiling came out, she saw her father and mother whom she had been missing day and night. She could not help but rush forward with tears in her eyes. It was as though the longing she had accumulated for a few years had finally erupted at this moment. Xiling! Ku-er flew toward Duan Xiling. When Duan Xiling was halfway through her flight, Ku-er hugged her tightly as though she did not want to let go. Xiling! The calmness on Duanling Tian's face was completely shattered when he saw the slender and elegant young girl hugging Ku-er. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few years had passed, and his daughter had grown up. Currently, Duan Xiling was already 16 years old. She had inherited Duanling Tian and Ker's features, but there was not much childishness left on her face. When would she be able to shed her childishness? At that time, she would truly be an adult. Feng Tianwu stood next to Duanling Tian. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes when she saw Ker and Duan Xiling hugging each other. If only it was possible. How she wished she could have a child with her elder brother Duan. Han Xuanai, Chen Yiru, and the others who came out from behind Duanling Tian looked at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other. None of them made a sound. It was as though they were afraid of disturbing the mother and daughter. Whoosh, whoosh. The Oracle Man and Zoroastrianism's guardian Qinghua had also appeared outside the two wooden huts. Seeing that Duanling Tian and the others had returned safely, they were sincerely happy. However, when they sensed the atmosphere at the scene and saw the mother and daughter hugging each other, no matter how much they wanted to say in their hearts, they were not in a hurry to speak. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After about 10 breaths, Ker and Duan Xiling finally noticed the silence in the air. At the same time, they also noticed the gazes on them. The mother and daughter could not help but blush. Then, Ker held Duanling Tian's hand and returned to Duanling Tian's side. Father. Duan Xiling looked at Duanling Tian, who had not changed at all. A joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face that still retained her childishness. She admired and respected the father in front of her. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown so big. You're almost as tall as your mother now. Duanling Tian said affectionately as he patted Duan Xiling's head. Currently, Duan Xiling was slender and graceful. She was only half a head taller than her mother Ker. It would take her at most 1 or 2 years to catch up to her mother's height. Xiling Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duanling Tian, looked at Duan Xiling with a doting smile on her face. Do you still remember me? Auntie Tian Wu. Duan Siling took a few steps forward and walked up to Feng Tianwu. She held Feng Tianwu's hand naturally and giggled. How could I forget you, Auntie Tianwu? You're still the same as a few years ago. You're still so young and beautiful. You haven't changed at all. Before Feng Tianwu entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, although she did not spend much time with Duan Siling, she doted on Duan Siling a lot. Duan Siling had a good impression of her as well. Siling, you're such a sweet talker. A smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's face when she heard Duan Siling's words. Her eyes were filled with affection. Siling, what about me? What about me? Do you still remember me? At this moment, Han Xuanai also joined in the fun. After Duan Siling greeted Han Xuanai, she walked up to Gan Ruyan and held Gan Ruyan's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, the Oracle Man, and Qinghua had already gathered together. How's your trip to the Sword Saint secret zone this time? The Oracle Man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Junior Uncle Prophet. Actually, there's no such thing as the Sword Saint secret zone. Duan Lingtian seemed to have expected the Oracle Man would ask this question. For this reason, he replied as soon as the Oracle Man finished speaking. There's no such thing as the Sword Saint secret zone? What do you mean by that? The Oracle Man was, naturally, confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The Sword Saint secret zone we entered is not the Sword Saint secret zone, it's the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for this, told the Oracle Man everything he had seen and heard in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He told the Oracle Man that the space behind the black hole was not the Sword Saint secret zone but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not forget to mention that Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? It's connected to 5 mundane realms? Our Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm while the other 5 mundane realms are large mundane realms? There are many powerhouses in the large mundane realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials aren't common in our Saint Province realm, but there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in almost every era in the large mundane realms. Moreover, there are more than 1 or 2 of them. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. That's why he's able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he's just an eminent celestial? Not only was the old prophet shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, but even Qinghua was shocked as well. Then, Duan Lingtian continued to tell the 2 old men about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There are so many powerhouses in the mundane realms. Even a top sect has 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. The Oracle Man and Qinghua were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They realized they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Junior Uncle Prophet, what's the situation in the Upper Province now that the Devil clans have invaded the Upper Province? It had been a few years since the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back to the Saint Province realm, was eager to learn more about the situation in the Upper Province. After all, it was better to know yourself and know your enemy. About a year ago, I lost contact with the outside world. At that time, the connection between me and the Red Dust Lineage's intelligence network was mysteriously cut off. The Oracle Man sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then he smiled wryly and said, Now, I suspect the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network is either under someone's control or has been uprooted. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to not send me any information at all. Ever since Han Xuanai's master had passed away, the Oracle Man had temporarily taken over the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network. Initially, the Oracle Man had planned to hand over the Red Dust Progeny's information network to Han Xuanai after she returned from the Sword Saint secret zone. However, he did not expect this. A year ago, the Red Dust Progeny's information network had completely disappeared. You don't know what happened? Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. The Oracle Man shook his head. I wanted to investigate as well. However, I discovered that since the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province, there have been a lot of Devil clans in the Northern Province. With my cultivation base, I can't even go anywhere in the Northern Province, let alone the Northern Province. A hint of helplessness could be heard in the Oracle Man's voice when he spoke. He was a human who had not even broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was extremely difficult for him to go anywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land where the devil clans gathered. Moreover, he could be exposed at any time and be killed by the devil clans. Initially, I was worried that after the Red Dust Progeny's information network was destroyed, it would only take slightly more than a year for the humans and the devil clans to come here. The Oracle Man continued to say, "Now that I see all of you have returned safely, I'm relieved. Moreover, since the Beyond Heaven's secret zone is behind the black hole, it doesn't matter even if it's exposed. Moreover, according to you, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already been obtained by someone else. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the devil clans entering the Beyond Heaven's secret zone and obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." The Oracle Man said, "Junior Uncle Prophet, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of you being here to be exposed?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. "What do you mean?" The Oracle Man seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian would ask this question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he said, "The information network of the Red Dust Progeny and the Seven Absolute Sect is very complicated. However, due to the fact that I received information from the Red Dust Progeny's information network in this place, I've left some traces in the Red Dust Progeny's information network. If there's someone who has control over the Red Dust Progeny's information network and intends to investigate this matter, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of me being here to be exposed." The Oracle Man's words answered Duan Lingtian's question. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian finally understood the Oracle Man's words. It seems like I'll have to investigate the situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land on my own. Chapter 2482. Since Duan Lingtian and the others had returned, there was no need for the Oracle Man and the others to stay in this godforsaken place. Let's go. Let's return to the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, the group of people made their way to the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate. It was also the nameless snow-capped peak. Initially, it was a peaceful journey. However, not long after that, two male devils with dog heads and human bodies appeared. They stared at Kuer, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuenai, and the others with a greedy look in their eyes. Dog devils. Duan Lingtian could tell they were from the Dog Devil clan just by looking at their features. He had stayed in the Human Devil clan in the Debussy subterranean for a while, so he knew a lot about the devil clans. This included the Dog Devil clan. Although the Demonic Dog clan was not in the top echelon of the Demon clan, it was in the second echelon. It was a very powerful clan. Same old rules. Kill the men and leave the women alive. The two dog devils looked at each other and said at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others like a gust of wind. Their targets were Duan Lingtian and the others. Humph! A scoff rang in the air as soon as the two dog devils made their move. Chen Yiru snorted as he shot out like an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of the two dog devils. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two dog devils were only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man glaring at them. Although they were from the devil clans and had strange appearances, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Seeing this old man appear out of thin air in front of them, they were unable to react from the beginning to the end. They didn't even need to guess to know that this old man was the old man. The strength of the old man in front of them was far above them. Two monsters! How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master? You're courting death. Chen Yiru said as the expressions of the two dog devils changed drastically. The moment his voice fell, his right hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly swung out, bringing along a bright and dazzling blade light. Hum! The saber light tore through the air, leaving a tiny crack in the void. The next moment. Puchi! Puchi! After two light sounds, the two demonic dogs' bodies were cut in half at the waist. Even when they were killed, their eyes were still wide open, as if they were unable to die in peace. Boom! After killing the two dog devils, Chen Yiru waved his left hand and a vast power swept out. Like a ball of fire, it incinerated the corpses of the two dog devils. When he saw this scene, Duan Ling Tian, who stood nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yiru had always been prudent. This time, after Chen Yiru killed the two dog devils, he destroyed the corpses of the two dog devils so his daughter, Duan Xiling, would not be able to witness such a bloody scene. While Chen Yiru was destroying the corpses of the two dog devils, a faint aura began to spread in the air. Mirror image Dao talisman? Sensing this aura, Chen Yiru couldn't help but sneer. Although the aura of the mirror image Dao talisman meant one of the dog devils had a powerful background, Chen Yiru did not mind. Nevertheless, he was not bothered by it. After all, the person behind the dog devil who possessed the mirror image Dao talisman might not be stronger than him. So what if that person was stronger than him? His master's strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. His master's wife, his mistress, had killed 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. Her strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even if the person behind this dog devil is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he'll still die if he dares to come looking for trouble. Chen Yiru was very confident in his mistress's strength. The reason Chen Yiru felt Ku-er's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms was because he knew Ku-er's strength was comparable to a golden celestial. Duan Ling Tian had told him about the cultivation base levels in the Devata realms after they had reunited in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Ling Tian had mentioned golden celestials who were above heavenly celestials. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to a peak heavenly celestial. Once a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realms, they would become golden celestials. Of course, Master said it's unlikely for there to be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial among the devil clans in the land of exile. Chen Yiru had heard about this from Duan Ling Tian. In his opinion, whether the devil clans had a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial or not, they were no longer a threat to them. There's a mirror image talisman? Since Chen Yiru had sensed the aura of the mirror image talisman, Duan Ling Tian and the others had sensed it as well. After Han Xueqi sensed it, she rolled her eyes and giggled. I'd like to see if the person behind this demon dares to come to us. I don't think so. Nangong Yi chimed in. Based on Senior Chen Yiru's strength, the ordinary devil clans would be wary of him if they saw him through the mirror image talisman. It's impossible for them to seek revenge from Senior Chen Yiru. No matter what, Chen Yiru was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Ordinary devil clans would not dare to seek revenge from him. The appearance of the two dog devils was only a small interlude to Duan Ling Tian and the others. Along the way, they encountered a few more groups of devils, but all of them were killed by Chen Yiru. The strongest devil clans they encountered was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone Chen Yiru, a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Nangong and Nangong Yiru would be able to kill them easily. We're here. Soon after, Duan Ling Tian and the others arrived at the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute Sects temporary estate was located. A year ago, I received news from the Red Dust progeny that the 7 Absolute Sects temporary estate has been taken over by the devil clans. The Oracle Man said. Although he knew the devil clans had taken over the nameless snowy peak, he did not warn Duan Ling Tian to be careful. After all, he had learned from Nangong Yi that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not weak at all. Duan Ling Tian's current strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even without the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial and ancestral master Feng Qingyang. After hearing this from Nangong Yi, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets was stunned for a long time. After a while, he looked for Duan Ling Tian to confirm it. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard Duan Ling Tian's confirmation. This meant the 7 Absolute Sect would be able to shine again under the leadership of their new sect leader. They would be able to achieve the same glory as ancestral master Feng Qingyang 100,000 years ago. Since the Oracle Man knew Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was not worried the devil clans would pose a threat to Duan Ling Tian. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. The devil clans that occupied the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute Sect used to be was only a group of boar devils. The strongest among them was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chen Yiru alone was enough to annihilate all of them. Since then, the 7 Absolute sect had reclaimed their lost temporary estate. Thad. 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 Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. A monster with a pig's head and a human's body was kneeling on the ground in a spacious hall. He kept knocking his head on the ground. Although his forehead was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to be aware of it as he continued to knock his head on the ground. He kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy. A purple-clad young man was seated at the head of the hall. Behind the purple-clothed young man, an old man stood there respectfully, following the purple-clothed young man's lead. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Ling Tian. The monster with a pig's head and a human's body who was kowtowing and begging for mercy was a boar devil. Chen Yiru had intentionally spared his life when he took back the nameless snowy peak that was the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate. He had spared the boar devil's life because of Duan Ling Tian's orders. The boar devil continued to kowtow and beg for mercy. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the purple-clad young man sitting at the head of the hall. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In his opinion, the old man standing behind the purple-clad young man was akin to a devil. The old man had killed his companions with just a wave of his hand. He was the only one who had survived. Naturally, he knew the old man had spared his life on purpose. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive. However, the old man who was akin to a devil in his eyes was so respectful to the purple-clad young man. He even addressed the purple-clad young man as master. It was not difficult for him to imagine. The purple-clad young man must be even more terrifying than the old man. Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently as he looked at the boar devil. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the boar devil realized he was only alive because the purple-clad young man had something to ask him. Please ask, my lord. I'll tell you everything I know. At this moment, the boar demon also stopped kowtowing and begging for mercy and answered respectfully. Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the upper province has been in chaos. What I want to know is what's the current situation in the upper province. Is the devil clans in the upper hand, or is the human clans in the upper hand? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly. The boar devil was worried the purple-clad young man would ask some tricky questions. He had mentally prepared himself for it. Chapter 2483. My lord, is this what you wanted to ask? The boar devil wondered if he had misheard Duan Ling Tian. Was there a need to ask about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? I don't want to ask again. Duan Ling Tian frowned slightly when he saw the boar devil looking at him skeptically. A hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Yes, yes. The boar devil was frightened out of his wits when he heard Duan Ling Tian's impatient tone. Following that, he did not dare to hide anything from Duan Ling Tian, and told him about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The southern and northern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have fallen into the hands of the devil clans. The devil clans didn't succeed in the western region due to the existence of the Phoenix clan. As for the eastern region, the devil clans didn't succeed due to the existence of the dragons. Currently, the central region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is also the main battlefield between the devil clans from the Land of Exile and the people from the Saint Province realm. Duan Ling Tian learned about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after listening to the boar devil's explanation. Up until now, the strongest person in the devil clans is an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. The 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Phoenix clan and the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the devil clans are evenly matched. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian learned about the strength of the devil clans. An 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. This shouldn't be the full strength of the devil clans. Duan Ling Tian was well aware of this. There might not be a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the devil clans. However, it was impossible for there to be only one 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the devil clans. Since you're willing to cooperate, Scram, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently after he learned what he wanted to know from the boar devil who was kneeling on the ground. In his opinion, the boar devil was just a nobody. This boar demon was just an insignificant existence in the demon race. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sir. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the boar demon excitedly thanked the Duan Lingtian before leaving the hall. As soon as he exited the hall, he fled from the nameless snowy mountain. Now, it's time to go to the dragons and settle the old score with them. After the boar demon left, Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up from his seat in the main hall, his eyes blazing with flames. That was the flame of anger. He would never forget, 2 of his 7 absolute sect successors had died at the hands of the dragon tribe. The successor of the Kratos, Gu Li. The successor of the 4 absolutes, the dark shadow lineage, Yu Wuying. Senior brother Gu Li. If you're watching from the heavens, please watch carefully. I'll go to the dragons immediately to avenge you. Duan Lingtian left the hall in a flash. He stood in the void outside the hall and looked up at the sky as he muttered to himself, San Dao. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and called out to Chen Yiru, who had just exited the hall. Master. Chen Yiru responded respectfully. From now on, you don't have to follow me anymore, Duan Lingtian said. Master. Chen Yiru became anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master, did I do something that didn't go your way? If so, please tell me. I'll definitely remember it next time. Don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly as he said, What I mean is, from today onward, we're no longer master and servant. If you want to leave, it's up to you. If you don't want to leave, you can stay and be a guardian of the 7 invincible sect. Naturally, it's up to you. Chen Yiru had been following him for some time now. He was very satisfied with his loyalty. For this reason, he decided to return Chen Yiru's freedom. I've misunderstood you. Only then did Chen Yiru realize that he had misunderstood his master's intentions. At the same time, he continued, Master, thank you for removing San Dao's master-servant relationship. However, San Dao is now willing to follow you, so there's no need for you to do this. All right, it's settled then. From today onward, you're free. Duan Lingtian spoke once more with an extremely resolute tone. In that case, I'm willing to stay in the 7 invincible sect as a guardian. Chen Yiru could sense Duan Lingtian's determination, so he did not say anything else. Instead, he expressed his willingness to stay in the 7 absolute sect and become a guardian. The 7 invincible sect welcomes you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Then, he told the other members of the 7 invincible sect about this. Welcome, Guardian Chen. Welcome, Guardian Chen. The Oracle Man and the other members of the 7 invincible sect welcomed Chen Yiru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that the strength of the 7 invincible sect would rise to another level. Previously, although Chen Yiru had followed Duan Lingtian, he was still Duan Lingtian's servant and not a member of the 7 invincible sect. If Duan Lingtian ascended to the mundane realm one day, Chen Yiru would most likely leave as well. Now that Chen Yiru had become a guardian of the 7 invincible sect, it meant he would protect the 7 invincible sect regardless of whether Duan Lingtian ascended or not. After all, the 7 invincible sect was now his sect. Kerr, I'm going to visit the dragons. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind to seek revenge from the dragons, he immediately went to look for Kerr and informed her of his plans. Brother Tian, I'll go with you. Kerr said. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. With my current cultivation base, I'm not afraid even if the dragons have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, let alone the fact that there might not be any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons. Moreover, don't you have the jade token I gave you? If I need your help, I'll notify you through the jade token. You can come over as soon as you can. With your current strength, it'll only take you a few dozen breaths to travel across half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian did not plan to bring Kerr with him to the dragons. Moreover, apart from protecting Xiling, you'll be able to protect the others as well. With you around, I don't have to worry about their safety. Duan Lingtian said. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, naturally, Kerr did not insist on going to the dragons with Duan Lingtian. However, she still said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, Brother Tian, if you encounter any trouble, you must inform me immediately. Kerr agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Although she knew there was nothing in the upper province that could threaten Duanling Tian, she could not help but worry about his safety. She was worried something would happen to Duanling Tian. One had to know that the reason why her strength had increased so quickly was all because she wanted to do something for her brother Tian. She did not want to be a vase by his side. Of course. Duanling Tian nodded in response to Ker's seriousness. Then he said, "As for Tian Wu, help me inform her. If there are no accidents, it won't take long for me to make my way to the dragons." "All right." Ker nodded. She was as docile as a kitten in front of Duanling Tian. After informing Ker, Duanling Tian left the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. He left the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and made his way to the eastern region. After entering the eastern region, he continued to make his way to the dragon's estate. During this journey, Duanling Tian traveled at full speed, so it did not take him long to arrive at the 100,000 mountains where the dragon's estate was located. This is the 100,000 mountains? This is where the dragon's estate is? To Duanling Tian, the illusory fog formations outside the dragon's estate were child's play. With his current strength, he could easily see through it. He could even ignore it. Swoosh! Duanling Tian moved as the sword formation under his feet opened up a path for him. He turned into a streak of light as he charged into the Dragon Clan's estate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I can feel the terrifying speed just by listening to the sound. Is it a Devil Clan's powerhouse? Who dares to trespass on the dragon's estate? Many people in the dragon's estate were horrified when they heard the sound. It was obvious the newcomer did not come with good intentions. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the dragon's estate. Duanling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, has come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge for the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. If the dragons don't hand over the culprit, I, Duanling Tian, will annihilate the dragons today. A thunderous voice descended from the sky and was clearly heard by all the members of the dragon tribe in the dragon tribe's encampment. Instantly, the entire dragon clan's encampment fell into dead silence. Duanling Tian? The sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect had personally come? That was not the main point. The main point was, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect had said he had come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge. Moreover, he had said he would annihilate the dragons if the dragons did not hand over the culprit who killed the members of 7 Absolute Sect. Did I hear wrongly? The sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, Duanling Tian, said he's going to annihilate the dragons. Somewhere in the Dragon Clan's encampment, a member of the Dragon Clan questioned in shock. You heard right. He said he'll annihilate the dragons if the dragons don't hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. He's crazy. Crazy. The sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect is crazy. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten to annihilate the dragons? He's digging his own grave. The sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect is digging his own grave. The people in the dragon's estate roared furiously when they regained their senses. Moreover, they felt the same way. Chapter 2484. In the air above the dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains, a purple-clad young man hovered in the air as he looked down indifferently. This was where the dragon's residence was located. Senior brother Gu Li, I'll avenge you today. All of a sudden, the purple-clothed young man spoke in a low voice. His originally cold gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duanling Tian, who had just barged into the dragon's residence. He would kill the dragons. This was exactly what he had just said, and it was not a lie. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing, he would kill the dragons to avenge Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and Xuanai's master. Originally, when he had just returned, he had thought that he might as well directly exterminate the dragon clan without saying a word. After all, he had the ability to do so now. Even if he was not strong enough, he still had Ker. With Ker's help, even if there were 10 dragons, she would not be able to kill them, let alone one dragon. However, when Duanling Tian thought about how the dragons had helped the Saint Province realm, he decided to kill the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. As long as the dragons no longer treated him, Duan Ling Tian, and the seven absolute sect as their enemies, he would let bygones be bygones. Naturally, this was on the premise that the dragons were willing to cooperate. If the dragons were unwilling to cooperate, Duan Ling Tian would not be merciful and would just kill them. There's no bodiless celestial among the dragons who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Ling Tian had learned this from Chen Yiru. Otherwise, he would not have come alone today. After all, if there was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Ling Tian would be in a passive position and might even die before he could achieve victory. It was precisely because he had long known this that he dared to make a declaration after arriving at the Dragon Clan. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wu Ying, he would Duan Ling Tian and kill the dragons. Naturally, it's not a big deal even if the Dragon Clan has a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. As long as I bring Ku-Er with me, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique won't be able to hit me. Ku-Er's current cultivation base is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Her soul is also comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. With Ku-Er's soul, she can easily block the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian felt relieved when he thought about Kur. In fact, before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian did not think he would need to rely on Kur. However, it had to be said that Ku-Er's current strength had given him a lot of confidence. If the dragons don't know what's good for them, I'll just kill them. With Kur's and my strength, even if there are no dragons in the Saint Province realm, there's no need for us to fear the devil clans from the land of exile. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, his eyes shone brightly as he waited for the Dragon Clan's response. Duan Ling Tian hovered behind the clouds above the Dragon Clan's estate. His surroundings were calm and serene. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the dragon's residence. Annihilate the dragons. Someone actually said he wants to annihilate the dragons. In the past, in the long history of the dragons, no one has ever dared to claim that they want to annihilate the dragons. Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, is really out of his mind. Humph. Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province, we haven't heard anything about Duan Ling Tian. Not only did he appear in the dragon's residence, but he even threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Duan Ling Tian. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The Patriarch and the Supreme Elders must have heard Duan Ling Tian's words by now, right? Humph. As long as the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders make a move, Duan Ling Tian will definitely die. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the dragon's residence. However, none of the dragons thought Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. They thought Duan Ling Tian was digging his own grave by coming here. Somewhere in the dragon's residence. At that time, I was the one who personally killed Gu Li. However, I was only acting on the orders of Elder Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of our Dragon Clan. Based on Duan Ling Tian's words, it seems like he wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan? Hearing the threatening words coming from the horizon, the middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on the mountainside cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. As he muttered, a disdainful and mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At another place. He wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan? How naive. Why doesn't he think about it? Even if the dragons really hand over Elder Di Huan, is he a match for Elder Di Huan? Is he able to kill Elder Di Huan and avenge the members of the Seven Absolute Sect? The two members of the Dragon Clan who were ordered by Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan, to kill Yu Wu Ying and Han Xuanai's master could not help but sneer as they spoke. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Di Huan was the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. He was also the father of Di Chen, an elder of the dragons who had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation because of Duan Ling Tian. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had given Di Chen a taste of his own medicine. He had forced Di Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. Due to this, Di Chen, who was about to undergo the bodiless Celestial Tribulation, had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Due to this, Di Huan, Di Chen's father and the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, viewed Duan Ling Tian as his mortal enemy. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. When Di Huan found out that Duan Lingtian was the current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, he had vented his anger on the members of the Seven Absolute Sect. Gu Li, Yu Wu Ying, and Han Xuanai's masters were killed at that time, in a vast valley in the dragon's residence. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, the calm surface of the lake in the valley suddenly exploded. Immediately after, splashes of water flew in all directions. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure shot out from the lake like a cannonball, shooting straight into the sky. After a while, another figure appeared in the sky above the valley. At this moment, any bodiless celestial from the dragons would be able to recognize this person. The owner of the figure was none other than Elder Di Huan, one of the 3 supreme elders of the dragon clan. Duan Lingtian, you actually came to me on a silver platter. Good. Very good. Di Huan was meditating under the lake when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He was instantly awakened from his meditation. Moreover, he was so excited that he felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood. Throughout the past few years, he had never stopped searching for Duan Lingtian. Even after the devil clans had invaded the upper province, he was still determined to find Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge his son. He realized that his son's death, to a certain extent, had become his obsession. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely die when he had to face the 8th bodiless celestial tribulation. For this reason, he did not care about the invasion of the devil clans. He only wanted to find Duan Lingtian and avenge his son. At the same time, he wanted to help Duan Lingtian overcome his obsession so he could face the 8th bodiless celestial tribulation. To Di Huan, the devil clans slaughtering humans and people from the Saint Province realm had nothing to do with him. Only his own affairs were the most important. He would only do his best to deal with the devil clans if the devil clans wanted to kill him. Currently, even if the Patriarch of the Dragons sent him to deal with the devil clans, he would only deal with it as he was not interested in it at all. How could he not be excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice and learned Duan Lingtian had come to him? Although he was in the midst of cultivating, he quickly regained his senses. Annihilate my dragons? Humph! I'd like to see where you, Duan Lingtian, get the confidence to speak such arrogant words. When Di Huan recalled Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, he narrowed his eyes and smirked disdainfully. In the next moment, bang! As Di Huan's legs shook the void, the space immediately collapsed. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void. The cracks in the void intertwined with each other, forming a huge spider web in the void. Swoosh! At the same time, Di Huan shot up into the sky, stirring up a gust of wind as he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian, I, Di Huan, ordered my men to kill the members of the 7 Absolute Sect. Today, I'd like to see where you get your courage from to annihilate my dragons. Today, I, Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, will kill you among the dragons. I'll show the world that no one can blaspheme the dignity of our dragons. Di Huan shot up into the sky and flew toward Duan Lingtian through the clouds. His voice that was as loud as a bell resonated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, his voice swept through the dragon's residence, alarming all the dragons. It's Elder Di Huan. Elder Di Huan has personally made a move. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. I'd like to see how many moves Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, can take from Elder Di Huan. Humph. Elder Di Huan is the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, and he's a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to take even one move from Elder Di Huan. That's what I think too. The members of the dragon's residence who were enraged by Duan Lingtian's arrogant words were excited when they heard Di Huan's voice. Chapter 2485. The people from the dragon's impression of Duan Lingtian was from a few years ago. At that time, they knew Duan Lingtian was extremely strong. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, even after a few years had passed and Duan Lingtian had reappeared, they still regarded him as a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not think the current Duan Lingtian was comparable to Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons. At the very least, most of the people from the dragons thought so. Of course, there were also a few people from the dragon clan who were calmer and more thoughtful. A few years ago, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Recently, Duan Lingtian has completely disappeared. It's likely he's in closed-door cultivation and hasn't gone out at all. It's very likely that his strength has improved since a few years ago. Not only did he trespass on our territory, but he even said that if we don't hand over the culprit who killed the 7 absolute sex disciples, he'll annihilate the dragon tribe. He's either too confident or he's digging his own grave. As the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, would Duan Lingtian be suicidal? The people from the dragons were much calmer than the rest. They had considered the situation thoroughly. Unfortunately, their voices were too soft. They were soon drowned out by the voices of the people from the dragon clan who were confident in Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan. They did not manage to stir up even the slightest commotion. Duan Lingtian, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan, moved like the wind and arrived behind the clouds above the dragon clan's estate. When he saw the purple-clad young man standing in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then, he let out a low roar of excitement. This was Di Huan's first time meeting Duan Lingtian. However, he had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait more than once in the past, so he had long memorized the Duan Lingtian's appearance and physique. Even if Duan Lingtian had disguised himself, as long as he didn't hide his body shape, he would still be able to recognize him at a glance. What's more, the Duan Lingtian standing in front of him was not in disguise. A moment later, Di Huan appeared near Duan Lingtian in a flash. He stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, the flames of anger were brewing. They continued to rise and burn, as if they would soon turn into a prairie fire. Di Huan? As soon as Di Huan appeared, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Di Huan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face emitted waves of coldness as though it was covered in a layer of frost. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long guessed that the mastermind behind the deaths of the dragons who killed Gu Li, Yu Wuying, and the others was Di Huan. He was also the father of Elder Di Chen of the dragons in the past. However, when he heard Di Huan admit it, he could not help but feel angry. When Di Huan appeared and confronted Duan Lingtian, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following waves of swift rushing sounds, dozens of figures appeared behind the clouds in the sky above the dragon tribe's territory in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of these figures continued to increase. In a short moment, there were over 100 people. These people were dragons who had gathered from all over the dragon's residence to join in the fun. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Elder Di Huan. The first thing these dragons did when they arrived was to greet Di Huan, who was confronting Duan Lingtian. After that, they stood at the side and watched the situation unfold. He's Duan Lingtian? The sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect? That's him. Although I've never seen him in person, I've seen his portrait before. He's the one who threatened to annihilate all dragons if we don't hand him the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples. Elder Di Huan has already said that he's the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples. Now that Elder Di Huan is here, I'd like to see what he can do to Elder Di Huan. Humph. I bet he didn't know that the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples was Elder Di Huan, right? At this moment, most of the dragons were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, aware of the dragon's contempt for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not care about it at all. He looked at Di Huan emotionlessly before he asked indifferently, "Earlier, you were the one who said that you were the one who ordered the deaths of my 7 Absolute Sect's disciples?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, his tone was still indifferent. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his tone. "So what if I did?" Di Huan sneered in response to Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was not afraid of anything. "What enmity do they have with you and the dragons?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in them. "Yes, they have no enmity with me and the dragons. but they're from the Seven Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian, you humiliated my son and caused him to become obsessed with you, causing him to fail his heavenly tribulation. If you don't show up when I want to kill you, I'll kill your Seven Absolute sect's disciples to vent my anger. Instead of saying that I ordered my men to kill them, it's more accurate to say that you, Duan Lingtian, caused their deaths. The sneer on Di Huan's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, do you know why I humiliated your son? Upon hearing Di Huan's words, energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to become a part of his energy. Following that, his energy skyrocketed as though he had transformed into a ball of flames. When he rose into the air, he seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At this moment, it was apparent that Duan Lingtian had also cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered. I'm not interested in knowing. Di Huan replied coldly. You're not interested in knowing? Then, I'll let you know. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his narrowed eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. It's because your son, under the circumstances that he thought his strength surpassed mine, he first humiliated me with words and asked me to kneel, kowtow and beg for mercy. I, Duan Lingtian, am merely giving him a taste of his own medicine by humiliating him. A hint of coldness could be seen on the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips when he finished speaking. Previously, when he had humiliated Di Chen, he was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. He did not feel guilty at all. However, Di Huan had vented his anger on the members of the Seven Absolute sect because of that incident. He was thoroughly enraged. So what? Di Huan sneered again as his eyes shone fiercely. Today, Duan Lingtian came knocking on my door and trampled on the dignity of the dragons. I, Di Huan, will kill you to protect the dignity of the dragons and avenge my son. As soon as Di Huan finished speaking, a vast energy surged out of his body and slammed into the air, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Moreover, the cracks did not close up even after a long time. The Supreme Elder is going to make his move. Elder Di Huan is going all out. If the Supreme Elder makes his move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. When the crowd saw that a battle was about to break out, they held their breaths as they focused on the scene before them. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die if Di Huan made his move. Duan Lingtian. Dang! Di Huan roared as he made his move against Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. As a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Huan was, naturally, not weak. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a few dragons and bodiless celestials managed to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Di Huan's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of a few dragons and bodiless celestials, but to Duan Lingtian, he was as slow as a snail. You're just like an ant. A disdainful smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Di Huan had overestimated himself and made a move against him. Then, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the celestial sword he had used when he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Body and sword as one. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial sword shone with dazzling sword rays. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Even the pores all over his body shot out a myriad of sword gleams. In the end, they fused with his body and condensed into a simple and unadorned sword. The sword hovered in the air with its aura concealed, making it look like an ordinary weapon. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into an inconspicuous sword, calmly swung his sword at Di Huan who was charging at him. Swoosh! The crisp sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Everyone present on the scene clearly saw the sword. Even some of the weaker dragons could see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword. They had a feeling when they saw the sword. This sword was extremely ordinary. At the same time, a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons scoffed. I thought Duan Lingtian would be able to unleash some terrifying technique after becoming one with his sword. I didn't expect his sword to be so ordinary. Does he really think he can stop Elder Di Huan with just this sword? He must be dreaming. The sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons was about to say that Duan Ling Tian was dreaming. He was the one who had interrupted his own words. In the next moment, a horrified expression appeared on his face as he stared at Di Huan in disbelief. Heavens! How's this possible? Chapter 2486. Swoosh. The sound of a sword whistling in the air was short-lived. The six tribulation bodiless celestials of the dragon clan were shocked by the scene in front of them, and their pupils constricted. Please have mercy. Stop. Two anxious voices rang in the air. In the blink of an eye, the people who spoke appeared again. They were a middle-aged man and an old man. However, the two of them were still too late. Di Huan, a seven tribulation bodiless celestial, who was charging at Duan Ling Tian, was killed in just a blink of an eye. Gasp, 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 gasp. The members of the dragon clan were stunned when they saw their supreme elder, Di Huan, being killed in just a blink of an eye. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp in shock. Fear and horror were written all over their faces. How's this possible? Elder Di Huan is a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. He's extremely powerful. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Duan Ling Tian? I'm not dreaming, right? Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of seven absolute sect, with just a single blow. Most of the clansmen of the dragons had lost sight of Di Huan as soon as he made his move. They only regained their senses after Di Huan was killed. When they regained their senses, they were, naturally, shocked and in disbelief. After all, apart from the elusive patriarch, the three supreme elders, including Di Huan, were the strongest in the dragon clan. But now, Di Huan had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been killed in just a single blow. They could not help but shudder when they thought about it. Swoosh! At the same time, the plain-looking sword that had pierced through Di Huan's glabella and arrived at the other side after killing Di Huan flashed and turned into a tall purple figure. It was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Since Di Huan had taken the initiative to attack him, he did not remain idle. He immediately activated the elementary devouring spell that had increased his strength, and combined it with the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, which gave him the ability to become one with the sword. Then, he performed the 13 green lotus swords and faced Di Huan head-on. The strength of his attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Di Huan, a mere 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, possibly withstand Duan Ling Tian's attack? He was directly killed by him. Senior brother Gu Li, I've avenged you. After Duan Ling Tian appeared, he did not pay any attention to the two dragons who had just arrived, nor did he pay any attention to the other dragons. He just stood there, looking straight into the sky, muttering to himself. To him, not only was Gu Li a member of the Seven Absolute Sect, but he was also his friend and senior brother. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian was muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the two dragons who had just arrived looked at Duan Ling Tian from a distance. Their faces paled, but they had no intention of making a move. This was because they knew Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. Since Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, could easily kill Di Huan, who was also a supreme elder like them, it meant he could easily kill them as well. After all, they were only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Di Huan. Duan Ling Tian. He's so strong now? The current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect. It seems like he's not much weaker than Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang. After witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, both of them could not help but tremble in fear. Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was someone who was on par with the dragons. Now, Feng Qingyang's successor was born, and he was also heaven-defying. They could not help but feel shocked. It's the Supreme Elders. The two Supreme Elders are here as well. Moreover, they seem to be trying to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Elder Di Huan. Trying to stop Duan Ling Tian from killing Elder Di Huan? What a joke! Duan Ling Tian killed Elder Di Huan with just a blow. These two Supreme Elders are 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Elder Di Huan. It's impossible for them to stop Duan Ling Tian. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, even if Elder Di Huan isn't dead, I'm afraid the 3 Supreme Elders from the Dragons won't be a match for him even if they join forces. Isn't it obvious? Soon after, more and more clansmen from the Dragons clan began to recognize the 2 Supreme Dragons who had just arrived. They were the other 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragons clan. They were as famous as Di Huan, the Supreme Elder who had just been killed. The other 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragons clan? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the clansman's words. Then, he looked at the 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragons clan indifferently. Earlier, he had vaguely sensed these 2 Supreme Elders were not simple. He did not expect them to be so powerful. These 2 men were the other 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon clan. They were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who were as famous as Di Huan. Duan Lingtian chuckled inwardly when he saw the Supreme Elders from the Dragons clan seemed a little nervous when he looked at them. It was as though they were afraid he would attack them. It's time for me to return. Since Duan Lingtian had killed the mastermind behind the deaths of Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and the others, he did not plan to stay in the Dragons clan any longer. After looking at the 2 Supreme Elders from the Dragons clan, he prepared to leave. His main purpose in coming to the Dragons clan was to avenge Gu Li and the others. He did not care about the Dragons' declaration that they were against him and the 7 Absolutes sect. He knew the Dragons clan would not hesitate. In the near future, the Dragon clan would make a new announcement. Even if they were not on good terms with the 7 Absolute sect, they would definitely not be enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian was confident that he and his wife Ker would be strong enough to deter the Dragons. He believed the Dragons would not dare to target the 7 Absolute sect anymore. Duan Lingtian was about to leave when a voice suddenly rang in the air. Humph! A thunderous snort rang in the air. It was deafening and seemed to come from all directions. You think you can just leave after killing the Supreme Elders of the Dragons clan? Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? Do you really think no one in the Dragons can stop you? After the cold snort was heard, a dignified voice sounded. Lord Clan Leader. When the 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon clan heard the voice, they turned around and looked at the empty space in the distance. They bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were extremely humble. Lord Clan Leader? Seeing the actions of the 2 Grand Elders of the Dragon clan, the remaining members of the Dragon clan were stunned for a while. After that, they also turned around and bowed to the empty space in the distance and said respectfully, Senior Elder, please accept my invitation. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. After hearing the words of the 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragons, they also realized the owner of that voice was none other than the clan leader of the Dragons. Right now, the Dragons only had one clan leader, and that was the inner clan leader of the Dragons. At the same time, he was also the strongest person among the Dragons. Lord Patriarch has always been elusive. Even though I'm a loose immortal, I've never seen him. However, I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, would cause such a ruckus today, allowing me to meet Lord Clan Leader. One of the Dragon's loose immortals muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited. In his eyes, the inner clan leader of the Dragons was a godlike existence. It was his good fortune to be able to meet him. As for the other Dragons, only a few of them had seen the inner clan leader of the Dragons before, and they were all looking at the empty space in front of them with anticipation in their eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the empty space in the distance, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. It was a tall and sturdy old man. The old man was wearing a long golden robe. He had a square face, and his facial features were firm. His brows were sharp, and he gave off a dignified aura. With one look, one could tell that he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. At this moment, the dignified golden-clad old man was looking at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. When Duan Lingtian heard the old man's voice, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he came to a halt. At the same time, he calmly looked at the old man who had just appeared. He stared back at him without fear. In the end, Duan Lingtian was the first to speak. Everyone thinks you're an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial among the Dragons. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly after exchanging glances with the patriarch of the Dragon Clan. His words revealed the patriarch's cultivation base. You can tell I'm a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan could not help but exclaim in surprise. You're right, Duan Ling Tian? His original dignified image had also vanished without a trace at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard the clan leader of the dragon's words. If it was before he entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he would not have been able to tell. He had encountered a few 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and discovered the uniqueness of their auras. For this reason, he was able to recognize a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial immediately. 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Initially, when Duan Ling Tian said the clan leader of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, the other dragons, apart from the 2 supreme elders, did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. However, when they heard the clan leader of the dragon's words, they realized something was amiss. Chapter 2487. A 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Lord Patriarch is a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? Is this true? Lord Patriarch is a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? A 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial is at the peak of the mundane realms. Moreover, they don't appear in every era. However, a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial has appeared in this era? Unbelievable! Unbelievable! The members of the dragons were shocked when they learned their patriarch was indeed a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Before this, they had all known that the Dragon Clan's patriarch was the #1 powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. However, they thought the patriarch of the Dragon Clan was only an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. They did not expect their patriarch would not be surprised. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan was not an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, but a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Lord Patriarch to be a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. I'm not dreaming, right? Lord Patriarch is a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in this era of the Devil Clan's invasion? If Lord Patriarch makes a move, the Devil Clans will definitely run back to the land of exile with their tails between their legs. That's right. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile, it's rare for a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial to appear in every era. Although we have a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in this era, it doesn't mean the Devil Clans have a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial as well. Many members of the Dragon's Clan could not help but look forward to seeing their patriarch personally forcing the Devil Clans to run back to the land of exile. At that time, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm. They could not help but feel excited just by thinking about those scenes. No matter who it was, they all had a dream of becoming a hero. As members of the Dragon Clan, they were no exception. When they thought about how they could bask in the glory of their Lord Patriarch and become a member of the Savior Clan, they felt that they were bound together for glory. Apart from the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the other 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan were the only ones who were able to remain calm after learning that the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. As the Supreme Elder of the Dragon's Clan and a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, he was, without a doubt, the pillar of the Dragon's Clan. This kind of existence had a lot of contact with the Dragon Clan leader and naturally knew the cultivation base of the Dragon Clan leader. In other words, both of them, including Di Huan who had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian, knew the clan leader of the dragons was a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Is it strange that I can tell you're a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? When Duan Ling Tian saw that the Dragon's clan leader was surprised that Duan Ling Tian could see through his cultivation, his expression remained unchanged. Isn't it strange? The clan leader narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Not only did an eminent celestial manage to kill our Supreme Elder, a 7 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, but he even managed to see through my cultivation base. Isn't it strange? The clan leader of the Dragon's clan leader opened his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. His gaze turned sharp as though it could pierce through anything. Duan Ling Tian's expression remained calm when he saw the change in the eyes of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. However, Although Duanling Tian could still maintain a calm expression, it did not mean that the others present on the scene could do the same. That's right. This Duanling Tian is only an eminent celestial. How did he see through Lord Patriarch's cultivation base? The divine consciousness of an eminent celestial is weaker than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a three-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to detect the cultivation base of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. How did this Duanling Tian do it? This Duanling Tian is really strange. Are all the successors of the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, the fog rain lineage, so unique? All the dragons present, including the two supreme elders, were puzzled by Duanling Tian's ability to see through the cultivation base of the dragon's patriarch. At the same time, they also vaguely realized Duanling Tian, the successor of the fog rain progeny, the first absolute of the seven absolute sect, was most likely a freak that was not inferior to the sword saint, Feng Qingyang. Now that you mention it, Dragon Clan leader, it is indeed strange. Duanling Tian nodded when he heard the patriarch of the Dragon Clan's words. Then he continued to ask, in that case, what do you intend to do? Do you want to avenge Di Huan and put yourself at risk? Or do you want me to leave and announce that the Dragon's clan will no longer be enemies with Duanling Tian and the Seven Absolute sect? Duanling Tian spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. However, the expressions of the people from the Dragon's clan changed drastically when they heard Duanling Tian's words. What did he mean by putting himself at risk? Duanling Tian actually said the patriarch of the Dragon's clan would put himself at risk if he wanted to avenge Di Huan, the supreme elder? He's crazy. Duanling Tian is crazy. Lord Clan Leader is a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at the peak of the mundane realm. I wonder where Duanling Tian gets his courage from. Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed Elder Di Huan? Most of the Dragon clansmen present on the scene thought Duanling Tian had lost his mind. They thought he had lost his mind for saying such words. Although they were certain Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial after witnessing him killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon clan, with just a blow, they were certain Duanling Tian was as strong as an eight-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they did not believe Duanling Tian was stronger than their patriarch of the Dragon's clan. After all, their patriarch of the Dragon's clan was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. A nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was at the peak of the mundane realms. Nobody in the mundane realms was a threat to a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan's expression darkened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. When Duanling Tian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The expressions of the people from the Dragon's clan, including the patriarch of the Dragon's clan and the two supreme elders of the Dragon's clan, changed drastically when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Who did Duanling Tian think he was? Not only that, but he also hinted to the Dragon clan's clan leader that if the Dragon clan's clan leader wanted to avenge their grand elder, Di Huan, he would sacrifice himself. Duanling Tian had even said he wanted their patriarch of the Dragon's clan to announce that they would no longer be enemies with Duanling Tian and the Seven Absolute sect. Did Duanling Tian think he was a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms? Duanling Tian. Although the patriarch of the Dragon's clan had lived for tens of thousands of years, he could not suppress his anger at this moment. I'll kill you today to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'd like to see how a mere eminent celestial like you can kill a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial like me. As soon as the patriarch of the Dragon's clan finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body and slammed into the void, leaving cracks in the void. These cracks in the void were like dragons that were suspended in the void and intertwined with each other. It was as if they had transformed into a gigantic spider's web. It was extremely terrifying. This is the strength of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the people from the Dragon's clan were shocked by the strength of their patriarch of the Dragon's clan. Even the two supreme elders of the Dragon's clan were shocked. Although they knew their patriarch of the Dragon's clan had become a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, they had never seen him fight before. For this reason, they were unfamiliar with the strength of a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now that they had witnessed it, they realized the gap between them and a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was like a chasm. Some of the weaker members of the Dragon's clan were sent flying by the shockwaves from the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan. They could only watch from afar as their Patriarch of the Dragon's clan prepared to attack Duanling Tian at any time. It seems like you're interested in fighting me, Patriarch of the Dragon's clan. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes when he saw the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan's strength surging. The celestial sword that Duanling Tian had just put away appeared in his hand again. Dazzling sword rays shot out as he channeled his energy into it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the sword rays shot out, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. As expected, it's a legendary celestial supreme treasure. The Patriarch of the Dragon's clan exclaimed excitedly as soon as the celestial sword appeared in Duanling Tian's hand. Greed could be seen in his eyes as he stared at the celestial supreme treasure in Duanling Tian's hand. What? Are you interested in my celestial sword, Patriarch of the Dragon's clan? Duanling Tian smiled faintly when he saw the greed in the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan's eyes. It's easy if you want my celestial sword. You just have to kill me. Humph. The Patriarch of the Dragon's clan snorted coldly. Even if you don't remind me, I'll kill you and take your celestial supreme treasure to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'll wait and see. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes abruptly, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Bang! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, the Patriarch of the Dragon's clan could not help but tremble. Suddenly, the space he was in seemed to have caved in. Chapter 2488. Duanlington, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The Patriarch of the Dragons roared and charged toward Duanling Tian like a hurricane. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the Patriarch of the Dragons charged toward Duanling Tian, the celestial sword in Duanling Tian's hand shot out as well. It circled Duanling Tian's body and continued to split into sword rays. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. In the end, the sword ray that was hovering around Duanling Tian rose into the air and formed a mysterious sword formation above Duanling Tian's head. It emitted waves of mysterious aura. 13 green lotus swords. Duanling Tian did not hesitate to summon the sword ray in the face of the Dragon Clan's Patriarch. Not only that, but he had also fused the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords with his sword. In the end, a sword net barrier was formed not far in front of him as a form of defense. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The Patriarch of the Dragons had arrived in front of the sword net barrier. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack on the sword net barrier. Boom! 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 As the sword light barrier swayed and trembled, waves of extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. For a moment, only the 2 supreme elders of the dragons managed to stop themselves. The rest of the dragons were forced to retreat. Of course, the distance at which the Dragon Clan's members were knocked back also varied. Those who were stronger did not retreat too far. Those who were weaker were even directly sent flying. Impossible! Before the rest of the dragons could recover from their shock, the Patriarch of the Dragons' voice boomed like thunder. It shocked the dragons so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Then, they turned to look at the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan in unison. At a glance, they discovered that the Dragon's Patriarch's attack just now was unable to break through the sword net barrier in front of Duanling Tian. At this moment, the sword net barrier had not been broken by the Dragon's clan leader. It had only dimmed a little, but in the blink of an eye, it shone with dazzling light again. It was obvious that it would not take long for it to return to its peak state. When the dragons saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They were completely frightened. Lord Patriarch was actually unable to break through Duanling Tian's defenses? Are you kidding me? Lord Patriarch, that's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that's the case, this Duanling Tian might not be weaker than the clan leader? If that's the case, it explains why he was so calm from the beginning until the end even though he knew Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, his strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial has strength on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Does this mean Duan Lingtian's strength is on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? When the group of dragon clansmen saw Duan Lingtian's technique, they were shocked as well. At the same time, they realized something was amiss. At this moment, they knew Duan Lingtian was on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. This was because Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. His strength was on par with a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. You're just an eminent celestial. How can you be so strong? The patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Even Sword Saint Feng Qingyang isn't as strong as him before he ascended to a Devata realm. However, the reason why he's so strong is because he once entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. A hint of disbelief could be heard in the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke. You know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader would know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Why wouldn't I know about it? The patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader said in a deep voice, when Feng Qingyang, the sword saint of the Seven Absolute sect, entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, many ancestors of the dragons and phoenixes entered as well. However, apart from Feng Qingyang, no one else came out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. A hint of dread could be heard in the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Then, do you know the reason I've gone into hiding all these years is because I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What? The patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, realization dawned on him as he nodded. I see. In that case, everything makes sense. No wonder you're as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, you've also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. Does this mean the celestial supreme treasure in your hand came from the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? When the patriarch of the Dragon clan finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Flames of greed burned in the depths of his eyes. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. At this moment, the two Supreme Dragons clan leader who were also aware of the Beyond Heaven secret zone finally understood. They were no longer surprised by Duan Lingtian's strength. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? What's that? Naturally, unlike the two Supreme Elders of the Dragon clan who knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone, this was the first time the other members of the Dragon clan had heard about it. All of them were dumbfounded. Roar! While most of the members of the Dragon clan were still in a daze, the Dragon clan leader's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, he let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. It spread out, bringing a deafening feeling to everyone present. Many people from the Dragon's clan leader's clan who were still in a daze regained their senses. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the clan leader of the dragon tribe shone brightly and transformed into his original form. He was a golden divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. He hovered in the void and covered the sky. An 8-clawed golden dragon? As soon as the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader transformed into his true form, Duan Lingtian noticed there were 8 claws on each of the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's claws. Moreover, it was an 8-clawed golden dragon. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you can withstand the full force of my true form's attack. All of a sudden, the 8-clawed golden dragon that the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader transformed into spoke. As soon as he spoke, his voice reverberated in the air like a deafening bell. In the next instant, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader's huge body seemed to have disappeared into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could clearly see the patriarch of the Dragon clan moving at lightning speed. It was as though the patriarch of the Dragon clan had transformed into a thick golden whip as he swung it at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the whip passed, it tore the void apart like a piece of paper. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader charged at Duan Lingtian menacingly as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Go! In the face of the patriarch of the Dragon's clan leader, Duan Ling Tian controlled the sword formation to win. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. The sword formation under Duan Ling Tian's control seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as it charged fearlessly toward the patriarch of the dragon clan. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling light exploded. It was so blinding that they could not help but squint their eyes. The moment they squinted their eyes, bang! A loud noise was heard. Boom, 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 boom. Following that, a series of deafening noises could be heard clearly by everyone's ears. Wah! When the group of dragons opened their eyes, they saw Duan Ling Tian being sent flying. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Our patriarch is still better than him. Instantly, many of the dragon's clan leaders' eyes lit up. However, at this moment, another noise was heard, attracting the attention of the group of dragon's clan leader. At this moment, they discovered the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader. At some point, their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his human form. He was standing in the distance and had spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked rather wretched. Our patriarch is injured as well? This is a lose-lose situation. At this moment, the people from the dragon's clan leader finally realized what was going on. Even though their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he was still unable to kill Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I can't kill you, but you're no match for me as well. After a while, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader who had finally caught his breath said to Duan Ling Tian in a deep voice, however, you'll have to give me an explanation for killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan leader. Otherwise, when you ascend to the Devata realm, I'll search the entire Saint Province realm and annihilate the entire 7 Absolute sect. Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's words. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he asked in a deep voice, then, I'd like to know what kind of explanation you want from me, patriarch of the dragon's clan leader? As long as you leave the celestial supreme treasure in your hands behind, I and the dragon's clan leader will forgive you and the 7 Absolute sect. The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader said. So, you want my celestial sword? Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Since you want it, why don't I give it to you? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the celestial sword at the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader as though it was a piece of trash. Chapter 2489. The patriarch of the dragon clan did not expect Duan Ling Tian would obediently hand over the celestial supreme treasure as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Ling Tian was so cooperative that he wondered if he was dreaming. He had threatened Duan Ling Tian earlier because he was certain Duan Ling Tian must have ascended to the heavenly supreme treasure. He was certain Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the Devata realm before him. If Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the Devata realm, the 7 Absolute sect would lose Duan Ling Tian's support and would be at the mercy of the Dragon Clan. Although his threat was effective, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so cooperative. He was still in a daze when he caught the celestial sword that Duan Ling Tian had thrown to him. Duan Ling Tian's cooperation was beyond his expectations. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so tactful. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan narrowed his eyes at Duan Ling Tian as he held the celestial sword that Duan Ling Tian had thrown to him. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, however, haven't you thought about the fact that without this celestial supreme treasure, your strength is equivalent to an 8 bodiless celestial? What? Patriarch of the Dragons, are you going back on your word? You want to attack me after I obediently hand over the immortal supreme treasure as you wish? Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. He narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's words. You're very smart. The eyes of the patriarch of the Dragon Clan flashed coldly as he said coldly, Duan Ling Tian, you're a huge threat to the Dragon Clan if you're still alive. For this reason, you must die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too naive. You only handed over the celestial supreme treasure after I swore on the lightning penalty oath that I wouldn't make a move against you. You're cutting off your own path of retreat by doing this. You can't blame me. The Patriarch of the Dragon's voice was filled with killing intent when he spoke. Haha. This Duanling Tian is simply seeking death. Upon hearing the clan leader of the Dragon Clan's words, many of the clan leaders of the Dragon Clan laughed. He's the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. How could he be so careless as to hand over the Celestial Supreme Treasure without even asking Lord Clan Leader to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Isn't this a little inappropriate? After all, Lord Patriarch has already said that if he doesn't hand over the Celestial Supreme Treasure, he'll annihilate the 7 Absolute Sect. Some of the dragons could not help but frown. They felt the Patriarch of the Dragons was going back on his word. Lord Patriarch said that if Duanling Tian doesn't hand over the Celestial Supreme Treasure, he'll annihilate the 7 Absolute Sect after he ascends to the Devata realm. However, Lord Patriarch didn't say that he won't kill Duanling Tian after obtaining the Celestial Supreme Treasure. That seems to be the case. In that case, Lord Patriarch isn't going back on his word. As long as Lord Patriarch doesn't target the 7 Absolute Sect after this, he's not going back on his word. The people from the dragons discussed among themselves. However, they no longer felt the Patriarch of the Dragons was going back on his word. They felt Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, was too stupid for not allowing their Patriarch to swear on the lightning penalty oath. That was why he was forced into a passive position. Even if Duanling Tian died today, he had only himself to blame. Now that Duanling Tian has lost the Celestial Supreme Treasure, his strength is definitely weaker than a 9 Tribulation bodiless Celestial. Even if Lord Patriarch doesn't use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, it'll be easy for him to kill Duanling Tian. That's right. Earlier, Lord Patriarch fought Duanling Tian to a draw even without using the Celestial Supreme Treasure. Now that Duanling Tian has lost the Celestial Supreme Treasure, he's definitely no match for Lord Patriarch. Today, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect will die in the dragon's estate. Most of the people from the dragons looked at Duanling Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. After all, they did not think Duanling Tian had a chance of surviving after losing the Celestial Supreme Treasure. In the past, the Celestial Supreme Treasure was only a legend to the people from the dragon's estate. Even so, it did not affect their understanding of the Celestial Supreme Treasures. They knew how much a Celestial Supreme Treasure could improve a person's strength. For this reason, they were certain that Duanling Tian's strength was not weak. After losing the Celestial Supreme Treasure, it was impossible for Duanling Tian to be as strong as he was earlier. Then, does this mean you're going to kill me, clan leader of the dragons? Duanling Tian asked calmly with narrowed eyes when he heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons. Even now, he did not panic in the slightest. Of course, the clan leader of the dragons said confidently, "You can only blame yourself for being stupid. You didn't make me swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't attack you after you hand over the Celestial Supreme Treasure." The chief of the dragons was puzzled as to why Duanling Tian was able to remain calm. However, he did not think that Duanling Tian would be able to cause any trouble after losing the Celestial Supreme Treasure. In his opinion right now, Duanling Tian was like a fish on his chopping board, completely at his mercy. If that's the case, clan leader of the dragons, will you keep your promise and not attack the members of the 7 Absolute Sect after obtaining the Celestial Supreme Treasure? Duanling Tian suddenly opened his eyes and asked bluntly. The Patriarch of the Dragons could not help but be stunned when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He had never thought that Duanling Tian would still think of a member of the 7 Absolute Sect when he was on the brink of death. You don't have to worry about that. Since you've handed over the Celestial Supreme Treasure, I'll naturally keep my promise and won't attack anyone from the 7 Absolute Sect, the Patriarch of the Dragons said. As soon as the Patriarch of the Dragons finished speaking, many of the dragons who were more upright could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the Patriarch of the Dragons would go back on his word and attack the members of the 7 Absolute Sect after this. If that really happened, it would be difficult for them to accept it. After all, they did not want to believe that the Patriarch of the Dragons would go back on his word. Good. Very good. As soon as the Patriarch of the Dragons finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on Duanling Tian's calm face. Patriarch of the Dragons, based on what you've said, after you die today, I won't touch any member of the dragon clan. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. This was because his words were too frightening. At the very least, to the members of the dragons, his words were too frightening. This Duan Ling Tian, is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he spouting? He even handed over the celestial supreme treasure. Does he really think he can kill our patriarch? Even if he didn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only on par with our patriarch. Now that he doesn't even have the celestial supreme treasure, he still dares to say such arrogant words? Is he crazy? I really don't know. Where does he get the courage to say such things at this point? When the members of the dragons regained their senses, they looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. They felt that Duan Ling Tian must be dreaming. Haha. When the patriarch of the dragons regained his senses, he could not help but burst into laughter. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. Duan Ling Tian, I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things after you've lost the celestial supreme treasure. After I die? I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the celestial supreme treasure. After the patriarch of the dragons stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with disdain and mocked him. Without the celestial supreme treasure? When Duan Ling Tian heard the patriarch of the dragons' words and faced the mocking gazes of the dragons, he smiled faintly. Then, he raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Once he infused his energy into it, it shot out streaks of sharp sword rays. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sword glow swallowed and spat out, an incomparably sharp aura once again spread out. These streaks of aura were comparable to the aura of the celestial sword in Duan Ling Tian's hand. This is, when they sensed the sharp aura, the members of the dragons were not the only ones whose expressions changed. Even the expression of the clan leader of the dragon tribe froze at this moment. Another celestial supreme treasure? The two great supreme elders of the dragons looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They did not expect this at all. After losing a celestial supreme treasure, Duan Ling Tian actually managed to retrieve another celestial supreme treasure. Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? That's a celestial supreme treasure? I think so, right? Oh my god. How many celestial supreme treasures does Duan Ling Tian have? Is this still a legendary celestial supreme treasure? Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? When they realized that the sword Duan Ling Tian had taken out was also a celestial supreme treasure, the members of the dragons were dumbfounded. This was something that they had never dreamed of. I didn't expect Duan Ling Tian to have a second celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the patriarch of the dragons had also recovered from the shock of seeing Duan Ling Tian take out a second celestial supreme sword. When he looked at Duan Ling Tian again, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he said, "However, do you think you'll be able to kill me with another celestial supreme treasure? Don't forget, I have a celestial supreme treasure in my hands now. Earlier when we fought to a draw, I was at a disadvantage because I didn't have a celestial supreme treasure. Now that I have a celestial supreme treasure as well, it won't be difficult for me to kill you." The patriarch of the dragons was full of confidence as he spoke. Today, Duan Ling Tian is destined to give us, the dragons, a celestial supreme treasure. The patriarch of the dragons said. Hearing the dragon clan's clan leader's words, the eyes of the two supreme elders of the dragon clan lit up at the same time, and their breathing quickened. Chapter 2490. They did not doubt that the patriarch of the dragons would be able to snatch the second celestial supreme treasure from Duan Ling Tian. It was just as the patriarch of the dragons had said. Now that he had a celestial supreme treasure as well, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Ling Tian, who also had a celestial supreme treasure. After all, the patriarch of the dragons was able to fight Duan Ling Tian to a draw even without a celestial supreme treasure. Now that he had a celestial supreme treasure, he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Give the dragons a celestial supreme treasure? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragons' words. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Go ahead and try." Of course I'll try. The Patriarch of the Dragons shouted coldly. Then, he activated the celestial sword in his hand and launched a thunderous attack at Duan Lingtian. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow so that Duan Lingtian would not have a chance to turn the tables. The Patriarch of the Dragons was clearly an expert in using swords. When he attacked with the celestial sword, he integrated his techniques perfectly into it and unleashed an attack comparable to an ordinary golden celestial. The sword seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. However, in the face of the Patriarch of the Dragon's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, condensed a sword formation above his head again. Immediately after, a mysterious aura spread out from the sword formation and swept in all directions. When the aura shrouded the Patriarch of the Dragons, he was shocked to discover that the celestial supreme treasure was no longer in his hand. The celestial sword in his hand was no longer under his control. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial sword injured his hand and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. In just a blink of an eye, it became a part of the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. That was not all. The group of dragon clansmen who were carrying weapons seemed to be drawn out by an invisible force and merged with the sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian's head, becoming a part of the sword formation. What's going on? This technique. What technique is this? How did he snatch my weapon? All of a sudden, those from the dragon clan who had their weapons stolen started to panic again. Patriarch's Lord Celestial Supreme Treasure as well? The Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch of the Dragons, Patriarch of the Patriarch of the Patriarch of the Dragons is Patriarch of the Patriarch. He Duan Dragon, S Patriarch and Duan Celestial Supreme Treasures right. Duan Celestial Supreme Treasure. A Duan Celestial Supreme Celestial Swords Treasure Celestial Supreme Treasure? Duan Heavens was sword was Duan Dragons? Dun Duan Dragon. It was the celestial sword that had just escaped his control. This is the technique sword Saint Feng Qingyang used to subdue 10,000 soldiers. As the Patriarch of the Dragons Patriarch, he knew about the history from 100,000 years ago. He knew sword Saint Feng Qingyang had a technique that could subdue all the weapons in the area and make them submit to him. However, that technique can subdue a celestial supreme treasure? Although the Patriarch of the Dragons knew Feng Qingyang had such a technique, he did not know it could subdue a celestial supreme treasure. No wonder Duan Lingtian was so cooperative when he handed the celestial supreme treasure to me. As it turns out, he had already anticipated this. He knew I wouldn't be able to use the celestial supreme treasure to attack him even if I obtained it. As the Patriarch of the Dragons Patriarch, he was, naturally, not a fool. He quickly figured this out. At this moment, the Patriarch of the Dragons Patriarch felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had been fooled by Duan Lingtian. Patriarch of the Dragons, take my sword formation again. Duan Lingtian's cold voice rang in the ears of the Patriarch of the Dragons. The Patriarch of the Dragons Patriarch was shocked. He hastily reverted to his true form and exerted all his strength to meet Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on. Boom, 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 boom. History repeated itself. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had two celestial supreme treasures in his sword formation. Although the strength of the two celestial supreme treasures could not be completely combined, the overall strength was still slightly stronger than before. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had managed to severely injure the Patriarch of the Dragons at the cost of minor injuries. Although Duan Lingtian managed to injure the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan was an 8-clawed golden dragon. His recovery ability was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was recovering from his injuries, the Patriarch of the Dragons Patriarch had also recovered from his injuries. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that I won't be able to take you down today. The Patriarch of the Dragons' 10,000-meter-long body hovered in the air. He stared at Duan Lingtian with his huge eyes as he said in a thunderous voice, however, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll take a step back. As long as you hand over a celestial supreme treasure, the dragons and I will no longer be enemies with you and the 7 Absolute Sect. Otherwise, I'll definitely wreak havoc in the 7 Absolute Sect after you've ascended. Even at this moment, the Patriarch of the Dragons still coveted the celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hands. You should know that as an eminent celestial, you'll be forcefully pulled to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force in a few years. As a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has just passed the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation less than 100 years ago, I can still stay in the mundane realm for more than 900 years. You'd better think about it carefully. The Patriarch of the Dragons did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian. The Patriarch of the Dragons would be able to stay in the mundane realm longer than Duan Lingtian. As long as you hand over a celestial supreme treasure, we'll be able to bury the hatchet between the 7 Absolute Sect and the Dragons. The Patriarch of the Dragons said confidently as though he had Duan Lingtian under his control. You're right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, it's impossible for me to kill you. If that's the case, you should hand over a celestial supreme treasure. It'll be best for both of us, the 7 Absolute Sect, and the Dragons. The Patriarch of the Dragons said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Duan Lingtian's calm expression changed abruptly as a sneer appeared on his face. I only said it's impossible for me to kill you. However, I didn't say it's impossible for other people to kill you. Duan Lingtian said, Other people? The Patriarch of the Dragons was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he sneered and said, Duan Lingtian, don't try to fool me. Currently, in the mundane realm, unless you can find a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to join forces with you, nobody can kill me. Devil clans? 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow in surprise when he heard the Patriarch of the Dragons' words. The devil clans have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Isn't it said that 9-tribulation bodiless celestials don't appear in every era in the Saint Province realm and the land of exile? Why is there a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm? Why is there a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clan? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans? At the same time, the members of the dragon clan who were present were also shocked when they heard the words of their clan leader. After all, they had just learned that there were 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. No wonder Lord Patriarch didn't manage to defeat the devil clans even though he's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, there's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. I really didn't expect this. If Lord Patriarch joins forces with the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, it's not impossible for them to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The members of the dragons discussed among themselves. They felt the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan should not fight with Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. Instead, they should work together to defeat the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If you join forces with that fellow to kill me, Duan Lingtian and the 7 Absolute Sect will be condemned for eternity in this mundane realm. The Patriarch of the Dragons sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would not join forces with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill him. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would join forces with the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to annihilate the dragon's clan. However, after he died, the minor-major mirror image talisman on him would immediately shatter. At the same time, the mirror image would be transmitted to the corresponding mirror image talisman and displayed to the owner of the mirror image talisman. The owner of the mirror image talisman was none other than the Patriarch of the Phoenix clan. In other words, if Duan Lingtian joined forces with a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill him, he would be condemned for eternity. Sect leader Duan. At this moment, one of the supreme elders of the Dragon's clan stepped forward and said to Duan Lingtian, Our Patriarch is the only 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the upper province. If you give our Patriarch a celestial supreme treasure, not only will it resolve the enmity between you and our Patriarch, but it'll also give you a chance to join forces with our Patriarch to kill the 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and defeat the devil clans. Why don't you do it? The supreme elder of the Dragon's clan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner. That's right. The other supreme elder of the Dragon's clan stepped forward and said, Sect leader Duan, if you join forces with our Patriarch, you'll definitely be able to defeat the devil clans. From today onward, your name will go down in history along with our Patriarch. This is a great thing for you. All you have to do is give us a celestial supreme treasure. The two supreme elders of the Dragon's clan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. Humph! Duan Lingtian scoffed disdainfully. Naturally, I'll kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and defeat the devil clans. However, there's no need for me to join forces with your patriarch. I don't need to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill you. Chapter 2491. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the help of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the patriarch of the dragons felt he had been underestimated and insulted. He could not help but laugh out loud. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me with the techniques you've used earlier. Most of the people from the dragons shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Does Duan Lingtian really think our patriarch is a pushover? Even if our patriarch doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, he's still a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How can an eminent celestial like him kill him? Based on the situation earlier, it's obvious Duan Lingtian has used his full strength. However, he's only evenly matched with our patriarch. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill our patriarch if he doesn't join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it's obvious he doesn't intend to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. However, why is he so confident that he can kill Lord Patriarch? The people from the dragons were stunned by Duan Lingtian's confidence. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to kill the patriarch of the dragons. However, they were confused by Duan Lingtian's confidence. The patriarch of the dragons looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful expression on his face. Kerr! Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as though there was something behind the clouds. Kerr! The people from the dragons were stunned by Duan Lingtian's gentle call. Someone's there? Immediately afterward, they also raised their heads and looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's gaze. Their divine senses also whizzed out immediately. However, he didn't find anything. There's no one. Is there really someone there? Why didn't I notice? That Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying things, right? Many of the dragons thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Who are you? The leader of the dragons vaguely sensed that there was a person standing behind the clouds. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, that person made a move and dove down. Is there really someone? All the dragons present, including the 2 supreme elders, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard the chief's words. Then, he stared at the clouds in the sky, trying to see if there was really someone behind the clouds. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the clouds that they were staring at suddenly dispersed. Then, there was a flash in front of their eyes. Before they could react, they saw another figure. They didn't know when, but a slim figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that it was a woman. Who is she? She's so fast. The expressions of the 2 Dragon Clan Grand Elders changed the moment their gazes landed on the woman. This was because the woman was too fast. They didn't know how the woman appeared. They didn't even see any trace of the woman's figure when she appeared next to Duan Lingtian. This meant that the woman's speed was beyond the range of what they could see with their naked eyes. Naturally, they knew very well what this meant. Even when Lord Clan Leader moved, we were still able to catch some traces of Lord Clan Leader's movements. However, how did this woman appear there? I didn't even notice her at all. The same goes for me. The 2 supreme elders of the dragon's expression was one of shock after they spoke through voice transmission. In that case, there are only 2 possibilities. The first possibility is that this woman is stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The second possibility is that this woman appeared so suddenly that we didn't notice her. That's true. I hope it's the latter. If it's the former, it'd be unbelievable. Even if it's the latter, she's definitely not weak. As the 2 Dragon Clan Grand Elders continued to communicate via voice transmission, they looked at the woman standing beside the purple-robed young man again, and their eyes were filled with wariness. Who's she? At the same time, the The group of people from the dragon's eyes shifted to the woman who suddenly appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. The peerless face of the woman that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful caused their eyes to light up. Her graceful figure even caused their eyes to be filled with extraordinary splendor. However, most of the people from the dragons had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they did not see how the woman appeared. Who's this woman? She's so fast. I'm a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, but I didn't see how she appeared. However, I'm certain she came from the sky. She's the Ke that Duan Ling Tian mentioned? Duan Ling Tian was so confident he could kill Lord Patriarch. Moreover, he said there was no need for him to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Could it be that his confidence came from this woman? Could it be that this woman is also a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The people from the dragon clan whispered among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian with a hint of dread in their eyes. Many of them speculated. This woman was most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, why would Duan Ling Tian be so confident earlier? Who are you? The patriarch of the dragon's eyes was filled with fear as he looked at the woman standing next to Duan Ling Tian. Although his divine sense had detected the existence of the woman in front of him, the feedback given to him by his divine sense allowed him to clearly sense that this woman was not simple. In particular, when the woman descended from the sky and appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian in a flash, her speed was so fast that even he could only vaguely catch a glimpse of her afterimage. This meant the woman was not weak at all. She was even faster than him. He was certain the woman was not weak at all. She was most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial like him. As for why her speed was so fast, it must be because she had obtained a movement celestial supreme treasure that could increase her speed. However, the patriarch of the dragon's question was met with silence. The woman who appeared next to Duan Ling Tian was none other than Duan Ling Tian's wife, Ke. When Duan Ling Tian tossed the celestial sword in his hand to the patriarch of the dragons as though it was a piece of trash, he had already contacted his wife, Ke, who was far away in the northern region, through a communication jade token. This was because it was very difficult for him to kill the dragon's clan leader with his own strength. It did not cross his mind that the leader of the dragons would be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even when he found out that the leader of the dragon's clan was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not intend to make an enemy out of the dragon's clan. That was because he had already taken his revenge and done what he had to do. As long as the dragons did not make him and the 7 absolute sect their enemy in the future, he could let bygones be bygones. However, what he did not expect was that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader was determined to kill him to avenge Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader coveted the celestial sword in his hand and wanted to kill him to take it away. However, that was not all. What Duan Ling Tian could not accept was the fact that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had attacked him. When the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader realized it was impossible for him to take the celestial sword away, the patriarch of the dragon's clan had threatened him. If he did not hand over the celestial sword, he would annihilate the entire 7 absolute sect after he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had already sentenced the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader to death. For this reason, he had decided to ask Ke to come and inform Ke about it. Then, he handed the celestial sword to the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader. He wanted to see what would happen if the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader did not return. Would the clan leader of the dragons go back on his word after obtaining the immortal supreme treasure, and say that he would annihilate the 7 invincible sect? If the clan leader of the dragons went back on his word, he wouldn't mind wiping out the entire clan of the dragons after the death of the clan leader. The chief of the dragons would never have dreamed that Duan Ling Tian cooperated and gave him an immortal sword, not to tease him, but to test his integrity. If he didn't keep his word, all the dragons would be buried with him. Brother Tian, are we just going to kill him alone? After Ke appeared, she glanced at the patriarch of the dragon clan before she looked at Duan Ling Tian who was standing next to her. Her emotionless eyes were filled with gentleness at this moment. At this moment, in Ke's eyes, it was as if Duan Ling Tian was the only person left in the world. At least he kept his word. After I gave him the celestial sword, he promised not to harm the members of the 7 absolute sect. So, it's enough to kill him alone. Duan Ling Tian nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader and said calmly, "You should be thankful that you didn't go back on your word. Otherwise, not only would you die today, but all the dragons would be buried with you." Duan Lingtian's words revealed something. Earlier, he cooperated and gave the celestial sword to the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader not to tease him, but to test if he would keep his word. This Duan Lingtian. He didn't cooperate and give the celestial supreme treasure to the patriarch because he thinks he has the ability to take it back? I originally thought that Duan Lingtian did that to tease the patriarch. However, after hearing what he said, it seems like he was testing the patriarch's integrity. From the beginning, he was certain that the patriarch would die today. Chapter 2492. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expression of the patriarch of the dragons changed drastically. If he had heard Duan Lingtian's words before the appearance of the woman next to Duan Lingtian, he would not have believed Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, he might have even mocked Duan Lingtian. However, now that he knew the woman next to Duan Lingtian was most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was certain Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. "Sir, I don't know you, and there's no enmity between us. I hope you won't interfere in the matter between me and Duan Lingtian," the patriarch of the dragons said politely as he looked at Kerr, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, Kerr ignored the patriarch of the dragons again. Upon seeing this, the patriarch of the dragons' expression darkened slightly. However, he did not lose his temper. After all, he knew the woman was not weak at all. Apart from being a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, she also possessed a movement celestial supreme treasure that could raise her speed to the level of a golden celestial in the Devata realms. This, based on Lord Patriarch's words, it seems like this woman is a threat to him? It seems like Lord Patriarch is wary of this woman joining forces with Duan Lingtian. This woman is most likely a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Otherwise, Lord Patriarch wouldn't be so wary of her. The members of the dragons could not help but whisper among themselves when they heard the patriarch's words to the woman next to Duan Lingtian. Initially, they were skeptical when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to test the sincerity of their patriarch. However, after seeing their patriarch's reaction, they began to suspect something. What Duan Lingtian said was most likely true. If Duan Lingtian and this woman can really kill the clan leader together, then, once they make a move on us dragons, we dragons will definitely be annihilated. Today, if Duan Lingtian and this woman had joined forces to kill Lord Clan Leader and not attack us dragons, we would be thankful that Lord Clan Leader did not go back on his words. After obtaining the immortal supreme treasure, he still said that he would deal with the 7 absolute sect. Indeed, many of the dragons whispered to each other again, and brought up this matter. Some people were already secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Although they didn't know if Duan Lingtian and the woman beside him could kill the clan leader of the dragons. However, at the very least, when the clan leader of the dragons was tested by Duan Lingtian, he did not leave any hidden danger for them to annihilate their clan. At this moment, even the 2 grand supreme elders of the dragons could not help but rejoice in their hearts. "Clan leader of the dragons, do you know? Who is she to me?" When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons to Kerr, he could not help but look at the clan leader of the dragons with narrowed eyes. When the clan leader of the dragons heard Duan Lingtian's words, he finally noticed that the woman whom he feared the most. When Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian, her expression was as gentle as water. It was as though she was looking at her ideal husband. For a moment, the clan leader of the dragons' expression changed. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. She's my wife. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again, revealing his relationship with Xueqi, who was standing next to him. The members of the dragon clan shifted their gazes back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Xueqi before Duan Lingtian spoke again. Boom! Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue to the members of the dragon clan, including the patriarch of the dragon clan. They were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. Duan Lingtian said, "Duan Lingtian, you're right." The beautiful woman next to him who seemed to be a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial was his wife? Just as the group of dragon clan members were still in a daze, and before they could recover from their shock, a voice rang out. Whoosh! Kerr, who was originally standing next to Duan Ling Tian, moved to the space between Duan Ling Tian and the clan leader of the dragons in just a blink of an eye. She stood between Duan Ling Tian and the clan leader of the dragons. Currently, she was staring coldly at the clan leader of the dragons. Moreover, she lifted her right hand slightly at this moment. Her jade-like slender hand slowly stretched out from under her sleeve. In an instant, her beautiful and alluring hand was clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone present. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As soon as Kerr raised her hand, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air, causing the space around her to tremble. The surrounding space shook violently, and countless ferocious and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They were densely packed together. Kerr, who was standing in the middle of the cracks, remained motionless. She was not affected at all. No. The clan leader of the dragons, who had just regained his senses, seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. His originally dignified face also flushed red at this moment, and he was so anxious that his eyeballs were darting around. However, his body remained motionless as though he was a statue. Naturally, it was not because he did not want to move. It was because he discovered he could not move at all. It was as though his body was filled with lead. At this moment, the clan leader of the dragons felt his huge body was bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the woman not far away stretched out her right hand and slowly clenched it together. At this moment, the peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him was like the god of death in his eyes. She brought him endless fear. Although he had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he still could not break free from the invisible force that bound him. Why, you're a celestial. A celestial from a Devata realm. Soon after, the clan leader of the dragon's eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. Then, he opened his mouth and shouted, completely losing his dignity as the clan leader of the dragons. It was to the extent that his body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, was like a bag of skin that was pleasing to the eye but useless to the eye. A celestial. Upon hearing the clan leader of the dragon's words and sensing the fear in his voice, the dragons present on the scene could not help but tremble in fear. When they looked at Kerr again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Their clan leader of the dragons, who had reverted to his true form, was in such a passive position in front of a terrifyingly young woman. A celestial? Lord Clan Leader said she's a celestial? Isn't a celestial from a Devata realm? Why would she be here? Just as the group of people from the Dragon Clan heard the Dragon Clan's clan leaders yelling, they were confused and puzzled. Xueqi extended her right hand and clenched it into a fist. Boom, 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 boom. An earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out in the space around the Dragon Patriarch's body, causing the entire area to tremble violently. The entire Dragon Clan's territory quaked and swayed. Following that, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm appeared around the clan leader of the dragons. The palm was extremely slender. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was similar to the clan leader of the dragons. The shape of this palm was almost exactly the same as Xueqi's palm, but the difference in size was like heaven and earth. The palm that appeared out of thin air around the clan leader of the dragons was tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky. The people from the dragons were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by this scene. What is Kerr doing? Also, what form this palm seems to be? That rift in space. At the same time, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian noticed something else. The palm that appeared around the dragon's patriarch's huge body was tens of thousands of meters long. It was completely formed by the void cracks. The moment the hand appeared, it began to close again, causing half of the sky to seem to have paused. No. Following that, Duan Lingtian heard the heart-wrenching roar of the dragon's clan leader. But before that, he had already seen when the palm, which was completely formed by the cracks in the void, closed into a fist. It had already squeezed the dragon's clan leader's huge body in its hand and crushed it to death. In that instant, the aura of the dragon clan's clan chief vanished like smoke. The clan leader of the dragon clan had fallen just like that, his body and Tao vanishing. In front of the slender palm that was tens of thousands of meters long, the body of the dragon's clan leader, an 8-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long, was like a slightly larger earthworm. The palm easily crushed it to death. Now it was not just Duan Ling Tian. Even the people of the dragons present only heard the roar of the dragon's clan leader before it died after seeing the dragon's clan leader being crushed to death. And the reason why this happened was because the speed of light was much faster than the speed of sound. Silence. The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound for a long time. Even Duan Ling Tian was completely stunned at this moment. Although he knew that Ke had the ability to easily kill the dragon's clan leader, he did not expect that Ke would use such a method to crush the body of the dragon's clan leader that was more than 10,000 meters long. This is too exaggerated. The two supreme elders of the dragon tribe secretly inhaled a breath of cold air. After recovering from their shock, they looked at each other and saw the incomparable horror in each other's eyes for a moment. Chapter 2493. After the two supreme elders regained their senses, the members of the dragon clan began to regain their senses as well. Gasp, 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 gasp. After they regained their senses, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. After being crushed to death by the gigantic hand, the dragon clan leader's body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, disappeared along with the hand. They knew very well that not only had their patriarch been killed, but there was not even a trace of him left behind in this world. The scene before them caused them to suck in a breath of cold air, and at the same time, it also caused them to tremble in fear. Their patriarch was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength was even stronger than ordinary 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. Even so, the leader of the dragon clan was still dead. He was killed by a terrifyingly young woman. Is she really a celestial from a Devata realm, as Lord Patriarch said? One of the supreme elders from the dragon clan looked at the beautiful figure hovering in the air with a hint of fear on his face. Apart from a celestial from a Devata realm, who else in the mundane realm can kill our patriarch so easily? The other supreme elder of the dragon clan could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the words of the supreme elder of the dragon clan. From the beginning until the end, she didn't even use any celestial supreme treasures. She just casually crushed the clan leader with her bare hands. She had crushed his patriarch to death. If the two supreme elders from the dragon clan did not see it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that their patriarch would be able to kill their patriarch. The clan leader of the dragon clan, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by someone with just a wave of his hand. How could a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial be killed so easily in the mundane realm? Who would believe this if they heard about it? However, now that the truth was laid out before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Is she really Duan Lingtian's wife? Duan Lingtian's wife is so powerful that she defies the natural order? His wife is a celestial from a Devata realm? In that case, the reason why he is so strong is most likely because of his wife? Isn't that obvious? When the gazes of the dragon clan members landed on Xueqi once again, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. When they recalled the words of the dragon's patriarch before his death, they unanimously agreed Duan Lingtian's wife was a celestial from a Devata realm. Moreover, he was a powerful immortal who was even stronger than a 9-tribulation loose immortal and could easily kill a 9-tribulation loose immortal. At the same time, they also guessed the reason Duan Lingtian was so strong was most likely not only because of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but also because of his wife. Ke merely raised her hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, killing the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he only regained his senses after a long time. However, Xueqi, who was directly involved in this matter, had a calm expression on her face. It was as though killing a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was nothing to her. Brother Tian, soon after, Xueqi's calm gaze swept across the group of people from the dragon tribe. All the members of the dragon clan who were targeted by Xueqi changed their expressions as they trembled in fear. Didn't Duan Lingtian say he won't kill the dragons? According to Duan Lingtian's words, as long as our patriarch doesn't go back on his word, he won't kill the dragons. He won't go back on his word, right? Duan Ling Tian won't take advantage of this opportunity to kill the dragons, right? At this moment, the dragon's patriarch, including the two supreme dragons, were in a state of panic. They were afraid Duan Ling Tian and his wife would kill the dragon's patriarch. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian and his wife attacking together. Even if it was just Duan Ling Tian's wife, it would be easy for her to kill the dragons. After all, after the death of their patriarch, the strongest people among the dragon's patriarch were the two supreme elders and two seven tribulation bodiless celestials. It would be easier for a person who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill the dragons than to kill an ant. At this moment, the dragon's patriarch looked at Duan Ling Tian anxiously. They were worried that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word. They could see that Duan Ling Tian's wife was not an ordinary person. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian's wife obeyed Duan Ling Tian's orders. If Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to annihilate the dragon clan, she would not show any mercy. If I can have a wife like her, I'll be content even if I can only live for a year or so. What ability does Duan Ling Tian possess to be able to find such a wife? A celestial wife. Duan Ling Tian found a real celestial wife. While the dragon's patriarch were worried that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word, most of the male dragons could not help but envy Duan Ling Tian for having such a powerful and obedient wife. They felt that Duan Ling Tian's luck was heaven-defying. Ignore them. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Ker was asking him if he wanted to kill the dragon's patriarch. Let's go back. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he and his wife disappeared from the sight of the dragon's patriarch. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the dragon's patriarch's residence and the 100,000 mountains. Only the group of dragon clan members were left standing there in a daze, unable to come to their senses for a long time. When they came back to their senses, they let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Most of them realized that the clothes on their backs had been soaked in cold sweat at some point in time. Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. His wife is even more terrifying. With Duan Ling Tian and his wife around, no one will dare to say a word about the 7 absolute sect in our mundane realm. When the members of the dragon's patriarch thought about how powerful Duan Ling Tian and his wife were, they shuddered in fear. No wonder Duan Ling Tian said he could kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and drive the devil clans back to the land of exile even without joining forces with Lord Patriarch. As it turns out, he's really capable of doing so. He doesn't even have to do it himself. His wife only has to do it, and the devil clans will have no choice but to return to the land of exile. After witnessing the strength of Duan Ling Tian's wife, the members of the dragon's patriarch realized something. The good days of the devil clans had come to an end. The 7 absolute sect is going to rise to prominence. Many of the members of the dragon's patriarch said enviously. Duan Ling Tian was the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. Naturally, his wife was considered a member of the 7 absolute sect as well. If Duan Ling Tian and his wife managed to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile and annihilate the devil clans, they would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm and would be revered by the people in the Saint Province realm. At the same time, the 7 absolute sect would rise in status and become a transcendent force in the Saint Province realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the members of the dragon's patriarch's thoughts. Currently, he was making his way to the northern region with Xueqi. They were preparing to return to the nameless snow-capped mountain where the 7 absolute sect's temporary estate was located. Ker, it seems like your strength has improved again? On the way, Duan Ling Tian looked at Xueqi and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Ker nodded slightly. I've improved a little during this time. Upon hearing Ker's confirmation, Duan Ling Tian realized he was right. The method Ker used to kill the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch was much stronger than the method she used to kill the 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Are there any side effects? Duan Ling Tian asked with a solemn expression on his face. What he was most worried about was this. While Xueqi was improving her strength, there would be some kind of sequelae left on her body. The loss outweighed the gain. No. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words of concern, Xueqi lightly shook her head and smiled sweetly, as gentle as water. That's good. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After we return, Let's make a trip to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate the whereabouts of father and mother. After we find them, we'll make a move and send the devil clans back to where they came from." Duan Ling Tian looked at Xueqi and spoke of the plan in his heart. "I'll listen to you, brother Tian," Ke said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian's face instantly bloomed into a brilliant smile as he extended his hand to gently stroke Xueqi's beautiful hair. His eyes were filled with tenderness. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for? With Duan Ling Tian and Ke's speed, it did not take long for them to return to the northern region and the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate. Both of them returned to the nameless snowy peak and stayed there for a few days to prepare to head to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. "Brother Tian, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold will be fine, right?" Before they set off, Ke could not help but think about the three little fellows who were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She looked at Duan Ling Tian worriedly. When they were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Ke had learned from her sister that the three little fellows had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. However, even after some time had passed, the three little fellows were still nowhere to be seen. For this reason, she could not help but feel worried. "Don't worry." Although Duan Ling Tian was also worried about the safety of the three little fellows, he could not help but comfort his wife when he saw how worried she was. "Didn't you hear them say that Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold's strength is much stronger than before?" Chapter 2494. With their quick wits and their extraordinary cultivation base, I'm sure they'll be fine. Who knows, they might have already left the Beyond Heaven secret zone by the time we return from the lower province. At that time, I'm afraid we'll have found father and mother in the lower province. Duan Ling Tian patted his wife's back and comforted her with a smile on his face. Although Duan Ling Tian comforted his wife, a hint of worry could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In fact, he was also worried about the safety of the three little fellows. Although the three little fellows were not weak, there were many powerhouses in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were even many seven tribulation bodiless celestials. Although the three little fellows were comparable to ordinary bodiless celestials, it would be difficult for them to fight against those powerful bodiless celestials. Yes. Ke did not know Duan Ling Tian's words were insincere. After listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, she was no longer as worried as before. Duan Ling Tian had achieved his goal. This time, Duan Ling Tian and Ke were the only ones returning to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even Feng Tianwu was not tagging along. Feng Tianwu had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Due to this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not bring her along when they returned to the lower province. He was afraid it would affect her cultivation. When Duan Ling Tian and Ke were leaving the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the dragon's residence in the 10,000 mountains of the eastern province was not peaceful. Although the two supreme elders of the dragons had ordered the members of the dragons present on the scene not to spread the news about what had happened a few days ago, the news was leaked. However, in the end, the matter was still leaked out, causing the entire dragon tribe to be shaken. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Everyone in the dragons knew about Duan Ling Tian's appearance in the dragon's residence that day. They also knew that Duan Ling Tian was here. Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, had personally gone to meet Duan Ling Tian. However, the people who didn't join in the fun didn't know what happened in the end. Now, as the news spread, everything that happened that day was completely revealed in front of every member of the dragon tribe. At the same time, it also shocked all the members of the dragon clan who didn't know about this before. Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Ling Tian? Heavens! Duan Ling Tian is capable of killing Elder Di Huan? Elder Di Huan is a powerful seven tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a seven tribulation bodiless celestial was easily killed by Duan Ling Tian. His strength must be comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Duan Ling Tian is just an eminent celestial, but he's so heaven-defying. How can such a monster appear in the mundane realm? When the news of Di Huan being killed by Duan Ling Tian spread to the dragons were shocked. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, to be so powerful. No wonder Duan Ling Tian dared to barge into the dragons and demanded that we hand over Elder Di Huan. As it turns out, he's so powerful. Although he's powerful, he's still arrogant when he threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Elder Di Huan, right? This was the reaction of the members of the Dragon Clan who did not know what was going to happen later. Although they knew Duan Ling Tian had killed Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, and his strength was not inferior to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, they did not think Duan Ling Tian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. After Elder Di Huan's death, Duan Ling Tian was preparing to leave as well. At that critical moment, Lord Patriarch showed up. The eyes of the people from the dragons brightened when they learned that Lord Patriarch had shown up after Di Huan's death. Lord Patriarch is the strongest person in the dragons. He's at least an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. What happened after Lord Patriarch showed up? The people from the dragons who were unaware of what had happened were curious about what had happened. The truth from that day was gradually revealed before their eyes, and it caused all of them to be dumbstruck like wooden chickens and be constantly lost in thought. Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Since Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian to avenge Elder Di Huan? You're wrong. I was there at that time, and I thought so as well. However, the final outcome was beyond my expectations. Duan Ling Tian's strength is not inferior to Lord Patriarch. Duan Ling Tian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he even knows a technique to snatch celestial supreme treasures. Since they're evenly matched, what happened in the end? Since Lord Patriarch can't do anything to Duan Ling Tian, and Duan Ling Tian can't do anything to Lord Patriarch as well, right? You're thinking too much. In the end, Duan Ling Tian's wife showed up. Duan Ling Tian's wife? What kind of storm can a woman stir up? What happened that day quickly spread throughout the entire Dragon Clan through the mouths of those who were present at the time, and it also introduced the Dragon Clan to a woman. She was Duan Ling Tian's wife. Duan Ling Tian's wife just casually raised her hand and killed Lord Patriarch, who had transformed into an 8-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long? Is this true? Why do I feel like I'm listening to the heavenly book? Lord Patriarch, that's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he be killed by a woman? Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back when he was killed by a woman? When the dragons learned about Duan Ling Tian's wife's terrifying strength, the people in the Dragon City fell silent. Before Lord Patriarch died, he said Duan Ling Tian's wife is a celestial from a Devata realm? I'm afraid only a celestial from a Devata realm would have such strength. After news of what happened a few days ago spread in the Dragon City's estate, it quickly spread to the Dragon's estate and the 100,000 mountains. The news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at an extremely fast speed. The Patriarch of the Dragons is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were shocked when they found out the Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After the initial shock, they were pleasantly surprised. We have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial here. It's only a matter of time before we defeat the devil clans and send them back to the land of exile. Many people were filled with confidence when they found out there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was as though they could already see the scene of the devil clans being chased back to the land of exile. However, the news that spread next caused them to be dumbfounded. The Patriarch of the Dragons is dead? Moreover, he was killed by someone? The people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had just learned that they had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when they heard this news. For a moment, they were all scared silly and stunned. That's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's capable of killing him? Moreover, he was killed by someone. As time passed, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land quickly learned about the matter. While they were learning about the ins and outs of the matter, a statement was released from the Dragon Clan's encampment. From today onward, the dragons will no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. As soon as the announcement was made, those who did not believe the news about the death of the Dragon Clan's clan leader had no choice but to believe that the rumors were not groundless. They were certain the news was true. Heavens! That 7 Absolute sect is really amazing when they don't do anything. For the past few years, there was no news from the 7 Absolute sect at all. I thought the members of the 7 Absolute sect had turned into cowards. I didn't expect the 7 Absolute sect to appear again after a few years and do such a shocking thing. Initially, I thought it was shocking enough that the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, Duanling Tian, is as strong as a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect his wife to be even more terrifying. She can kill a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. The current 7 Absolute sect seems to be even more monstrous and heaven-defying compared to the 7 Absolute sect from 100,000 years ago when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still alive. The 7 Absolute sect is really heaven-defying. Not long after, the news of Duanling Tian's arrival in the Dragon Clan and how his wife, Ku casually killed the clan leader of the Dragon Clan spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the news spread to the snow-capped peak where the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate was located, Nangong and Nangong Wuk, who had not been in closed-door cultivation, were shocked. Her strength is so terrifying? Nangong and Nangong Wuk were shocked when they thought about the gentle woman by Duanling Tian's side. They did not expect Duanling Tian to be so powerful. Duanling Tian's wife actually possessed such a powerful, terrifying, and heaven-defying strength. Nangong Wuk and Nangong Wuk were shocked because of this. Ever since they had reunited with Duanling Tian and the others in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, no one had told them about Duanling Tian's wife, Ku's strength. Therefore, when they found out about Ku's actions in the Dragon Clan's encampment, they were shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. There's actually someone among the humans who can kill a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand? When the news spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it naturally reached the ears of the Devil Clans as well. The entire Devil Clans were shocked. Chapter 2495. The fact that the Devil Clans occupied half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was enough to prove how powerful they were. There was no lack of bodiless celestials in the Devil Clans. When the Devil Clans invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, most of these bodiless celestials stayed in the land of exile and did not follow the Devil Clans to the Debussy subterranean. Later on, when some bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans left the land of exile and entered the Debussy subterranean, more and more bodiless celestials followed them to the Debussy subterranean. Those bodiless celestials who belonged to forces also returned to their own forces. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans, the Devil Clan's Duanling Tian had encountered in the human Devil Saint City in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were just ordinary devils. Now that all the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans had appeared, the bodiless celestials were in charge of the Devil Clans. Moreover, with the appearance of the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans, the number of conflicts between the Devil Clans had decreased. Instead, the Devil Clans had joined forces to deal with the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Devil Clans were united. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the northern and southern regions that were occupied by the Devil Clans were not divided into territories like the Devil Clans in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everywhere one went, one could see various Devil Clans. Moreover, these Devil Clans were living peacefully with each other. There's someone among the humans who can kill a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of his hand? The Patriarch of the Dragons was killed by the wife of Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? When this news spread to the northern and southern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Devil Clans were shocked. Many of the demons were scared out of their wits. There's a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm? In the exiled realm, it takes a few eras for a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial to appear, but there's a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm now? The Patriarch of the Dragons is a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. When they heard that the leader of the dragons was a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial, many of them were shocked. They did not expect a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial to exist in this era. Moreover, the 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial was in the Saint Province realm. Because of this, many of the Demon Clan members couldn't help but tremble in fear. However, they soon learned something else. In this era, The devil clans also had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. According to the news from the dragons, the leader of the dragons said that unless Duan Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, joined forces with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan, it would be impossible to kill him. Based on your words, it's obvious the devil clans have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in this era as well. I was wondering why the clan leader of the dragons didn't send us back to the exiled realm since he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. Based on the news from the dragons, the members of the devil clans realized that there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the exiled realm. The members of the devil clans also had 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. They could not help but feel excited. However, it did not take long before they recalled something. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Although Duan Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, is only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there are 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Saint Province realm? The members of the devil clans were shocked when they learned that Duan Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, was as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not expect the young sect leader of the 7 absolute sect to be so strong. After they had invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they had more or less heard about the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. However, ever since they had invaded the upper province, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect had disappeared completely. Initially, they thought something must have happened to the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. Who would have thought? After a few years, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect had reappeared. Moreover, his strength was even stronger than before. Initially, Duan Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, was only suspected to be a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However now, his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It said that a heaven-defying genius appeared in the Saint Province realm 100,000 years ago. He was only an eminent celestial, but he was strong enough to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight against 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. That heaven-defying genius was known as the Sword Saint in the Saint Province realm. It said that the Sword Saint, Feng Qingyang, was the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect at that time. The current sect leader of the 7 absolute sect, Duan Tian, is also his successor. Duan Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. That was why the devil clans knew about him. If he was just an ordinary 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, no one would pay any attention to him. The most terrifying thing is Duan Tian's wife, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. If the news is true, his wife's strength is much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since she could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily, his wife's strength must be much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course, that's only if the news is true. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I don't believe there's such a person among the humans. I don't believe it as well. When the devil clans heard that Duan Tian's wife, Ker, had easily killed the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, most of them refused to believe it. They thought it was fake news spread by the humans. As for the purpose of spreading fake news, it must be to intimidate the devil clans. If there's such a powerhouse among the humans, why didn't the devil clans chase us out of the Saint Province realm when we invaded the upper province? That's right. If there's such a powerhouse among the humans, why would they allow the devil clans to occupy half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Humph. Foolish humans. Do they think we're so easily fooled? More and more devil clans began to think the news was fake. As time passed, some of the devil clans even began to think that the rumors were true. Even the news that Duan Tian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, that the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, and that the patriarch of the dragons was killed by Duan Tian's wife was fake. This news, is it true? Or is it fake? In a city in the southern region, a young man flew up into the air with a shocked expression on his face. His strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, his wife is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? If Duan Tian was here, he would have recognized this young man immediately. This young man was none other than Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had met outside the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province. He was also one of Duan Lingtian's only 2 friends in the Wandering Saint Palace. Sister Wenjing. Soon after, Huang Qiling arrived at a mansion and greeted the person inside respectfully. "Come in." A cold voice rang in the air and beckoned Huang Qiling to enter. Huang Qiling entered the mansion and came to the front yard. He looked at the back of a beautiful figure and asked softly, "Sister Wenjing, have you heard?" The person who had her back facing Huang Qiling was a woman. This was a woman in a robe whiter than snow. She stood there, her long hair like a waterfall. Although only her back was visible, she emitted waves of cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from others. After hearing Huang Qiling's question, the woman's graceful figure trembled involuntarily. Then she nodded her head gently. At the same time, she slowly turned around, revealing a face that was out of this world. However, this peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment, and the cold air was oppressive. This woman was one of Duan Ling Tian's friends from the Human Devil Clan after he returned to the lower province after the Devil Clans invaded the lower province. She was the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil Clan, Huang Wenjing. After the Devil Clans invaded the upper province, the Human Devil Clan had followed them to the upper province. As members of the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the top forces in the Human Devil Clan, Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling, naturally, had followed the Human Devil Clan to the upper province. Due to this, the Wandering Saint Palace had a place to stay in the southern region of the upper province. Now that the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans had appeared, even the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace and Yuan Hao Chen paled in comparison to the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans, let alone the 2 of them. "Sister Wenjing, do you think the news is true? Did he really have such powerful strength? What about his?" Huang Qiling asked again. However, in the end, he remembered that the woman in front of him was interested in that man, so he didn't continue. Because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would touch a nerve of the woman before him. Is his wife really capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily? However, before Huang Qiling could finish his sentence, Huang Wenjing helped him finish his sentence. Huang Qiling smiled wryly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sister Wenjing, there's nothing to be sorry about." Huang Wenjing said indifferently, "There's nothing between us. There's nothing between us in the past, there's nothing between us now, and there's nothing between us in the future." In the end, Huang Wenjing didn't say the word "theirs" in the sentence "theirs." This was because a hint of hope could be seen in the depths of her eyes, even though she felt that Duan Ling Tian was not a man. Chapter 2496. Some women in the beginning might have thought that they would never fall in love with a man in this lifetime. However, when they met a man who could move them, they would realize that they would never fall in love with a man. Their hearts would be completely taken over by that man. In this lifetime, their hearts would not be able to hold a second man. Huang Wenjing happened to be this kind of woman. When Duan Ling Tian had killed Liao Naijiang, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, and left the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing knew it was impossible for her and that man to end up together. But even so, she still couldn't forget that man all these years. He's so strong now? When she first arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, she was shocked and proud when she heard that man's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he was the man she had taken a liking to. The stronger he was, the better Huang Wenjing's judgment was. Is he all right? Did the dragons? Huang Wenjing thought to herself. It had been a few years since she came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She did not hear any news about that man at all. She was constantly worried about his safety. She was afraid he had been killed by the people from the Dragon Clan. After a few years, when the news of that man came again, she breathed a sigh of relief and became even more proud. That man's cultivation base was still at the level of an eminent celestial, but his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. This proved that Huang Wenjing's strength was not bad. Huang Wenjing's taste was indeed extraordinary. I believe the news about him isn't baseless, Huang Wenjing replied. Faced with Huang Qiling's question, Huang Wenjing finally responded. As for the news about his wife, it shouldn't be fake. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she spoke. She was not envious of that woman's strength. She was envious of that woman for being able to stay by his side. I think so too. Huang Qiling nodded in agreement. Although this news sounds a little exaggerated, I feel that these things are not exaggerated at all when it comes to him. Master, there's news. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duanling Tian as his master before Duanling Tian left the Wandering Saint Palace. Now that he learned about Duanling Tian, he could not help but smile wryly. Regardless of whether the news about Master is true or not, Master should have appeared. Master has already appeared, but I still have no clue about the matter that Master entrusted to me. How am I supposed to explain it to him? Before Duanling Tian left the Wandering Saint Palace, he had ordered Yuan Haochen to search for his parents. Over the years, Yuan Haochen had tried his best to find her, but to no avail. Impossible. Impossible. That Duanling Tian. It's impossible for him to be that strong. Fake news. It must be fake news. Somewhere in the northern region, Yang Zhenxing, the former patriarch of the Human Devil clan, had a grim expression on his face when he heard about Duanling Tian and his wife. He shook his head, unwilling to believe the news. Back then, his master had been killed by Duanling Tian in front of him. He had only managed to escape by using the fiery blood escape talisman. After escaping, he had returned to the exiled realm to look for the bodiless celestials of the Human Devil clan. However, although he had led the bodiless celestials of the Human Devil clan back to the Wandering Saint Palace, he had failed to find them. Duanling Tian had long since left, and his whereabouts were unknown. After arriving in the upper province, Yang Zhenxing thought Duanling Tian must have been killed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly disappeared without a trace. He was happy for a while because someone had helped him to avenge his master. However, he did not expect that. After a few years, there was news about Duanling Tian again. Moreover, according to the rumors, Duanling Tian's current strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Yang Zhenxing believe this? In the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures, whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, there was not a single place that was left intact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, have you heard about the news as well? One of the black-clad middle-aged men asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he wanted to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes, yes. The other 6 people nodded one after another when they heard the black-clad middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Following that, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and fragments that filled the sky. They then fell down, falling into the ice water that appeared in the gap on the glacier. Is there a reason you're looking for me? The ice shards that filled the sky continued to fall into the ice water. As the water splashed, an indifferent voice rang out. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! After the 7 of them were shocked,
They quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air not far away.
If there were people who recognized these 7 people here, they would definitely be shocked to see them like this. After all, each of these 7 people was a powerhouse in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man.
The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance.
He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd.
However, since the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was.
He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The patriarch of the dragons is dead? Are you sure?
The expression of the old man Wu Ji, who was addressed as Wu Ji by the group of 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerates from the devil clans, turned slightly gloomy when he heard the news that had spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had learned that the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial not long after he arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
He had even fought the patriarch of the dragons before. They were evenly matched, and neither of them could defeat the other. Now that he knew that the clan leader of the dragon tribe was dead, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. Since that person was able to kill the patriarch of the dragons, it was only natural that the person would be able to kill him as well. After that, the dragons announced that they would no longer be enemies with the 7 absolute sect. This news is most likely true. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans said, I'm afraid this news isn't baseless. Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans said, Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans had learned about how his wife had easily killed the clan leader of the dragon clan, causing him to tremble in fear. We can't find them at all?
Don't tell me father, mother, and the others have followed the devil clans to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land?
After Duan Lingtian and Kerr returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they began a thorough search in the lower province in hopes of finding his parents, wife, and friends. However, 2 months had passed, and they were nowhere to be found. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Brother Tian, since we can't find them in the lower province, why don't we return to the upper province to look for them? Kerr suggested when she heard Duan Lingtian's speculation. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he said gently to Kerr, Kerr, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to search the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in just 2 months. If it were not for the help of Kerr's powerful divine consciousness, he would not have been able to search the entire Debussy subterranean so quickly. Brother Tian, there's no need to say such things between us. Kerr shook her head gently. Her eyes were filled with infatuation as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Kerr, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard a voice that seemed to come from all directions. Kerr's expression changed drastically, and a hint of panic could be seen in her eyes.
Cousin. This was the voice of a man who was full of vigor, and his voice was mixed with anger.
Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the voice. At this moment, he felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on him without any warning. It felt as though a heavy hammer had hit his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble. Barf. Chapter 2497. As soon as Duan Lingtian was injured and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a voice rang out. Yun Qingyan, stop. The gentleness on Kerr's face was gone, replaced by anger. As soon as she looked away from Duan Lingtian, the gentleness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a cold glint. Kerr. Duan Lingtian didn't even have time to react to the owner of the voice, nor did he have time to react to the identity of the person who had injured him. He didn't even have time to think about why the person possessed such terrifying strength when he heard Ku'er's extremely cold voice that sent chills down one's spine. This was his first time seeing Kerr so angry. Of course, he also knew that the reason why Ku'er was so angry was entirely because of him. He could not help but feel warmth in his heart. The owner of the voice seemed to have called me cousin earlier. Could it be? Could it be? Duan Ling Tian, who felt warmth in his heart due to Ker's anger, suddenly recalled something. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. All this while, Duan Ling Tian had been avoiding one thing in the depths of his heart, and that matter was related to the fact that Xueqi was the reincarnation of the goddess. According to Tang Xian, the former sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, not only was Ker the reincarnation of a goddess, but she also had a cousin who harbored ill intentions toward her. Moreover, Ker's cousin in her past life was most likely a powerhouse from the Devata realms. Although Duan Ling Tian possessed extraordinary strength, he knew very well that he was nothing compared to the Devata realms. He was nothing compared to the powerful celestials from the Devata realms. Any golden celestial or stronger from the Devata realms could easily kill him. Moreover, based on Tang Xian's description, Ker's cousin in her past life was not an ordinary celestial. Earlier, Ker seemed to have called out that person's name. It's very likely that person is him. When Duan Ling Tian recalled Ker calling out a man's name earlier, he was even more certain of his guess. His expression turned even more unsightly. At the same time, he also realized, Ker must have recovered her memories of her cousin in her past life, but she did not tell him about it. Otherwise, how would Ker know the man's name? Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Ker did not want him to worry. He was certain Ker did not want him to worry. It seems like you've recovered your memories, cousin. At the very least you remember me. The voices that seemed to come from all directions were once again transmitted over. At the same time, it caused Xueqi's eyes to focus as she stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure could be seen looming in front of her. In the end, the figure was revealed. It was a young man dressed in green robes. He was tall and handsome. His long dark green hair was draped over his shoulders, but it was not tied up with a hairband. The corners of his mouth were clearly curved upwards, as if he was revealing an evil smile all the time. This evil smile, coupled with the handsome appearance of this green-clothed young man, was absolutely lethal to some young girls who were experiencing the first awakening of love. As soon as the green-clad young man appeared, he turned to look at Ker. Swoosh! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically when he saw the green-clad young man looking at Ker. Whoosh! Following that, Duan Ling Tian did not hesitate and stepped forward to protect Ker. His expression was gloomy as he stared coldly at the green-clad young man standing not far away. It was as though he was afraid the green-clad young man would hurt Ker. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian instinctively wanted to protect his wife, Ker. However, he seemed to have completely forgotten. The green-clad young man in front of him was so strong that he was no match for him. Earlier, the green-clad young man had easily injured him without even showing himself. However, when Duan Ling Tian appeared in front of Ker and protected Ker behind him, the green-clad young man's expression froze. Then, his expression turned gloomy. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I haven't come looking for you, but you came looking for me first, the green-clad young man spoke calmly. His voice was so cold that it seemed to cause the temperature in the surrounding area to drop. It was as though winter had arrived. You're courting death. All of a sudden his eyes turned cold. The space around Duan Ling Tian instantly collapsed like glass. Duan Ling Tian, who was in the middle of it, was on the verge of collapsing as though he would collapse at any moment. As soon as the green-clad young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian discovered a wave of energy that seemed to have appeared out of thin air in his surroundings. Not only did it lock him in place, but it also completely suppressed the energy in his body with just its aura alone. A strong sense of danger rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Once it appeared, it could not be suppressed. It was out of control. Elementary devouring skill. Sword formation. 13 green lotus swords. The moment he felt the sense of danger, Duan Ling Tian did not dare to hesitate. He hurriedly used all kinds of methods in an attempt to break free and regain his freedom. How's this possible? However, just as Duan Ling Tian was about to cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring skill, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area, he was shocked to discover that the whirlpool in the vortex had formed. The elementary devouring technique had turned into a vortex that overlapped with his body. The devouring power that extended from the vortex was actually blocked by the power that had appeared around him out of thin air and suppressed the power in his body with just its aura.
Since the elementary devouring skill could not be used, it meant it could not devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surrounding area.
How's he so strong?
At the same time, Duan Ling Tian also discovered he could not cast any other methods when his strength was suppressed. At this moment, he could clearly smell the scent of death. This was especially true when the green-clad young man said, "You're seeking death." As soon as the green-clad young man's words left his mouth, Duan Ling Tian felt a burst of destructive aura around him. It was as though a destructive force was about to charge at him and kill him.
Ker's cold voice rang in the air again. "Yun Qing Yen, if you kill my brother Tian, I won't live as well." Ker's words were resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "You should know that if I want to die, you won't be able to stop me."
Ker's voice was cold as she threatened the green-clad young man.
"Ker."
When Duan Ling Tian heard Ku'er's words to the green-clad young man, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically.
At the same time, he felt for the first time how useless he was.
He had the strength that could be considered top-notch in the mundane realms, but he was powerless in front of this green-clad young man. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not feel happy at all, even though the green-clad young man's energy had suddenly paused around him and did not continue to charge toward him to kill him. The green-clad young man, Yun Qing Yen, Ker's cousin in her past life, had a grave expression on his face at this moment. His expression was hideous and ferocious.
"Cousin, you're willing to give up your life for a mortal ant like him?"
At this moment, Yun Qing Yen no longer bothered to look at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred as he looked at Ku'er. Behind the jealousy in the depths of his eyes, waves of terrifying killing intent rose one step further.
Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Ker. It was directed at Duan Ling Tian. "He's not a mortal ant. He's my husband," Ker said coldly when she heard Yun Qing Yan's words. "Your husband?"
Upon hearing Ku'er's words, Yun Qing Yan's eyes narrowed in anger. His expression turned even more unsightly. His robe fluttered in the absence of wind, emitting waves of murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine.
"Cousin, don't forget that there's an engagement between us. And he's just a husband you found before you recovered your memories of your previous life."
Yun Qing Yen looked at Ker grimly and said, "As long as he dies today, I'll let bygones be bygones. After all, there's no need for me to be so calculative with a dead man." He did not expect this would happen. He had plotted for so many years, but he did not expect this to happen.
"Engagement?"
Ker sneered. "Yun Qing Yen, if I'm not mistaken, from the moment I died in my past life, the engagement between us is no longer valid. In this life of mine, other than being related to you by blood, I have nothing else to do with you."
"Cousin, do you hate me so much that you're unwilling to be with me?" Yun Qing Yen asked in a deep voice.
"In my past life, I've told you that I only treated you as an elder brother. However, you were so overbearing that you didn't hesitate to destroy our relationship as siblings. You forced me to cancel the engagement at the cost of my life. After I reincarnated, you even arranged for me to stay in this mundane realm. You even arranged for someone to keep an eye on me. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you didn't expect that after all your painstaking arrangements, you still won't be able to have me." After listening to Ker's words, Duan Ling Tian began to realize something. Ku'er's death in her past life was closely related to the green-clad young man, Yun Qing Yen. She had even died because she wanted to ruin their engagement. After Ker reincarnated, Yun Qing Yen arranged for Ker to stay in this mundane realm and arranged for someone to keep an eye on her.
Chapter 2498.
Upon hearing Ker's words, Yun Qing Yan's expression darkened immediately. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to arrange for the reincarnation of the woman before him to be reborn in this remote mundane realm. His intention was to prevent her from interacting with her family for the time being so that he would have more opportunities to interact with her. Before she regained her memories, he wanted to develop a relationship with her, win her heart, and conquer her. However, he did not expect this. When he returned, not only did his cousin's reincarnation have a man, but she had even given birth to a child with him.
Damn it!
If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left back then. Back then, Yun Qingyan had left the mundane realm after arranging for his cousin's reincarnation because he had some matters to attend to. He had been gone for many years. Naturally, Yun Qingyan did not think he had been gone for long. Moreover, he had arranged for someone to keep an eye on the mundane realm, so he was not worried. However, when he returned, not only were the people he had arranged for killed, but his cousin's reincarnation had also fallen in love with someone before he returned. He could not accept this. Cousin, you should know that uncle and aunt would never allow you to marry such a lowly mortal ant. Even if they're here today, they'll still kill him if they find out he has defiled you. Yun Qingyan said in a deep voice. This is the Xia clan's business. It has nothing to do with you. Kerr said coldly. Cousin, don't forget that my mother, your aunt, is also a member of the Xia clan. As her son, I'm considered half a member of the Xia clan. Therefore, I'm responsible for the Xia clan's business. After Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with killing intent surging in his eyes. He could not wait to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. That's easy for you to say. Kerr sneered. Do you dare say you have no ulterior motives for doing this? Yun Qingyan, I advise you to give up and stop wasting your time on me. Whether it's my past life or my current life, I'm not interested in you at all. I'll never become your cultivation partner. The marriage contract between you and me in my previous life has also disappeared along with the death of my previous life. Kerr's words were resolute and decisive. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened immediately. Putting aside the fact that we're engaged, you must return with me today. Both uncle and aunt have asked me many times about your reincarnation. It can be seen that they are very concerned about you. Ridiculous! Kua could not help but laugh when she heard Yun Qingyan's words. If you cared about my parents, you wouldn't have placed me in this secluded mundane realm. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't tell them that I was reincarnated in this mundane realm, right? Yun Qingyan's eyes widened when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. When she reached the end of her sentence, her gaze turned sharp as she looked at Yun Qingyan. It was as though she could see through everything. Kerr sneered when she saw Yun Qingyan's expression darkening. It seems like I'm right. So what if you're right? Yun Qingyan's brows relaxed. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared in an instant. He said nonchalantly, no matter what, you must come back with me today. She's my wife. Who do you think you are? Who are you to ask her to return with you? Duan Lingtian, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but feel anxious when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. His expression turned even more unsightly. Previously, when they were in the Debussy subterranean, he could only watch helplessly as Ganru Yen took her away. However, it seemed like the same thing was happening again today. This time, no matter what, he would not allow Ku'er to be taken away without doing anything. He had promised Kerr that he would not let her go. As long as he still had a breath left in him, he would not be separated from her. Who do I think I am? Yun Qingyan's expression did not change when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with disdain. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. To you, I'm invincible. In fact, I don't even need to lift a finger. With a single thought, I can make you wish you were dead, or even turn you into ashes. Yun Qingyan's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the space around Duan Lingtian that had returned to normal began to shatter again. Bang, 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 bang. Following that, a powerful force slammed into Duan Lingtian's body, shattering the force that he had gathered through his 99 saint veins. The force that appeared out of thin air when the void shattered was extremely powerful. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, it was just right. Apart from not attacking his vital points, it covered almost every part of his body. Barf, barf. Duan Lingtian could not mobilize his own energy at all in the face of the energy that swept toward him. He could not cast any technique at all. It was as though he had transformed into a puppet as he allowed the waves of hostile energy to land on his body. Mouthfuls of blood gushed out of Duan Lingtian's mouth as though they were free. With every mouthful of blood he spat out,
Duan Lingtian's aura weakened a little. In the end, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of death. He did not even have the ability to fly. He fell from the sky and landed heavily on the top of a mountain. His aura weakened even further.
Yen, Qing, Yen.
Upon seeing this, Ker's eyes widened in anger. Her body trembled violently, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were filled with pain. However, when she looked at Yun Qingyan, her eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though she wanted to tear Yun Qingyan into pieces. From the beginning until the end, Ker did not move at all. When Yun Qingyan attacked Duan Lingtian, he had also attacked Ker. Naturally, he did not attack Ker. He merely restrained Ker so she would not be able to save Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Ku-er, from the beginning until the end, Yun Qingyan did not move at all. Not only did he injure Duan Lingtian, but he even restrained Ker, whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Based on this, one could see how strong Yun Qingyan was. However, Yun Qingyan ignored Ker's heart-wrenching cry as he descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at the peak of the mountain where Duan Lingtian was. He landed next to the heavily injured Duan Lingtian. "What did you say earlier? Who do you think I am? What right do I have to take your wife away?" Yun Qingyan squatted down and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was glaring at him mockingly. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you still think so? A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be so arrogant in front of me. I think you're tired of living." Yun Qingyan's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke.
Even if Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and could not move his body in the slightest, Duan Lingtian did not make a sound. Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "Yun Qingyan, kill me now if you dare. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it in the future." Slap. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yun Qingyan raised his hand and slapped him. Then he said disdainfully, "A piece of trash like you dares to say that if I don't kill you today, I'll make sure you regret it in the future? However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yun Qingyan sneered as he made up his mind to end Duan Lingtian's life. If it were not for his cousin's reincarnation, he would have killed the purple-clad young man before him. Not only did a mere mortal from the mundane realm defile his cousin's reincarnation, but he even had a child with her. He could not tolerate this. If he could, he would tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Yun Qingyan. Just as Yun Qingyan was about to kill Duan Lingtian, Ker's cold voice rang in his ears. "If you dare to kill Brother Tian, I'll kill myself and follow him." Swoosh. Upon hearing Ker's words, Yun Qingyan's expression turned unsightly. He looked at Ker and said in a deep voice, "Cousin, you're a noble, and yet, you're willing to kill yourself for a mere mortal? Is he even worthy?" Yun Qingyan's emotions began to fluctuate as he spoke. His cousin was a cold beauty in her previous life. No matter what he did, she would keep him at arm's length. Even if they were engaged, she would rather die than marry him. However, it was this cousin of his who was willing to give up her life for a man after reincarnating. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy. Why? What right did he have to give up her life for another man when the woman he couldn't get no matter how hard he tried? If that man was stronger than him in all aspects, he would have accepted it. However, the problem was that this man was not weak at all. However, the man in front of him was just a mortal ant from a mundane plane. He could easily kill him without even lifting a finger. He's the man I, Xiaoning Shui, have chosen. No matter how many lifetimes it takes, I, Xiaoning Shui, will live and die with him. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Chapter 2499. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Kuer's tone was firm and unwavering. Yun Qingyan's expression changed drastically when he heard her words. "Cousin sister, you. Yun Qingyan stared at Ker. He was so angry that he could not even speak properly. "Brother Tian." Ker turned to look at Duan Lingtian. A hint of heartache flashed in her eyes as she said gently,
Kerr has said that she doesn't want to be separated from you again. Even if she dies, Kerr is willing to die with you. Kerr.
Cough. Duanling Tian was slightly agitated when he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler, and there was no trace of blood at all. I've also promised you that unless I die, I won't let what happened that year happen again. Unless I die, no one will be able to take you away from me.
Duanling Tian said in a hoarse voice. His voice was filled with urgency when he spoke.
If you die, Kerr won't live either.
Kerr's eyes were filled with determination. She was not afraid of dying. Good, good. Very good. What a touching scene.
Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he saw how affectionate his cousin was with this ant from the mundane realm whom he looked down on. He was so infuriated that he began to laugh.
However,
do you think I'd appear before you if I wasn't prepared?
Yun Qingyan's tone suddenly changed. His tone was cold, but at the same time, it seemed to exude a strong sense of confidence. Duanling Tian only frowned slightly when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. However, Kerr's expression changed drastically. This was because she was very clear about her cousin's character. He was definitely the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Duanling Tian, take a good look. Who are they?
Yun Qingyan glanced at Duanling Tian coldly before he raised his hand and swiped at the air in front of him.
Immediately, the void trembled and wavered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh.
After the void vibrated for a while, a constantly changing image appeared in front of Yun Qingyan, Duanling Tian, and Kerr.
Shwa, shwa.
The moment Duanling Tian and Kerr saw the mirror image, their expressions changed.
Despicable. Kerr glared at Yun Qingyan.
Yun Qingyan, you're not only embarrassing yourself by doing this, but you're also embarrassing the entire Yun family.
Yun Qingyan ignored Kerr. He lowered his head and looked at Duanling Tian who was lying at his feet. He smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? Do you like the big gift I gave you?"
Father. Mother.
Little Fei,
Nian Tian.
However, Duanling Tian did not seem to hear Yun Qingyan's words. His attention was completely focused on the mirror image in front of him. Apart from his parents, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duanyen Tian, were also in the mirror image. Apart from that, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, his father-in-law, Feng Wu Dao, and other close friends were also in the mirror image. Currently, the mirror image that appeared before Duanling Tian's eyes was an ice-cold prison. His parents, his wife, and his son were all locked up in small rooms in this prison. Moreover, they all had desolate expressions on their faces as if they had lost their souls. No matter how much Duanling Tian shouted, his family and friends in the mirror image did not respond at all. Senior Uncle Prophet?
Tian Wu.
Xiling. Soon after, the mirror image changed again. Another group of people who were locked in small rooms appeared in front of Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's expression changed drastically again.
This was because the people locked in this prison were the members of the Seven Absolute Sect and his family, who were supposed to be in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
In other words, Duanling Tian was in a hurry. Apart from Zhang Yi who came from Yanhuang realm, all his family and friends who were staying in the Seven Absolute Sect's temporary estate in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were locked up in the cold prison in front of him.
Xiling.
Kerr's expression turned even more unsightly when she saw her daughter, Duan Xiling, had been locked up as well. Yun Qingyan, if you dare to touch my daughter, I'll definitely kill you. The killing intent in Kerr's eyes intensified when she looked at Yun Qingyan again.
It was as though she could not wait to tear him into pieces.
Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he heard Kerr's words. However, he ignored Kerr.
His gaze descended onto Duanling Tian who was heavily injured and sprawled by his feet, and he said indifferently, "Duanling Tian, do you know where they are?"
"I'm afraid you won't believe me, but they're in my hands." As soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he raised his hand. Duanling Tian looked at Yun Qingyan's hand with a cold glint in his eyes. At this moment, something appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. Duanling Tian's eyes widened when he saw the item. This was because the thing in Yun Qingyan's hand looked exactly the same as the prison that imprisoned his family and friends in the mirror image. The prison in Yun Qingyan's hand was a pocket-sized prison. This is a top celestial weapon I obtained many years ago when I was traveling in the Devata realms. This celestial weapon is a spatial celestial weapon. It can contain all kinds of living beings. I created it on a whim, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. Yun Qingyan waved the celestial weapon in his hand as though he was talking about something insignificant. My family, my friends, are all locked up in there by you? Duan Lingtian asked in a hoarse voice as he stared at Yun Qingyan coldly. That's right. Yun Qingyan said indifferently. I've locked them up in this spatial celestial weapon. If I want to, I can annihilate them with just a thought. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Despicable. Duan Lingtian did not expect Yun Qingyan to be so powerful. He was certain Yun Qingyan was a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Moreover, he was certain Yun Qingyan was as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. However, such a person had not hesitated to lock up his family and friends and threaten him in order to deal with him. A person from the mundane realms. Yun Qingyan. At this moment, Kuer glared at Yun Qingyan and said coldly, as the saying goes, don't you think you've crossed the line by acting like this? Cousin. Yun Qingyan finally paid attention to Kuer. He looked at Kuer and said with a smile, I don't think I've crossed the line. Didn't you say you didn't want to leave with me? Didn't you say you wanted to die with him? I won't let you die. If he dies, you'll end your own life as well. For this reason, I don't dare to kill him. And if he doesn't die, you won't leave with me obediently. Since that's the case, I'll let him live. As you wish. Yun Qingyan's smile widened as he looked at the spatial celestial weapon in his hand. However, I plan to take everyone in this spatial celestial weapon with me. I can't guarantee what will happen to them after I take them away. After all, I won't have you by my side to remind me not to hurt them. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Kuer meaningfully and said, Don't worry, Kuer. Swoosh. Swoosh. No matter if it was Duan Lingtian or Kuer, their expressions changed once again. It was extremely unsightly. Yun Qingyan, you're a celestial from a Devata realm. If you want to kill me, come at me. You're so despicable. In order to deal with mortal ants from the mundane plane, you didn't hesitate to use his family to threaten him. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice. Punished by the heavens? Yun Qingyan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he burst out laughing. Duan Lingtian. Today, I'll show you that I, Yun Qingyan, am the heavens in front of ants like you. If the heavens want all of you dead, none of you will be able to escape. Almost as soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, a person who was also locked in a small cell in the mirror exploded into a cloud of blood without any warning. The small room was instantly dyed red with blood. Gold thug. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The person who was killed by Yun Qingyan with just a thought was his servant, the Golden Hellhound, Gold Thug. Later on, he had sent Gold Thug to the Azure Cloud Mansion to serve his father, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Gold Thug for a long time, he had always treated Gold Thug as one of his own due to Gold Thug's loyalty to him. Now that Gold Thug had died in front of him, he was infuriated. His gaze was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze everything. In the next moment, the mirror image changed again. I've said that I'm the heavens in front of ants like you. Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Yun Qingyan's voice. This was because the body of another person who was locked in a small cell exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, staining the ground with his blood. Xueqi. Chapter 2500. Whether it was Xueqi or Gold Thug, both of them were Duan Lingtian's people and considered themselves as his servants. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not treat them as servants. Although they were both people by Duan Lingtian's side, there was still a difference in their positions in Duan Lingtian's heart. Xueqi had been by Duan Lingtian's side since he was a teenager. He had selflessly sacrificed a lot for Duan Lingtian and his family. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not despise Xueqi even though Xueqi was no longer of any help to him. Instead, he treated Xueqi as his family. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only watch as Xueqi, whom he had long regarded as family, died in front of him.
Yun Qing Yan.
Duan Ling Tian glared at Yun Qing Yan. His eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. One could see how furious he was.
Enough,
Kerr said coldly. Her voice was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Naturally, she knew Xueqi's position in her man's heart. For this reason, she could completely understand how her man felt. She could empathize with his feelings. Therefore, she quickly stopped Yun Qing Yan from leaving.
He was afraid that Yun Qing Yan would come up with the idea of killing the people he had imprisoned in the spatial immortal tool.
Let them go and I'll go with you. When Xueqi spoke again, her voice was weak and feeble. It was obvious that she had made such a huge decision with great difficulty.
Cousin, you've finally made up your mind.
Yun Qing Yan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Kerr with a victorious smile on his face.
Wasn't it all for this result that he had done so much?
Kerr. Duan Ling Tian's face that was already extremely pale turned even paler at this moment. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he did not want anything to happen to his family and friends, he did not want them to die. He did not want Kerr to leave either.
Let them go.
Kerr urged Yun Qing Yan as she stared at him coldly. Yun Qing Yan's captives were important to Duan Ling Tian, but they were also important to him. They were also her family and friends. She would not let anything happen to them.
I'll let them go but not now,
Yun Qing Yan said.
If you don't let them go, I won't go with you,
Kerr said coldly.
Cousin,
Yun Qing Yan said indifferently. Initially, I planned to imprison Duan Ling Tian as well and use him to threaten you. Now, Duan Ling Tian, I'll let them go, but I won't let the others go for now. If you dare imprison Brother Tian, I won't go with you, Yun Qing Yan said. Yun Qing Yan's eyes narrowed his eyes. Cousin, there's a limit to my patience. Yun Qing Yan frowned and said impatiently, I'll give you one last chance. I won't do anything to Duan Ling Tian, and I won't imprison him. However, you must come with me. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you still haven't made up your mind after 10 breaths, I'll kill everyone imprisoned in this celestial weapon. Yun Qing Yan's voice was filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Swoosh, swoosh. Upon hearing Yun Qing Yan's words, Duan Ling Tian and Kerr's expressions changed drastically. If Yun Qing Yan only wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian or take Kerr away, both of them would not allow it. If Duan Ling Tian was killed, Kerr would not be able to live. If Yun Qing Yan wanted to take Kerr away, Duan Ling Tian would protect Kerr with his life. He would not allow Kerr to be taken away, and he would fight until his last drop of blood. If Duan Ling Tian died, Kerr would not be able to live as well. Therefore, for Yun Qing Yan who did not want Xueqi to die, it was difficult for him to break out of this situation. However, there was no doubt Yun Qing Yan had found a way out. If Kerr refused to cooperate, he would kill Duan Ruffing, Li Rou, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others who were imprisoned. This was not something Kerr wanted to see, and it was the same for Duan Ling Tian as well.
Brother Tian.
After the time of around 3 breaths, Xueqi looked at Duan Ling Tian, and her eyes flashed with a wisp of pain.
Kerr.
When Duan Ling Tian saw the pain in Kerr's eyes and the determination on Kerr's face, he knew Kerr had made up her mind. His expression changed again, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. At this moment, he wanted to stop Kerr from leaving with Yun Qing Yan. He wanted to stop Kerr from leaving with Yun Qing Yan. However, the moment he did that, he would be indirectly sending his family and friends to a dead end. He was extremely conflicted. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know what to do. On one hand, he could abandon his wife, Kerr, and allow Kerr to leave. On the other hand, he could ignore the deaths of his family and friends. Brother Tian, don't worry. I'll be fine. Xueqi, of course, knew the struggle and pain in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian called out her name, she had already opened her mouth to console him. I'm only going back home. Even if I don't go back now, I'll have to go back sooner or later. Now, I'm just going back earlier. It's just that I'm not going back with you. Duan Lingtian nodded. Kerr said. Kerr, although Duan Lingtian had guessed Kerr's decision, he could not help but feel a twinge of pain in his heart when he heard Kerr say it herself. He was going back on his word. He had said that even if he died, he would not allow anyone to take Kerr away from him. However, he was going back on his word today. Yun Qing Yen. Kerr could no longer bear to look at Duan Lingtian's pained expression. She turned to look at Yun Qing Yen. The tenderness in her eyes was replaced by coldness. I have Brother Tian's soul pearl with me. If something happens to him, I won't live as well. Although Yun Qing Yen had guessed this would happen, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian even though Duan Lingtian had snatched the woman he wanted. However, when he heard Kerr's words, he could not help but feel furious. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He's just an ant from the mundane realm. As long as you don't come looking for him without permission, I won't bother to make a move on him, Yun Qing Yen said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt for Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Kerr's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Brat, didn't you say earlier that as long as I don't kill you today, you'll make me regret it in the future? Today, I, Yun Qing Yen, will tell you that I, Yun Qing Yen, have never regretted anything in my life. Yun Qing Yen paused for a moment before he raised his hand and slapped Duan Lingtian, leaving a burning palm print on Duan Lingtian's face. Yun Qing Yen. Since when had Duan Lingtian ever suffered such humiliation? His eyes widened, and his heavily injured body began to tremble violently due to his anger. Today, I'll take your wife, your family, and your friends with me. I'd like to see if you're capable of making me regret it. Duan Lingtian. A bright smile appeared on Yun Qing Yan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression was distorted by the humiliation. Oh, that's right. Yun Qing Yan seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, There's something I have to tell you. Feng Qingyang, the person who left the legacy to you, is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. He's one of the strongest Devata realms. HM? Upon hearing Yun Qing Yan's words, the furious Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? In the past, Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Feng Qingyang was limited to the Saint Province realm. Feng Qingyang was the sword saint from 100,000 years ago, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. He had killed 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fought 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. After that, he had ascended to a Devata realm. Based on Feng Qingyang's achievements in the Devata realms, there was no doubt that he would be extraordinary after he ascended to a Devata realm. At the very least, that was what Duan Lingtian thought. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the solitary destructive heaven was only one of the 81 Devata realms, the fact that Feng Qingyang was able to become the heavenly emperor of one of the 81 Devata realms was enough to prove that he was one of the strongest Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang has become the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms in just 100,000 years? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about his current predicament. This was because Yun Qing Yan's words had shocked him so much that he did not even dare to think about it in the past. Why are you telling me this? After a while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and looked at Yun Qing Yan. He could not help but tremble inwardly. Yun Qing Yan knew Feng Qingyang was his master, and he knew Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. Yet, he still dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was he not afraid of Feng Qingyang? I'm telling you this because, Yun Qing Yan said indifferently. Yun Qing Yan said nonchalantly, even Feng Qingyang is nothing to me. Chapter 2501. Boom! Yun Qing Yan's words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven,
one of the Devata realms. Not only was Yun Qingyan not afraid of him, but he had even sent someone to look for Feng Qingyang. Then he added, there was no longer a heavenly emperor in solitary destructive heaven.
Naturally, he understood what Yun Qingyan meant.
It was nothing more than the people he sent to find Feng Qingyang. They had already solved the problem of Feng Qingyang and might even have taken Feng Qingyang's life. Is Ker's men really strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm? Although Duan Ling Tian understood what Yun Qingyan was implying, he did not believe him completely. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Ker. In his opinion, although he did not know if Yun Qingyan's men were strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor, he was certain Ker knew. Brother Tian, if he really intends to kill the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, apart from the strongest heavenly emperors, it'll be difficult for the remaining heavenly emperors to escape unscathed.
Ker replied in a timely manner. Currently, she had regained most of her memories from her past life. Therefore, she knew Yun Qingyan was capable of sending such a powerful expert to deal with the celestial race.
I've never met Senior Feng Qingyang before. Why are you venting your anger on him because of me? Duan Ling Tian's heart sank when he heard Ku'er's words. He glared at Yun Qingyan angrily and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about? Why did you vent your anger on him?" Yun Qingyan said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for obtaining his legacy. Naturally, it's also because Feng Qingyang's innate talent is extraordinary that I can't tolerate him. You are not a threat to me, but if I give that Feng Qingyang some more time, he might be able to pose a threat to me." Of course, there were many things that Yun Qingyan did not say. The reason why he killed Feng Qingyang was because he was worried that Feng Qingyang would stand up for Duan Ling Tian once he had the strength to threaten him. Also because he was worried that with Feng Qingyang's help, Duan Ling Tian would be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang and become a threat to him. That was something he could not tolerate. In fact, before he made his appearance today, he had already expected such an outcome. This was because, before this, besides spending a lot of effort to investigate his cousin's reincarnation and Duan Ling Tian thoroughly, he had also thought about the various possibilities after his appearance. That included the ending they were facing now. He had imprisoned Duan Ling Tian's family and friends, and his cousin was willing to return with him. However, due to his cousin's threat, he could not kill Duan Ling Tian, so he could only let him grow. Although he was certain Duan Ling Tian would not be a threat to him in the future even with Feng Qingyang's help, Yun Qingyan was certain he would not be a threat to him in the future. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to get rid of Feng Qingyang, who was an unstable factor. With this, he would not have to worry about Duan Ling Tian turning the tables on him. You deserve to die." Duan Ling Tian glared at Yun Qingyan furiously. His body trembled violently as he regained some of his strength. "Even if I deserve to die, you have to be strong enough to take my life first." Yun Qingyan glanced at Duan Ling Tian disdainfully. He smiled condescendingly before he rose into the air and looked at Ker, who was standing nearby. "Cousin, it's time for us to return." As soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he waved his hand again. In just a blink of an eye, not only did Yun Qingyan's body transform into an afterimage, but Ker's figure also disappeared after transforming into an afterimage. Ker! Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel heartache when he saw Ker disappear before his eyes, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this. His heart felt empty, and he felt as though he had lost his soul. "Brother Tian." While Duan Ling Tian was in a daze, the voice transmission Ker left behind before she left entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Don't worry. I'll protect father, mother, sister Fei sister Tian Wu, and the others. I won't let anything happen to them. Apart from that, my name in my past life was Xianing Shui. The Xia clan I was from was one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land is..." The voice transmission paused for a moment. She did not have time to introduce the Divine Offering Land to Duan Ling Tian. It was clear Ker was taken away by Yun Qingyan before she could finish her voice transmission. Xianing Shui. The Divine Offering Land. Through the incomplete voice transmission left behind by Ker and the conversation between Ker and Yun Qingyan, Duan Ling Tian obtained an important piece of information. In her past life, Ker was a member of the Xia clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land.
The divine offering land. I'll remember it. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian remembered the divine offering land. It was a place he had never heard of before. After Yun Qing Yen left, the restraining force on Duan Ling Tian's body disappeared as well. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could finally mobilize the energy in his body and began to heal his injured body. At the same time, he took out some healing medicinal pills from his spatial ring and consumed them, allowing his injuries to heal even faster. Due to the severity of his injuries, Duan Ling Tian could barely move his body after half an hour. An hour later, Duan Ling Tian turned over and laid on the mountaintop. He stared at the boundless sky in a daze. It was as though he had lost his soul. He did not move for a long time. If someone who did not know better saw this from afar, they would have thought he was a corpse. This was, without a doubt, a dark day for Duan Ling Tian. His wife, Ker, had left him. Apart from that, his family and friends had also left him. He could only watch as Yun Qing Yen took Ku, his family, and his friends away. There was nothing he could do. Trash. I'm trash. I'm trash. For the first time in his life, Duan Ling Tian began to belittle himself. Compared to Yun Qing Yan's strength, Duan Ling Tian, who was considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, was nothing at all. He was as insignificant as an ant in front of Yun Qing Yen. Yun Qing Yen could easily kill him with a stomp. Even if Yun Qing Yen stood there motionless, Yun Qing Yen could easily kill him with just a thought. Who's that Yun Qing Yen? How can he kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out? And that world of divine remains. What is that place? While Duan Ling Tian was belittling himself, he could not help but feel perplexed. Initially, he had thought Yun Qing Yen was just a powerful celestial in a Devata realm. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He did not expect Yun Qing Yen to be so strong. Yun Qing Yen could easily kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out. Even if Yun Qing Yen himself did not have the strength to kill a heavenly emperor, his background was powerful enough to shock people. Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how that senior whom he had never met had met with a calamity because of him, even though he had obtained the senior's legacy. It took him a long time before he could calm down. If it was not for Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy, it would not have been so smooth sailing for him. In fact, he might have died along the way. However, Senior Feng Qingyang might have died because of him. How could he not feel guilty? Senior Feng Qingyang, don't worry. One day I'll avenge you. As time passed, Duan Ling Tian's gaze became more determined. Although Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the gap between him and Yun Qing Yen was like heaven and earth, it was not a reason for him to feel discouraged and dejected. He had to stand up and cross the distance between them to avenge Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on Yun Qing Yan's words to Ker, Duan Ling Tian realized there was a problem. Ker came from an extraordinary family in her past life. If he wanted to gain her family's approval, he would have to be strong. Father, mother, little Fei, Tian Wu, Nian Tian, Xiling. Wait for me. I'll save all of you from that cold prison as soon as I can. When Duan Ling Tian thought about his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qing Yen, he felt guilty. After all, if it were not for his relationship with them, Yun Qing Yen would not have targeted them and imprisoned them. Strength. My current strength is still too weak after all. Before today, Duan Ling Tian had been proud of himself for possessing strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, after meeting Yun Qing Yen, he realized he was still weak. After all, he was still very weak. That bit of strength of his was nothing in front of a true powerhouse. 3 days. Duan Ling Tian had been lying in bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, he thought about many things as he lay in bed. There were times when he was filled with despair and disappointment. However, in the end, he managed to calm himself down and pull himself together. My injuries. I'm afraid I'll need another 10 days to half a month to fully recover. After calming himself down, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were calm. His expression was calm as though nothing had happened. He did not look like someone who had just lost his family and friends. Naturally, for someone like Duan Ling Tian who valued relationships, This was just a facade. Chapter 2502. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian had thought about everything that he should and should not think about. The fact that Kerr was forced to leave, and his family and friends were taken away was undoubtedly a huge blow to Duan Lingtian. However, he knew that no matter how pained and sorrowful he felt, it was useless when faced with such a situation. The only thing he could do was to calm himself down and raise his strength as soon as possible so that he could head to the divine offering land that Kerr had mentioned. He wanted to rescue his family and friends from Yunqing Yen and bring Kerr away from the divine offering land. Kerr, I won't let you wait too long. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He rose into the air and left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as though nothing had happened. He returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only acted as though nothing had happened. In his heart, he still felt very uncomfortable. Zhang Yi. Yunqing Yen did not imprison Zhang Yi and bring him away. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Yunqing Yen did not imprison anyone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was clear Yunqing Yen was selective in who he imprisoned. Most of them were people who were close to him. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was someone who had followed him from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone to the Saint Province realm. He did not leave any traces behind in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, it was not strange that Yunqing Yen did not imprison him. At a nameless snow-capped peak in the northern region. This was also the temporary estate of the Seven Absolute sect. Zhang Yi. When Duan Lingtian returned, he saw the figure standing on the stone platform halfway up the mountain. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the figure. Duan Lingtian? When Zhang Yi heard Duan Lingtian's voice and saw Duan Lingtian, he finally snapped out of his daze and said anxiously, Duan Lingtian, they were taken away by force. That person is very strong. It feels like he's not any weaker than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi could not help but feel terrified when he recalled the green-robed young man he had met a few days ago. The scenes at that time were still vivid in his mind. He felt like an ant before the green-clad young man. The other party didn't even specifically target him. Just the residual power of the energy released from his body was enough to suppress the energy in his body, turning it into a pool of stagnant water, unable to cause any more ripples. Yes, I know. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew who Zhang Yi was referring to. His eyes widened slightly as he nodded. Then, without waiting for Zhang Yi's reply, Duan Lingtian said, Let's return to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We'll head to Yan Huang realm. Then Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not understand Duan Lingtian's reaction. After all, even Duan Lingtian's daughter had been taken away. However, based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed as though he did not understand what Zhang Yi had just said. However, Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he knew. Duan Lingtian, your daughter and Miss Tian Wu were also taken away by force. Zhang Yi could not help but add, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again before he continued to say, Let's go to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Yi's reply before he raised his hand and brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian. Zhang Yi muttered under his breath. Along the way, Zhang Yi discovered that something was amiss. He wanted to ask something, but when he saw Duan Lingtian's emotionless eyes, he obediently shut his mouth. He could not see any anger in Duan Lingtian's eyes. It was as though Duan Lingtian had lost his soul. Even if Duan Lingtian did not say anything, Zhang Yi knew something must have happened. When he saw Duan Lingtian did not want to talk about it, he obediently stopped asking. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was the icy valley in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the snow-covered mountain valley, a few wooden houses were still standing there. They looked exactly the same as when Duan Lingtian had left them. It was obvious that no one had come here since they left last time. Let's go in. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he saw the black hole hovering in front of him. He put Zhang Yi down and prepared to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone in just a flash. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Zhang Yi called out to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's call, Duan Lingtian immediately regained his senses. He looked at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Duan Lingtian did not know why Zhang Yi called out to him. After entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we usually won't appear in the same place. Zhang Yi said, therefore we have to meet somewhere, right? He was not worried about whether Duan Lingtian would be able to find the way to Yan Huang realm. With Duan Lingtian's strength, he could easily find someone from the Yan Huang realm to lead him to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone and head to Yan Huang realm. I forgot about that. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, we'll meet at the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. No matter who arrives first, we'll wait for the other person nearby. What do you think? Sure. Zhang Yi nodded. Whoosh. As soon as Zhang Yi finished speaking, Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot in a flash. It was as though he had never appeared in the ice valley that was shrouded in fog. When Duan Lingtian disappeared from his spot, Zhang Yi could clearly see the black hole in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The black hole hovering in the air, which was the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from the Saint Province realm, suddenly shook for a moment before ripples spread out from it. It was as though a stone had been thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to form on the surface of the lake. Zhang Yi knew this meant Duan Lingtian had already entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Why are you in such a hurry? Although Zhang Yi did not understand why Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry, he still followed Duan Lingtian through the black hole and entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In fact, Duan Lingtian was in such a hurry because he did not know when he would ascend to a Devata realm. Although he wanted to ascend to a Devata realm, he could not find a way to raise his strength in the Saint Province realm. However, it was not up to him to decide whether he would ascend to a Devata realm or not. He could only wait for the appearance of the Celestial Ascension Force. After all, he would only be able to ascend to the Devata realm and become a Celestial when the Celestial Ascension Force appeared. However, he did not want to waste his time waiting for the Celestial Ascension Force to ascend to a Devata realm. Due to Yun Qingyan's actions, Duan Lingtian was eager to raise his strength. He did not want to waste even a second. I can't find a way to raise my strength in the Saint Province realm. However, in a large mundane realm like the Yan Huang realm, I might be able to find a way to improve my strength. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to head to Yan Huang realm as soon as possible. Apart from finding a way to raise his strength before he ascended to a Devata realm, he could also find a way to return to Earth in Yan Huang realm. If it were not for Earth, Duan Lingtian would not have only set his sights on Yan Huang realm. After all, apart from the people from Yan Huang realm, there were also people from 3 large mundane realms in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The 3 large mundane realms were no smaller than the Yan Huang realm. They must have something that Yan Huang realm had as well. Duan Lingtian had chosen Yan Huang realm because of Earth. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's hometown. The powerhouses from the devil clans who invaded the Saint Province realm, including the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, must be afraid of Kerr for killing the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They must be afraid of Kerr. Under such circumstances, even if they don't leave the Saint Province realm and return to the land of exile, they won't dare to act recklessly. Unless they're certain that Kerr has left the Saint Province realm, they won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian had thought of this before he left the Saint Province realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was his hometown in this life. If possible, he did not want the Saint Province realm to be plunged into misery and suffering because of the devil clans. Duan Lingtian did not make a move to expel the devil clans because he knew there were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials among the devil clans who were not weaker than him. With Kerr's current strength, he was not strong enough to force the devil clans to retreat. In fact, it was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. After the powerhouses from the devil clans confirmed what had happened in the dragon's residence, they ordered their subordinates to behave themselves and stop killing the humans in the Saint Province realm. Peace was restored in the Saint Province realm. The humans and the devil clans coexisted peacefully overnight. However, this was only the calm before the storm.
If the powerhouses from the devil clans could confirm that the human powerhouse who could threaten them was no longer in the Saint Province realm, they would not hesitate.
Chapter 2503.
The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. When Duan Tian entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again, he was no longer in the mood to hunt for celestial supreme treasures. He was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Along the way, he began to look for people from the Yan Huang realm. Although Duan Tian had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, since he was separated from Zhang Yi, there was no one to guide him to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to Yan Huang realm. For this reason, he could only find someone from Yan Huang realm to lead the way. After all, he was not from Yan Huang realm, so he could not sense the location of the exit that led to Yan Huang realm. Someone from Skyline realm, people from Vast Cloud Plain, someone from Muro realm. In about half a month, Duan Tian had met people from the other three large mundane realms. However, he did not meet anyone from Yan Huang realm. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel anxious. It has already been half a month. I'm sure Zhang Yi should have arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to Yan Huang realm by now, right? Duan Tian thought to himself. Since Zhang Yi was from Yan Huang realm, as soon as he entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, he would be able to locate the exit that led to Yan Huang realm and make his way to that place. For this reason, as long as Zhang Yi was close to the exit, he would definitely be there by now. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Duan Tian became even more anxious. He began to search for people. There seems to be someone over there. I should go and see if there's anyone from Yan Huang realm there. With this thought in mind, Duan Tian made his way to the valley where the commotion was coming from and entered it. As he entered the valley, the voices that entered Duan Tian's ears grew louder and louder. At this moment, there was a group of people surrounding a person in the valley. The person who was surrounded was a woman who was completely covered in black. No matter if it was her body or her face, everything was covered in black. She looked very much like the assassins from the ancient dramas in Duan Tian's previous life. The reason why he could tell that she was a woman was because of the black clothes she was wearing, which showed the outline of her figure. Although this black outfit wasn't considered tight, the woman's figure was too good, so it still showed her silhouette. There was nothing better than a devilish figure. Hand over the celestial supreme treasure, or die. Someone from the group of people that surrounded the woman quickly shouted out. His voice was filled with killing intent, as if he would directly attack and kill the black-clothed woman at the slightest disagreement. Take off the black cloth on your face. As long as you look good and give me the immortal supreme treasure, I don't mind taking you in as a concubine. A sloppy-looking young man looked at the black-clothed woman and said, "When we came in, didn't we agree? Everything in this heaven-ranked treasure vault is to be obtained by one's own ability? Why are you going back on your word now that I've obtained the immortal supreme treasure?" The black-clothed woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at the group of people surrounding her coldly. Although her voice was slightly gloomy, it was still very pleasant to the ears. Humph! Upon hearing the woman's response, some of the people around her had a change of expression as though they were in the wrong. However, there were even more people who snorted coldly and stared at her coldly. Who did not want a celestial supreme treasure? Perhaps, before the celestial supreme treasure appeared, the group of people could have a discussion. In this heaven-ranked treasure vault, everything would belong to whoever had the ability to obtain it. However, if the celestial supreme treasure was really obtained by someone, the others would definitely be unwilling to accept it. Under such circumstances, verbal promises were undoubtedly weak and powerless. She seems to be very confident? Although Duan Tian had just arrived, he could clearly feel that the black-clothed woman was very calm. This woman, who was completely shrouded in black, did not seem to show any fear or anxiety even though she was surrounded by a group of people. She was still able to maintain her composure. In Duan Tian's opinion, this was a sign of confidence. Duan Tian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including the black-clothed woman. However, after they glanced at Duan Tian, they quickly retracted their gazes. The group of people surrounding the black-clothed woman continued to stare at her. Meanwhile,
the black-clothed woman continued to stare coldly at the people who were surrounding her. Everyone! Just as the atmosphere between the black-clothed woman and the group of people surrounding her was about to explode, Duan Ling Tian spoke in a timely manner. Among all of you, is there anyone from Yan Huang realm? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the group of people present on the scene looked at Duan Ling Tian again before they withdrew their gazes. Nobody paid any attention to Duan Ling Tian. In their opinion, Duan Ling Tian was someone who had just entered the heaven-ranked treasure vault. Moreover, he was not even 100 years old like them. He was, at most, an eminent celestial. They could not be bothered with such a person since he was not a threat to them at all. Perhaps, most of them were not eminent celestials, but there were still 3 eminent celestials among them. Even if a mere eminent celestial was angry at them for ignoring him, could he really do anything to them? Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by the group of people ignoring him.
However, when he asked the question earlier, he had been observing the expressions of the group of people in front of him.
In the end, he was certain one of them was from Yan Huang realm. After all, one's eyes could not lie. Kill her. Kill her. Take the celestial supreme treasure from her. While Duan Ling Tian was looking at the person from Yan Huang realm again, the group of people in front of him had already begun to attack the black-clad woman. 5-colored energy surged out and formed a net that shrouded the black-clad woman. For a time, the black-clad woman was like a trapped beast that was firmly trapped. Humph! Just as the surrounding people made their moves, the black-clothed woman's exposed eyes suddenly surged with waves of coldness.
With a raise of her hand, a dagger appeared in her hand.
As soon as the dagger appeared, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. With just a glance, he could tell the dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. The dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. Whoosh! 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 Under Duan Ling Tian's gaze, the black-clad woman who seemed to have become a trapped beast waved her hand that was holding the dagger, and it seemed as if she had the help of the gods. She easily blocked the waves of vast energy that enveloped her. Strands of powerful aura rose from the woman in black and spread out. Oh no! As soon as the black-clad woman's aura surged out, the expressions of the 3 eminent celestials changed drastically when they sensed the danger they were in. As eminent celestials, their senses were much sharper than the others. After sensing the crisis, they also realized one thing. The black-clad woman might be an eminent celestial like them, but she was definitely stronger than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. After obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength has risen to such a level. In other words, before obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength is already comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? Among the 3 eminent celestials who were attacking the black-clad woman, 2 of them had strength comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw the black-clad woman's strength. At the same time, they began to think about retreating. During this time, the 2 eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial looked at the black-clad woman with a hint of jealousy and fear in their eyes. If both of them had celestial supreme treasures as well, their strength would not be any weaker than the black-clad woman. She's hiding her strength. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who was watching from afar, raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As soon as Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow, boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from the black-clad woman who was being attacked by the group of eminent celestials. At the same time, the dagger in her hand moved even faster as it left streaks of light in the air. When these sharp lights passed by each other, it was as if they had the help of the gods, and they easily defeated the vast and mighty multicolored power. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air, stirring up a strong wind. After the black-clad woman's strength had increased, she had completely destroyed the group of people who were attacking her. The group of people's attacks were completely destroyed by the dagger in her hand. This is bad. We've underestimated her. Her strength is comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. When the black-clad woman defeated the group of people, the 2 eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial were horrified. This was because they did not expect the black-clad woman to be so powerful. The black-clad woman before them had concealed her strength so well.
If they had known the black-clad woman's strength was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial before she obtained the celestial supreme treasure, they would not have dared to covet the celestial supreme treasure.
Run!
When the three eminent celestials discovered the black-clad woman's strength, they immediately turned and fled.
However, would they be able to escape?
In just a blink of an eye, the black-clad woman had killed the three eminent celestials and the group of people who were attacking her before they could even react.
At this moment, only the black-clad woman and Duan Ling Tian were left in the valley. You're from Yen Huang Realm? You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.